Welcome to Opinionated with Resla.
What's good, everybody? What is good? Really late night, real late night. Welcome, of course, to an episode of Opinionated with yours truly. Truly, I am your host, Resla. It is not light up in this bitch, so we have to say this: computer, lights on. Look, this lets you know how unprepared I am. I didn't turn on my sign. I was chilling on my phone. Didn't get the shit ready. We gonna turn this on. It's a night. It's a night. I'm all over the place. Oh man, we need to have a lot of different talk conversations. This just listen. I love conversing with people because, quite frankly, communication is just so important to understand the different dynamics where people are coming from, to understand why people think the way they think. By the way, it still says on my stream TBA because I still don't know what the fuck was about because I was too busy over at Blizzy Blind's channel. And by the way, shout out to Busy Blind. He was, I'm not gonna lie, he might have been a little disingenuous, but I love the guy all the same. It's good to just say that you have a difference of opinion and leave it at that instead of just trying to get a W. But I like the guy all the same. Sometimes it's okay to agree to disagree, and I don't think we were getting there. Jesus Christ, it was a lot. It was fun in some retrospect, but for the most part, it was annoying. I'm not gonna, lie. Some people get a little, get a little bit more excitement over things than I do. So it is what it is. That's not to say I'm not, even though I'm not excited about it, I won't engage. I think something that you guys already know about as well. Anyway, I have really little ideas to know what I'm really going to talk about because I didn't really get a lot of time to put a whole lot of stuff into it. But if I had to think about anything in particular that I wanted to speak about for today, because you're gonna see me, you're gonna hear me, you're gonna see me do this in real time. So hold on, let me put my bottles to the side. You say get a smart clapper? No, there's too much noise that happens around my area, and I don't want my lights just going off, going crazy. So we don't want that either. Besides, I'm not an old person that I need a fucking clap on to get my shit going. That's crazy. I like telling my system what to do and it does whatever it needs to do for me. So there's that. There's that as well. Um, I want to talk about people who leech. Let's talk about that because this is something I had to deal with in a particular conversation that was happening at my place of employment, place of business. Hold, let me change my mic. Change my mic settings this way. When I talk to myself or when I'm just in the back of the scenes, I like to have my mic up. But when I'm talking to you guys, I like to have my mic downwards. And my freaking camera's off because ugh, I think that'll do it. Hold up. I'm still doing a lot of things. I'm still working on the rest of my freaking studio, my office studio. Um, but I want to talk about people who pretty much are people leechers. And what do I mean when I'm talking about people leechers? Well, first of all, I don't know if I did so because I've been drinking for a little bit. Even though I've been trying to sort through the minus amount of shit. I'm going, what the fuck? Wait. Hold up. What am I seeing in here? I got crowns in here. Oh, don't. Never mind. I know what it is. My other body is coming in through. That's what it is. So if some of you guys, let me make sure that I say it properly. If some of you guys have been in my chat today, I installed a new bot last night, and I guess I'm seeing it work for the first time on its own. But yeah, if you haven't noticed, you guys are getting little symbols by your not by your names and everything, and that is my new bot coming through, pretty much giving you guys particular ideas and points as to where you stand within the field, the field of what I'm trying to get through for the moment. Let me change my volume for a moment as well, just to make sure. I don't like it when I boost. I don't like it when I boost it up. Let me see if I can boost anything else up. Boop boop boop. I think that's gonna be as best as I can get it at. Whenever I hear myself, I think it sounds good. Hold up. Yeah, it sounds good to me. Some people just need to turn up their fucking microphones. But anyway, um, I'm just not like I can't see it in StreamYard, which is why I looked it off the side and I look at everything else. I do see that you guys are getting a particular point, which I need to work on for the future. Because I want you guys to have a little bit more functionality in my chat because this is a bigger thing that we're working on. I worked on that last night. I still have to work on it a little bit more, and there are a couple of things I'm trying to work on for the beginning of next week. Believe it or not, I wasn't even supposed to be on live today, which is why I wound up on Blind's panel, which I still didn't get a lot of my own work done because I got distracted. But it was a good distraction. I like having conversation with people because I can't really have a lot of conversation at work. But anyway, let me get to this whole idea of people leeching. And no, this has nothing to do with the place or panel that I was just on. It just really crossed my mind because I was thinking about something that happened at work. So people leeching, right? I think that we need to get it. We need to get into it, and we need to get it together because there are absolutely people who are who come into your life who want to pretend like they're contributing. And actually, hold up, I got so many tabs up. Hold up, let me just move over because sometimes I say things and I want to make sure I haven't talked about this before. Let me make sure I haven't talked about this before. All right, I don't see any topics. This is I talked about this before. All right, cool. So when it comes to people in your life, we need to talk about the people who actually are claiming that they want to contribute or they want to be in your life in order to contribute. And like I said, these are things that you're going to slowly have to figure out over time. Whether you think that you know these people or whether you'll get to know them over time is what it is. People, people come into your life, and there are some people who want to support you. There are some people that are doing the best for you. There are some people who come in with ideas that they want to um, contribute to your life. They give you good ideas that you may have never had before. But there are people who come into your life with the explicit purpose of draining from you, draining your energy, draining your resources, draining your time. I mean, really, like really. Some don't some don't even try to hide it, to be honest with you. Some of them they like to show up. They like to smile in your face, smile in your face. They shake your hands. They like to hide. They like to act like they got shit together. They like to sometimes even pretend like they're going to offer you something. To be honest, and I'm here to tell you that they're not there for you. For some of you guys, you already know it. But for some of them, a lot of people are acting like they have something to offer, act like they're there for you when times are really needed, but they're not. I witnessed this even on the job today between two people who claim like they have been friends for years, not many years, but still years. And for me, at least when I speak to particular people, I'm very wary about the things that they say because they'll say things like, "Oh, I'm here to help you. I'm here to make things better for you." And that's the pitch, right? Isn't that the pitch that people give? I don't. I want to make sure that your vision is being upheld. But what they're really doing is that they're just talking. They're talking piece by piece. Some take your time, they take your energy. Hell, shit. If you allow it, they will take a piece of your mind. They might even go after your partner. If you're not single, they will go after your partner, your spouse, whatever. And it's something that you should consider as an everyday individual. There are people who will volunteer to help you with your projects, but all they really end up doing is leaving you with double the work to clean up at the end. And let's not forget about the flat out leeches that we come across. I'm talking about the people who do not disguise, the people who they don't even try to finesse. They just pretty much are in your face, and they want your money, they want your energy, they even want your success. Some of these people are your friends. Some of these people are your family members, and they'll do things. They'll guilt you because we don't really know how you yourself got to success. Maybe it was off of something that they did, or maybe it was an ideal of theirs or whatever. But they try to hold that over you. People, there's like I said, there's some people that will flatter you. There are some people who will guilt you. There are some people that will do whatever it takes, even pretend that they like you, even pretend they enough to get into a relationship with you. But in the end, the idea is to leave you empty. The idea is to leave you empty and to leave you with nothing and to move on simply to the next target. You know what? The worst part, that's not even the worst part, if I have to really think about it. The worst part is not what just they did. The worst part is that we as individuals let that happen. We allow that shit to happen. I mean, this don't get me wrong. They're just there to take. They just want your money, they just want your energy, they just want your resources. But you're the one that's mainly responsible at the end for letting them in there. You're the one who has decided to train yourself to be nice, to be giving, to be understanding. We're told as people, especially who have abundance, that if we say no, we're being selfish. That, but at the same time, on the opposite end of the spectrum, you hear things like "eat the rich." Why that motherfucker gotta have it, not me? And I'm wondering why we don't set boundaries, especially when we really need them. But let me also tell you something. I want to talk to you about the cost of being nice, especially to leeches who are there to take away your peace, who are there to take away your sanity, who are there to take away your well being. I think tonight is something we need to talk about a little bit because I'm gonna try to be nice, but I'm also not gonna try to pull any punches because there are a lot of people that if you do not, there are a lot of people that need to look at themselves and if they do not take the time to dissect the anatomy of leeches that are around them, they're not gonna know who's gonna be the people that's next to them that's going to suck them dry and leave them wondering what the hell happened. I think a lot of people want to pretend like they don't know who the leeches that are in their life until shit happens. And say, how could I possibly know? I know this person for so and so long, and I mentioned this before, even in my last segment. A lot of y'all know who the people that's not right in your life, yet and still you keep them there. So what does that say about you more than this is about them? So we all got that friend, or I would say at least that family member who, after spending enough time with them, they leave you feeling exhausted. They leave you feeling like you've been sitting there trying to do, mental jujitsu when it comes to them. Not because you had a great wild night with them or anything, but because they suck literally the energy right fucking out of you. They have an idea, they have a scam, they got a business thing, they got some reason that they want to drag your ass into it. And if you don't have anyone like that in your life, consider yourself lucky. Because I always seem to run across these folks, which is actually one of the reasons why I don't like to go to family gatherings anymore. When you talk to them, the first thing they tell you is that their life is in constant drama. And I just say you should just go to a therapist. You should go there. And they go, maybe I should, but they'll never go. Because they'll never go because they think that they need your support. They're fucking Uncle Sam. I need you. But when you need them, they're crickets. They're MIA. They're one full street away. And you're the one sitting there holding all your troubles and everything you need to do for yourself. Less in your pocket because you've actually helped them out. So let's talk about the types for a moment, because I'm talking about the people who turn around and say, who like to give up all the excuses. Poor me, poor me. I'm talking about the people who are always saying that life is against them. You offer solutions, but they don't. They shoot them down. If anything else, they give you every other reason why they think that your way won't work, but every other way that they've been doing hasn't worked. A lot of people are wearing masks, or worse, that they insult you because they have a lack of understanding of what you're trying to tell them, and instead of trying to gain clarity, they just they tell you that you don't understand. Like, no, I understand. I'm saying, have you ever tried it this way? Because this way would help you in this situation. And they go, I can see that, but I don't think that's my character. Which tells me, which signifies to me that you enjoy the struggle. You have no you have no ambition whatsoever to have peace in your life. You are either very dismissive or you are either too sensitive to see what is going on around you and why you need to take charge. And if you stick around these people, they will slowly chip away at your self esteem. They will chip away at your honesty. And they will all at the same time claim that their honesty is the thing that upheld you. Which is really, if you want to look at it this way, they're chipping with your honesty. They're just really using your honesty against you. Ever had someone and you gave your time, your money, your effort to, and they turn around and say how they were there when you needed them, and they're like, "When did I need you? You claimed you was being around me, but let's be honest, you ain't have nobody else around. Like, motherfucker, I was there for you. What? Absolutely, people who are like that. And don't forget the people who want to be controllers. I don't know why my keyboard is not working properly. It should be working, but it's not. My keyboard's not working properly for some reason. I'm probably gonna have to restart my system, but can't do that now. So I'm gonna do everything the hard way. Because they all like they drag you because they are absolutely. So here's the funny part about that. I was having a conversation even over in Blind last chat, right? And due diligence mentioned the idea we were talking about relationships or whatever. I'm gonna say this: there's nothing wrong with codependency. For me speaking, if you know what your weaknesses are, where your strengths are, there's nothing wrong with codependency. Now I can hear all the hyper masculine men, all the masculine, let's say put the normal masculine, all those who are just born as males talking about, "Yeah, so you know what the fuck you talking about. I just, and I don't believe that's true because my ball twitches." And I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. You think I'm going to argue with you? You think I'm going to have a debate with you? You think I'm going to have a dick measuring contest with you? Let me just say it straight and foremost. You're not nearly that important. I'm not here to school you. I'm not here to educate you. And if you want to keep beating your fist upside a fucking wall, you can. Because I don't run across those problems. But apparently you do. So I'm not going to listen to you who don't have the results turn around and come to me about someone who actually does. And when I say I do, I've been with a person for a while. I've been good. No one's going, well, it's just a matter of time. And when it comes to it, guess what? I still won't be burdened. I won't be robbed. Oh, half your shit. I ain't got to worry about none of that. Well, your family and your friend. I ain't got to worry about that either. All of these things that these motherfuckers be talking about, not my problem. I listen to you. I'll have a conversation with you about it. But personally speaking, it's not my problem. You will even like to make it my problem. But it's not my problem. It is what it is. But so much is for people who always want to have people who are in their circle, in their camp, or someone who says, you're on my side, right? You believe me, right? I'm just going, I don't care. Because at the end of the day, even if I have a conversation about about you and about what's going on with you and about what you're thinking about, whatever. My life does not revolve around you. My life revolves around how well I can do for myself and from the people around me. If you choose not to be beneficial to yourself, then I'm gonna say this like an entourage, like your five most important people around you. If you are the lowest person in your group, you got a lot of work to do. And if you're the smartest person in your group, you need a new group. If you choose to want to be the smartest person in your group and stay there, you're doing yourself a disservice and you're doing them a disservice. And if you're the lowest person in your group, you need to do something. Especially for you motherfuckers that claim they want to talk about all these relationships or whatever. Because right now, right now, your bitch is looking at you and she's thinking to herself, why couldn't I get with so and so even one rung up above you? I'm not saying it's written in stone. I'm saying it's something that you should consider. Because the same way how I said she could be thinking that, it's the same way how your job, how your boss, how your supervisors, how the people that you should be building rapport with are looking at you the same way. Instead of coming to you, they go to other people who they think are more capable than you, even if they're not. Because why? You're too quiet. You're too timid. You don't want to give any mission. You want to pretend you're being mysterious. You're fucking yourself up. You're fucking yourself up. And you sitting there thinking that, yeah, you got the game all live because, the less questions people ask you, the more they wonder about you. No. The less people ask questions about you, the more they don't give a shit about you. I can tell you that from experience. If people are not talking about you, you're not going nowhere. If they don't feel like they can take you with them, or if they don't feel like they owe you anything, you're not going nowhere. You might as well quit your job and go work at your fucking local car wash because you're not making a difference where you're at. Don't expect to come up where you're at. Go look for somebody else where you, or at least go look for a company and what that does what you do, and hope, hope that you can be able to change your life around because you bringing who you are into that next job is not gonna help you, even at the same level. If you're bringing who you are into that next fucking job, you will accomplish nothing in no time. I talk to my boss, and even with the way how I move, and even when he looks at my background, looks at my resume, and all the deep dives they did on me, and they look at me. You know what's one thing? He goes, "So I know your background. We done the background. We know all the shit that you've done. We know the people that you've led. We know all the shit that you're capable of doing. We know all some of the things that you've done that's sitting in your file. We know all about all your evaluations. Why is it you haven't pulled the trigger?" And here I am being an idiot. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean by pull the trigger? They're like, we know what you can do. Why is it you haven't done more? And I hit them with the, because I'm not paid enough. There are things that I like in my life. You know what's the most important thing that I like in my life? Time. It Money's nice, but time. And it's something that I realize that even I've been struggling with when it comes to being here online. Resla, what do you mean by that? You will run across many content creators. Some of you in this chat are content creators. And do you know what some of the things that you keep in your mind most of the time? How long am I streaming on social media? That's the wrong question. I'm not here to tell you what the right question is, but that's the wrong question. How long you are online is not the right question. I'm not gonna tell you what the right, unless you're someone cool with me, whatever. You're I'm not gonna tell you what the right question is. But a lot of you guys sit up here and just say, well, if I'm up here for 18, 19, 24, 8, 7, 1, 5 hours, mean something at the end of the day. It will mean slightly something, but it won't build retention. There are a lot of people who I see even online who do not think of their time online as a business. And I'm not to say that because you think of something as a business that you're going to immediately be successful. That's not to say that. A lot of us, even in business, have different ideals, different aspects, different genres, different niches, different expectations for what we like our business to be. That doesn't mean it meets up with what's already out here. But there are a lot of people who just think that if I just follow what everybody else did, I'll make it. And then they find themselves woefully unprepared because the truth of the matter is that they just don't know what other people had to sacrifice to get there. They think they could just look at somebody, whether it's a channel online or whether it's in real life, they could just look at somebody, see what they do, and mimic it. They don't think of all the other underlying things that matter. The small things matter. They do. You, Cable, you said that sometimes we can't escape people like that. We can't escape people like that. They can be our family or even people with even people we work with at work. It's learning how to coexist with them without compromising ourselves. I don't think you need to compromise yourself at all. I agree with what you said about the whole not compromising, but you don't need to compromise yourself at all. In fact, you don't even need to worry about escaping people. Why should you escape? Why should you feel the need to escape? If you guys share the same grounds, it's like you sharing the same home. Why should you confine? It's like you being a roommate at a house. If you pay just as much rent that they do, why the fuck should you be barricading yourself to your room when they get to walk around freely? You don't escape people. You don't need to treat them like their family. They're exactly who they are. They're a roommate. You do what you do. If you are in the living room in the common area, or whatever you want to look at it, or same thing as a bathroom, whatever, you do what you do. If they turn around and say, I need to get into, well, it sounds like you and I need to build a routine because this is what I like to do. Or how long are you going to be in the living room? Do you pay more for the living room than I do? Sounds like we need to have a conversation then, and we'll see what we agree upon. But I would never just acquiesce for the hell of it. Not at all. Not even a little bit. I don't split the difference. I don't believe in compromise. Compromise is a dirty word. We can negotiate all we want, but I'm not going to compromise. I'm going to try all the time to get more than you do. Unless I really don't give a shit about you, which means I plan on just ignoring you anyway. I don't compromise to get less. Well, Resla, you compromise your relationship. I don't. Talk to my girl today if you want to. I don't compromise. If I do whatever I gotta do and I'm the one that's supposed to be doing a whole lot of shit and I'm supposed to be paying a lot of shit, I'm not compromising. Because at the end of the day, I don't know anyone I really deal with that turn around and say that I want to do more than you or just as much as you if they've ever seen how I do shit. Anyone who's ever seen how I move and how I do shit don't want to turn around and say that they do what I do. They're not family. Their roommate was deep. It's true. But I also do the same thing and say if my family was with me. If I was living with, say, my brother or a cousin, end of the day, do your fucking part. I'm not here to cover you. It's not my fucking role of responsibility or grown ass adult. I will happily kick you out and get somebody more responsible. The question is, do you want to know what it's like to be on your own, or would you like to know what it's like to be with me, someone who's responsible? Because the next motherfucker you get with might have you actually sucking dick to be under someone else's roof. I said what I said. See, I let people know. See, you can turn around and say the grass is green on the other side until you get there. But here's the truth of the matter. And I say this all the time on my channel. You guys know this. We don't know what we don't know. You want to make that gamble? You want to do that? You sure? I said what I said. Are you sure you want to make that sacrifice? I'm gonna let you make it because you're an adult at the end of the day. But don't come to me. Listen, I've done this. I've done this to exes. Oh, you think you can do better all by your damn self? Go ahead, boo. Go out. This is the reason why a lot of chicks outside of my current girlfriend is the only woman I've ever had live with me. She's the only person I've ever shared a place with. There's been no woman outside of her and my ex of 10 years that has ever lived with me. But any day she feel like she want to move on and do whatever, I'm good. And you guys see it now. Even with whatever, we still do church and state. You do what you do. You have your friends, you have your hangouts, I have my hangouts or whatever. We come together, we talk about whatever. We're cool, we fuck or whatever. But the idea that you're that do the whole your love is my love is your love. It will take an eternity to break us. No, that is not what the fuck happens in my household. Not at all. Not even a little bit. I value my peace. I value my freedom. If I walk into the house, I need a time to decompress. I would listen to a little bit of time of what you have to say, and then after that, what are you about to do now? I was thinking about going online. Okay, well, I know how important that is, so I'm gonna go. Talk to you later. That's exactly what happens. I can already hear some of you. Oh my God, Resla, you don't do everything to make sure that your friends and your family and even your girlfriend is taken care of. You don't sit there, you don't come inside the house knowing that you've been so frustrated with all work all day and throw on your fucking jacket and your bag and you don't crawl yourself into the bed and stroke her ass and her hair and say, baby, how was your day? No, I don't. I don't. Here's what happens most times. I walk right into the house, I hang my keys up, and I beeline right for this office. I don't even beeline for the bedroom. I beeline for this office because this office is my sanctuary. I close my door. Oh, and before I close my door, this is what I put up. By the way, hold up. I walk into my office. I close before I close my door. This is what I put up on it, and she doesn't bother me. She understands I either need time to myself because I'm trying to either get ready or I'm trying to do shit so I could get ready. That's it. She really knows not to bother me if it does this. Do not open the door because I'm already doing shit. Here, I could potentially be doing shit. I could be working on something. I could be whatever. Here, do not open that door. Do not even knock on the door. I can already hear some of you women. Oh, you're so mean. You're a tyrant. How can you do that? You guys have the same space. How can you treat her like that? Ugh, I would never. You know what? You would never. Same way how you would never sit on the dick. I said what I said. I said what I said. You don't like that? You don't like the fact that I had to say that? Oh, mm, mm. Go figure. Keep in mind, I didn't even, this stream is already going to be so uncustomary because I have not addressed you in the chat or anything. I'm just getting it all out there. I'm just getting it all out there. I'm wondering how. Here's the question that's really in my mind because I've only been doing this for about close to what 40 minutes now. Like, let's just say close to 50 minutes. I'm wondering how I'm going to turn this entire stream into something because I know there are people who are watching me on this Thursday fucking night, just drooling, asking themselves a real big question. What am I going to talk about when I click on Resla's panel if he decides to go live on a panel? Because I'm still debating whether I would really want to do that. So I can just fuck shit up so I can make it all about me so I can jerk off for the night, get my nut off, and then move on to someone else's panel. Sometimes I wish I can do the same. Sometimes I just feel like I need a break and I just want to kick myself out. I just want to kick myself out and then just see how things turn out. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I just be like, oh my god, these people are just being, you know what? Sometimes I really want to. It's just I just don't. I realize I can't. It's my stream. I can't fucking do it. Do you understand that even I go live and I talk with you guys or whatever, but I really just rather be working on shit to help make things better. But I can't because YouTube has it. YouTube won't tell you this, but they have its own quota. Here's my thing. Next thing, because I've only said this to a few people. I have no choice but to do what I do because, quite frankly, I don't just stream on YouTube. See, most of you mofos see me on YouTube. Do you know that I stream to other platforms as well? No way, Resta. You stream to other platforms? I do. And here's the thing: it's gonna get worse. I have other platforms I'm gonna freaking stream to as well. And when I start streaming to those other platforms, they're gonna be so different. They're gonna be so specific. They're not gonna be like how we do here. And when that time happens, I won't be on YouTube. I'll be on YouTube when I do this particular stream. When I do another particular stream, I'll be somewhere else. When I do another particular stream, I'll be somewhere else. When I do another particular stream, I'll be somewhere else. When I do another particular stream, I'll be somewhere else. And unless you're able to keep track of me, don't expect that if you just simply get online to see the little red fucking play button on YouTube that you're gonna catch what I'm doing. You won't. You won't. And you know it. If I get more busy to do whatever I'm gonna do, it's gonna be a wrap. Because I'll be building different communities, different voices, different shit, and a lot of you guys will be left out. You'll be left out. And the reason why you're going to be left out is because you say, well, the only app on my phone that I'm going to go get is YouTube. And I'm going to say, cool. That's why you'll be left behind. I'm not going to go to Rumble. I'm not going to go to Kick. I'm not going to go to Twitch. I'm not going to go to, did I say Rumble already? I'm not going to go to YouTube. I'm not going to go to Facebook. I'm not going to go to locals. I'm not going to go. And you'll be fucked. Because if I blow up big there, by the time you say, you know what, I want to go see what wrestlers doing on this channel, you'll be left behind. Because it's gonna be a whole bunch of new people, and you're gonna come up and say, huh, well, when wrestling talks an opinion here on YouTube, they're gonna look at you like, and I'm gonna do it to you too. I'm gonna make you look bad. I'm like, shh, shh, shh. Let's just say crazy mama who says go big or go home. If crazy mama support me here on YouTube, and let's just say even say Discord, but if crazy mama is not with me on locals or Twitch or Kick or fuck OnlyFans, if she's not supporting me on OnlyFans, if she's not saying go big on wrestler's thing or go home with the strong baby arm, if she's not even saying that much, and she shows up I'm like, and then there's gonna people in the chat. They're gonna be like, "Who's she? Who's she?" And I'm like, "Oh, that's crazy mama." Well, how is she crazy? I don't know. How is she crazy? Cause y'all know how I do shit here on OnlyFans, and they gonna be like, so where you know Resla from? And I'm gonna say, crazy mama. You heard them. Where you know me from? Oh, I know him from YouTube. They're gonna be like, oh, YouTube. You don't know from this is OF community. You don't know from YouTube. We don't care about that YouTube shit over on OF. On OF, we care about whether you can lay it down and hold it down. Exactly. See, crazy mama sitting here with the one arm, but just like a rabbit's gonna be on that OF with the multiple arms. Yeah, you better catch up. When the time comes, multiple arms. Too strong. Too strong. You're not gonna get it. And the OF community is they're gonna be on it. And by the time why is it wrestling hasn't been on for a while? Because I'm building another community somewhere else. It's gonna be too big, too strong, and you're not gonna be there. And by the time you hear we too strong over there, you gonna come. Well, I know wrestling for years, and they're gonna say we don't believe you, and we don't care because we built this shit with him. We don't care. How long you know? How long you know wrestler? I know wrestler. He was doing his show and opinionated. Past that shit. Have you seen him be out here in these streets and talking to people and being on dates and talking and the whole OF shit and talking to models and taking pictures and doing his everyday post? And no, you don't know wrestler. We know wrestler. We seen him with the little baddies. We seen him with the old baddies. We seen him with little single mamas. We seen him talk to people. We seen him wake up in the morning. We seen him brush his fucking teeth. We seen all that shit. Can you say the same, or have you only seen him when he was on YouTube? Not that I have a plan on dropping YouTube, but can you say I've only seen him on YouTube? And you gonna say, no, I didn't know him from YouTube. And you know what they're gonna say? Sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up until you get to know wrestler. You think you know him, you don't know wrestler. Yeah, she knows me. She knows before and after and even during the show. Jessica Rabbit knows. See, a lot of y'all don't know her. Jessica Rabbit does. She knows me pre OnlyFans. And by the way, folks, you think I'm laughing? I made my OnlyFans account. I'm not gonna promote it just yet. I'm not gonna get shit. I'm not even gonna tell you what it is. But I made an OnlyFans account. No way, Resla, you bullshit. No, I made me an OnlyFans. You thought I was lying that night? Hoover was here. Hoover was here. Yeah, Hoover was here. I made an OnlyFans in real time. I got me an OF account. Your boy is OF certified. Hey, I know you know. I know you know. Shout out $4.99 from Jessica Rabbit. Now got me my OnlyFans. Why the fuck not? And it's not just OnlyFans I got. I got several different areas that I'm in. And we gonna build it up. We gonna run it up. Yeah, you heard it then. Exactly. I did it in real time. You thought I was joking. Oh, I'm just joking. You listen, Hoover, you better be hoping in real time I don't post those feet pics. I definitely got them feet pics on my phone. You better be hope. I hope I don't put that up. Just saying. I absolutely did. I absolutely did. So I'm gonna follow your lead. Hey, hey. Just saying. I was there. Listen, Hoover was there on the site. She was there on the stream when I said, "Oh, doing the." Listen, I was sitting there like, I was getting it. OnlyFans, absolutely. Oh no, you're right. But this is not about a competition between sites. See, that's where you're not getting it, Leopard. This is not about and this is not about competition between sites. This is about something else totally different. And that's not something I'm going to talk about on YouTube. This is the kind of blind. This is the kind of the game I was talking about. I'm not going to talk about unless we have those private conversations. It's not a competition. It's not about competing on different sites. It's not none about all that. Because here's the truth of the matter. Here's the truth of the matter. Crazy Mama can start an OnlyFans tonight and dust me in profit. And all she has to do is toot that ass up. I ain't got it. And I don't think I would want the people who's going to subscribe. All Jessica Rabbit needs to do is to, in fact, the winch. All the winch has to do, create an OF and toot that ass up. And we'll make more money than I would. That's it. Make more money than me. All you ladies have to do is toot your ass up. You'll make more revenue than me. See, I gotta work for. I work hard for the money. So hard for the money. Toot that ass up. Y'all make money. It won't matter. Play some little raunchy ass fucking song, and you good. And you good. I'm the only one that's gotta work really hard for it. And that's just by virtue of me just being male. Y'all get to do whatever y'all like. You can do whatever you want, however you want, and you can get by. Listen, I got a friend of mine. When she was telling me she did her OF, right? I don't think I'm gonna show y'all because I don't know what this. I don't. YouTube's gonna be wild. YouTube's gonna be wild, but I also don't think I want to show you her. But where's she at? I got so many pictures on my freaking drive. That's the problem. I got too many drives too. Fucking work, fucking business, fucking. Oh, okay. I definitely can't show that drive. That's wild. I, ooh, I can't believe I might be on the wrong fucking account. Anyway, that was wild. Okay, let me see if I could do this. Ooh, wait, no, stop, wait, pause, pause. I can't do that. That was wild. Ooh. Can I download this? Let me download this real quick. But that God, I'm over feeling away about it. Hold on. Let me see. Y'all, listen, that's what I say. I tell y'all ladies be killing it. Y'all ladies can kill whatever you want because you know why? The majority of the money that you guys are building revenue from, it's not from your bosses. It's not from your groups that want to support women shit. It's not. Most of the money that you guys get online are supported by other men. Whether it is on Instagram, whether it is on TikTok. I said it, TikTok. Whether it is on OF, OnlyFriends, all that shit. That is not the thing that you guys are getting the majority of your work from. It's not. And then it doesn't matter. I've learned. It doesn't matter what age you are. You could be sitting here young, fresh and green. You could be sitting here at 19. You could be sitting here at just 21. You could be sitting here in your elderly years. You'll still make more money than your boy. It won't matter. Listen, crazy mama, you'll make more money. Leopard print, you'll make more money. In fact, you'll make more money leopard print just from your name, leopard print. the print will actually sell it. Jessica Rabbit, from the name Jessica Rabbit, you'll make more money. Hoover, them you'll make money. You'll make money. You'll all be making money. Kieran, what the fuck I gotta talk about? They won't care. They won't care what the fuck what's this motherfucker gonna talk about? Oh, who knows what? Who cares? He's a bald headed black man. We won't care what the fuck he got. All mama gotta do one day is just say, I want some more money in this house. I've been on YouTube. I've been talking with people. I'ma get me a camera. I'ma use my social security or my AARP or whatever the fuck it's gonna be. Get me a camera. Get me all my shit after that. And all she gotta do is just tell her husband one day, go in the other room. Don't say shit. And I'm about to rock some music. I'm about to do my thing. All she gotta do is play the right music, and she gonna toot that ass up. He's gonna be the mom. He's gonna be mama. For a show 150, don't talk to me. You ain't never helped your mans, don't talk to me. You just follow all the trends, don't talk to me. I set the bar, I'm the fucking bar. In the sky, I'm a fucking star. I don't fall in love, cause I be living hard. Do everything like my shirt, it's a large. I don't care, I crash a ghost. Got 2 crazy. And there's nothing anyone can do about it. Nothing. And all I see is nothing but money rolling in. Money rolling in. And I'm be sitting there like, all that money could, he's gonna be my response. That'll be my entire response. Nothing else to say. In one night, she'll blow an entire year that I made. She's got to toot that ass up. In one night, she'll blow away what I've done an entire year. That's how easy you got it. Look. You talked me into it. That's all. In one night, she'll kill what I did for the entire year. I'm gonna just hang everything up. So what you want from me? All I could do is keep working on my shit. Literally, a person can get around and get a whole bunch of subscribers before they post anything, just simply by the name Leopard Print. Exactly. The name alone will get you a whole bunch of people subscribing to you. Not following, subscribing. They will pay money just from the name alone. I gotta work my ass off. Yeah, no, you do. Not the other people do. And the only reason why you have to say that about me is because I'm not some jacked up, beautiful fucking man that could turn around and get y'all fucking piping wet and sing some fucking stupid shit to you, or being a fucking wife beater, or sitting up here rubbing his fucking nipple, or whatever the fuck else these fucking Instagram and fucking OF models do. That's why. Promising you that I'm gonna fly you out, or I'm gonna fly by you. That's the only reason why. I said what I said. Doesn't this feel like someone who's just trying to make you feel good? Oh, no, don't say that, Resla. You're beautiful. You're beautiful, Resla. Don't say that about yourself. You're a good. You're a good boy. You're a good man. You're a good man. Oh, you're so good, Wrestler. Don't say that about yourself, Wrestler. You're such a good man. That's what the fuck I just saw right there. Wrestler, you're such a good man. Don't do that about yourself. You're such a good man. Good boy. Good boy. That's what the fuck I just saw. Don't you try me. Don't you fucking try me. Don't you fucking try me. I ain't new to this, but I am true to this. Don't you fucking try me. I know exactly what the fuck you mean. That's why I escaped that motherfucker long ago. You don't, you don't think that used to happen to me a long time ago? Hmm? Hmm? And that used to happen to me back when I had hair, by the way. When I used to be these stupid ass motherfuckers, I'm like, I just like to be around a chick who just, I just lay my head in they lap, and they play with my hair and shit. I used to be them dumb motherfuckers. No longer. First thing I did, I shaved my fucking hair off, and I got nasty. Yeah, yeah. Take that shit back. Take that shit back. All right. Oh no, the hair make a difference. See, there's a difference between a bitch that's rubbing your scalp and a difference who's pulling and playing with your hair and shit. There's a difference. There's a difference. There's a difference. Playing with your ears, playing with your hair. There's a difference. Pulling on your hair. There's a difference. Nope. Hasn't had. First of all, I never had a fro. I never had jerry curls. Never happened. So no. Here's the funny part about it. I wish I did have my hair that can grow that big. I wish I could. Never happened. If my hair could have ever grown that thick, I would have never shaved my head. I would have never shaved my head. And I felt away because like my grandfather had thick hair. He had thick hair. For some reason, it came to me. I ain't have it. My brother got thick hair. My mother somewhere in between. Me, I never got thick hair. I always like, why can't I get hair that I can braid? I never had braid. I never had braids. I never had hair that would go to my shoulders. I never had none of that shit. I wish a motherfucker could even squish that he had a fucking jerry curl or had a fucking fro, or never happened for me. I was conditioned from my grandparents all the way up that my hair would never be that long. I wish a motherfucker could just say what? Say what again? I dare you. I double dog dare you. I wish. It never happened. Never happened. Never happened. Wish. I had to learn that over time. I had to learn that over time. At first, I was like, at first when I shaved my head, I was like, well, at first time I shaved my head, I was like, I kind of like it, but I don't know how everybody else feels about it. And then I remember, I think it was my mom that saw me. She was like, I like it. And I looked at my mom like, you're a liar. You'll say whatever it is to make me feel better. I was already too smart at that time. I was like, you'll lie and say whatever it is to make me feel better. And she was like, no, you look good. You're a liar. You're a liar. And then I couldn't go to my regular barber shop. I couldn't walk to my regular barber shop because there was nothing but West Indians. It was like Jamaicans, Antiguans, all of my barbershop. So I had to go to a new barbershop, people who didn't know me, people who actually did other shit. And it was actually like Spanish and white guys. And they were like, "What do you want?" I was like, I'm gonna take a no, I'm growing a little bit, but I shaved my head and I don't know what it's like to take care of a bald head. And it was the first time I ever had someone with a straight razor and actually shaving my head and gave me the whole towel on the face, the towel on the fucking head, all that shit. And I was like, oh no, you'll say that. Every woman I've run across has told me I look sexy with my bald head. And I'm at the point of my life where I could not imagine myself with hair. I can't imagine myself with hair because when I think about it, I remember all of the times where I've had hair where I would sweat because I had so much hair on my head. I would, I would, I couldn't wait to go see my barber to get my hair cut because I had so much hair on my head. I was like, yo, I need like, because when I was younger, I couldn't stand. You know what I didn't like doing most of the time? I don't mind taking a shower or anything. Obviously, I didn't like washing my head, washing, conditioning. I couldn't stand it, so I could not wait to get my hair cut. I didn't grow my hair ever, and then to see my brother would have his hair grown out. He had even to a point where he had locks, and I look, nigga, that's just too much. Nigga, why are you still in the bathroom? Why are you still? No, that's way too much work. The twisting, how much the cost was, all the fucking shower, the shampoo and the conditioner, and that's way too much work. When we are opposites, my brother can grow his hair out, but for me, like for instance, my brother can grow his hair out, but he won't grow his face out. I can grow my face out. Now, keep in mind, I don't try to have that big ass shit because I just think it's fucking ridiculous. I think it's fucking ridiculous. It doesn't help you in the corporate world. There's no reason why you should have shit that could be swimming around in your fucking beard, doing this and shit. You got worms running through your shit, or you got fucking corn stuck in your shit, or whatever. Like there's no reason for me to have all that. But I can do this. This is fine. I like a very corporate look. I'm not trying to say. Look, I'm not trying to run around in the world looking like I fucking killed, uh, 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 um, killed villages for a living. Beards that's touching my fucking nipples when I do this. When I put my head down, it's tickling my nipples. The beard is just so fucking long. I'm not trying to look like Bin Laden. I'm not. It's not. It's not that important. It's not that important. So I don't ever want shit like that. I'll just hygiene is important. You know what's also important? Understanding how like I don't want to sit here and go through hours of combing or conditioning or whatever. It's not. I can guarantee you all that hair never made me get more bitches. I never I never had a woman that said, "Oh my, all that hair. Oh, look at you, wrestler. All that fucking hair in your face. You know what I just be thinking about? All that hair in your face. I just wanna." Never fucking happened. Never happened. There's been no bitch that's ever lifted her pussy towards my fucking jaw because she just saw all this fucking hair coming through. This never happened. It never happened. And if that never happened, there's no system be doing it. And I'm not even gonna lie, most of the motherfuckers who I run across who have all the fucking hair, whatever, most of the motherfuckers are in relationships, which means that what are you doing? You got her already. Why do you have all that shit out there? Why do you have all that shit? You got her already. You gave her the D. You gave her the. You be up in her fucking guts. Like you did every. Like what's the point of having the shit that when you do I got something? What? Did I spill something? And you could tickle your fucking nipple because you got so much fucking hair deep down. What's the fucking point? What's the point? Me right here, as it is, I got a little bit of gray specks that's coming in here. Very, very few. I got some gray specks coming in here. Very, very few. But most of my gray came here. And anyone that ever comes to me and say, "Well, this is why you because you have all the gray here." All I ever do is stop them by just saying, "This isn't gray. This is residue from me eating that box." And I guess, "Are you crazy?" It's enough. It's enough. It's enough. And I got way other lines, all kind of shit too. It's enough. So why do I need fucking grays? Why do I need fucking hair that's making my neck hot because I got all neck hair blocking air from hitting my fucking neck and everything, and I'm fucking sweating like a motherfucking nigga in Baghdad. Like, I'm not even a silver fox yet. That's my thing. I'm not a silver fox. I don't even got the separate. See, I would have to have gray to be a silver fox. I'm not even salt and pepper. I'm barely salt and pepper. Barely. At least if I was a silver fox, I would have all crazy mama. Check this out. I have some hairs, it's not even silver. Some of these hairs, they're not even gray. They're straight up white. That means when I get older, when I'm in my 50s, say my 60s, this is not even gonna be gray. It's gonna be white. I'm gonna be the black Santa Claus. I'm gonna be delivering presents to young ladies. It's gonna be crazy. I'm really gonna be ho ho hoing. You don't understand. This is not even gray. This is white. This is white. I skip the gray phase. Usually when I get like look at myself, I get some little bit of gray. This is straight up white phase. This is not even gray. It's white. When all this shit is white, I'm just gonna be delivering presents to fucking like the college, and just be taking care of some young little things. Make sure they get their education right. I'm gonna be out there. I'm gonna be out there. Oh, I'm gonna be like, hey, are you a freshman? Come here. What do you want for Christmas, little baddie? What you want for Christmas? Oh, white beard and shit. What do you want for Christmas, little baddie? Yeah. What do you want for Christmas? That's what I see. Outside of that, it's crazy. That's not no, that's not perv. That's not perv. That's me taking care of the future, sir. It's not perv. That's me taking care of the future. That's me. Listen, what's the song? We believe the children of our future. Teach them well and what? Let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty that persists inside. Give them a sense of pride and make it easier. Let them hoes laughter reminded how we used to be. That's the way it is. Sing along, folks. I remember long ago, never to step in a pimp man status. But if I fail, if I succeed, at least I saw them nice titties, and no matter what they take from me, I never got their STDs because the greatest cock of all is coming just from me. Ah, man, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. I can see all the ladies now. Cancel them. Cancel him now. He can never get his YouTube off the ground. Cancel him right fucking now. Cancel him. It's crazy. Cancel him right tonight. Look, we gonna cancel. Look, we getting canceled tonight. Look, cancel them. You can already see it. Yeah, absolutely, pimping ain't easy. It is what it is. It is what it is. This is just the way how I see things in the world. It is what it is. Listen, I can rock it out, but I'm not gonna lie. I need to go in the bathroom, and I kind of want to know what you guys think about for tonight. I know there's a few people that might have a conversation. They might want to do or whatever. They want to talk about whatever. Again, I like to run my show and have you guys talk about things until I come to a point where I'm like, maybe I need to stop talking, motherfuckers. I don't know. Maybe unless you do something to make me stop thinking about that. Rock it out with the cock out, sir. See, this is how people end up in prison. It's not gonna happen. I'm on that Tyrion status. If I have to go, you go, laying in the bed with a warm mouth around your cock. That's the status to go. That's the Tyrion status. If you gotta go, go and doing what you love. Do what you love. Do what you love. Do what you love. With a nice warm mouth around your cock. Only what you want. I don't know. I don't know if it's intuitive. Just what you want. I don't know. I just read what I see. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just saying. I don't know what you're talking about. It is what it is. Anyway, I'm gonna drop this link in the chat. We gonna see because I'm guaranteed people gonna want to go off the rails when they gonna talk about all the other niches that we talk about. This is the time where people are going about to ruin it for the actual stream, and we are about to turn around and wind up sober or stupid fucking booty screaming or whatever the fuck else is gonna happen. It doesn't fail. It doesn't fail. So who wants to come over here and make it about them? Link is in the chat. Pin to the top of the chat. And what I am going to do, see, I was supposed to work on this whole night, since I got home. I wouldn't been home since 8 o'clock. About 8:15 actually. By 8:15, I was supposed to come here and work on a whole bunch of different stuff, but I didn't because I went live with Blind. And I started talking with him, and then he said, "What you gonna do, wrestler?" And I was like, "I don't know. You gonna go live?" And he convinced me to go live. And then I was like, I'm gonna go live. So I went live, which means I'm not doing a lot of stuff that I should be doing, but I got time tonight. So yeah, that's where we are right now. That's where we are right now. Um, I don't have a promo. I don't have a be right back. Do I have a be right back? It's been a while since I haven't done anything. I don't even know if I'll be right back. If I have a be right back, I'm gonna use my be right back and I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Yeah, I might have. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. What's it say? Oh no, 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 no. I don't like the way how that looks. I don't like the way how it looks. I'm gonna just do this. I'll be right back. So I walked past my kitchen and found my freaking sink dripping. This shit was crazy. crazy. I don't know why it was dripping. I think it might have been something my girl did. I don't know. Anyway, we are where we are right now. What the fuck? What the fuck is this purple crown next to my? Hey, I'm happy that you see that. That is interesting. Hold on. Here. Hey, blind. It's interesting. So if you haven't noticed tonight, I've instituted a new bot. So normally you motherfuckers get a little bit mad about Nightbot, but now Nightbot has invited her sister into the platform. So that that very crown next to your name is also instituting how long you've been in this chat, how much you talk in this chat. It is doing a whole bunch of stuff. It is calculating a lot of stuff when it comes to you in general, and depending on what you actually do, what it will do is it will give you a certain amount of points, and I'm going to at some later in the future institute what you can do with those points. I'm not gonna get spoilers. I'm not gonna get to it, but I just want to say you're gonna be able to do particular thing with the points that you've been building up, and those points that you can use for particular things that we will add for the future. I'm not gonna tell you it right now, but I just want to get that going, get you a little bit wet, get you a little bit succulent. But I'm not gonna tell you what it is.
I like it.
What's good, blind?
What's good? Salute. I'm number one on that crown thing, as you can see.
Well, you got to put in more because like you could be number one, but I got there's people that's already like three. Right, Crazy Mama's got three right now. Crazy Mom putting in points.
Yeah, she
So
got.
yeah,
But you're talking about the OnlyFans. We really doing that or what? Cause I'm locked. We're locked in. Whatever you're doing, I'm doing. So
wait. Am I am I doing OnlyFans? Do you think I will lie about OnlyFans?
I don't know. I've said it a million times, and I had people think I'm serious, but I never was.
What's that? What's that? What's that? Let's make it more. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. What's that say? Hey, I'm not. I'm on, folks. There's gonna come up. What I'm gonna listen. Ooh, I almost said. I'm not gonna say too much right now. I'm not gonna say too much right now. I'm not gonna say too much right now.
Okay, my bad, my bad.
This is
Yeah,
early.
we
This is early. This is
yeah.
a hey. For you guys who see, this is a teaser. The teaser. This is. I'm not even stroking. I'm just blowing the pussy. Just like that. Just like that. I'm not gonna tell you nothing. I'm not gonna tell you nothing.
Well, I'm in.
OnlyFans, people. OnlyFans.
I'm fully engaged, bro. So like, whatever you're doing, I'm doing. I don't know about OnlyFans. That's a fucking
Hey, you already know. Long stroking you. You already know. You already know. Hey,
don't long stroke me, please.
you already know. I'm a long stroke you. I I got plans, and the summer's only getting hot. Only getting hot, people. It's only getting hotter, people.
I'm down. Shit, I like it. I like the.
What's good? What's up, Woodbrick? You in with the OnlyFans promotion?
Yeah, you doing this with us, or bro?
No,
I'm not doing no OnlyFans.
you missing out, man. You missing out. I've got some OnlyFans coming. I'm just saying.
Well,
I'm going other places, but not there.
where are you going, Bray?
I'll be on Twitch with you. By the way, I was trying to chat over there, give
Oh,
you a little
where?
chats, Twitch,
On
but I
Twitch?
couldn't. Yeah,
What
I
do you mean you could?
subscribed. But
Okay. I don't. Sorry. I don't have my Twitch up tonight. Let me just go over real quick because I know I am live, but I don't have my Twitch up. Let me boom. Let me see. I'm in. I hate the layout. It's really annoying.
yeah,
Um,
over there.
yeah, it's so different from what it like. It's so different from every other platform that I go to. It's really annoying.
I know. Twitch
I don't
is.
know why it's like that. So let me go to my dashboard. Maybe it'll show me.
Uh, there's a few settings. I was looking it up of why it might be a possibility. obviously you have subscribers only on, but then it
Yeah,
said
yeah, yeah.
something. It said something about verified accounts.
Verified? No, I
Yeah,
shouldn't. Well, I should be. I know I'm building
there
up.
might be
So
a check box
mm,
that you have to uncheck. That's what
maybe. I'll
I
have to
wonder
go
if
through it.
that's.
I may have to go through a dive. To
Yep.
be honest with you, as much as I am on Twitch, it's not my primary focus. It will turn into our focus, but
Yeah.
because Twitch is so, I'm just gonna say this personally. Um, this will be my only game to some of y'all today. Twitch is so oversaturated for me personally. I don't know if anyone else who's a content creator might want to jump on Twitch. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but for
Right.
me, even though I've got hours into it and I got a few followers and everything, and I've still got a lot of threshold to meet. Um, it's very difficult because there used to be I might have to watch that later. Anyway, there used to be a app for it, a desktop app, and they killed the desktop app. So if
Oh.
you, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So now you have to get on the online on the browser. There used
Okay.
to be a desktop app, and it was so much easier to go through.
Right.
So if you're
Right.
not using your phone, you you have to use the desktop browser. You can't just use the desktop app anymore. The app was easier.
Wait, on
The
the
desktop
phone?
app, no, the desktop app.
On the desktop. Yeah. Yeah.
They used to be
Yeah.
like OBS. They used to be a Twitch desktop, and now they took it away.
Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah.
I'm
And it's
signing
been
up
it's
for
been hard. It's been really difficult ever since.
Kick right now. Tell me how Blizzy Blind is already taken.
You
Who
got
else
it.
calling himself that?
Yeah, yeah. You're gonna have to figure out something else.
Yep.
I can't tell you anything, especially like I'm not one to drop shit online. I'd be saying too much as it is. To be honest
Yeah,
with you.
yeah, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. We keep on giving up game
And keep in
when
mind, I'm telling you so much as it is, and here's the truth of the matter. I'm no one special. I'm telling you from people who I reach to and I talk to and everything. So I don't want to drop shit until I really get shit going, or I can tell you for sure that this is the way that you should go. Like I'm not gonna do that.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, it's funny because like you're figuring out your game, and then if you ask somebody something, they won't. I mean, they don't always give you the best of advice.
Well,
And
I've been speaking to people who are doing really really well.
hmm
Um, I just don't want to say like even if they give me really good advice until I have been able to produce those results. I don't really want to give out information and someone said you told me this and it didn't work again because not everybody who I also talk to does what I do.
exactly, exactly. Yep.
So it might work for you versus the person who I'm speaking to. They do something totally different. Because when I talk to them, it's in reference to what they do, but also as to we have a conversation about what I do and how it can work for me. And then when I have a conversation with you, it's not the same conversation.
Exactly.
So
Exactly. Yeah. What works for me might not work for you.
correct.
oh, it was me with the name. It wasn't somebody else.
You got this guy
You
here.
already had an account.
Yeah,
This guy here.
I went with my old Gmail. So I'm when you're done streaming, I'm about to kick off my kick career. So if you want to
Hey.
come say hi,
Blind's gonna blow up over there now.
we'll see.
We'll talk. We can talk about that. We can talk about a little bit of stuff afterwards. I
Have
don't know
you
how much. I don't know how much I'm gonna tell you, but I will give you a little. Whoa, somebody. Oh, never mind. I'm looking at Discord. Sorry. I gotta save this. God damn you, locksmith. I gotta. Anyway, yeah, that's something totally different.
if you could just help me with OBS and all that, bro, I would be
We
eternally in your debt.
honestly, we can get into all that stuff. No chaser. What you do? What you just took away? You know, Brick can see it anyway, right? Now the chat probably won't see it, but Brick can see it.
Yeah, I can see it all. I can see
Yeah,
it all.
he can see it all. But like StreamYard is not that protective compared to YouTube. The
Yeah.
Brick can see it. That's funny. He said full Brick, like Shia killing him. killing him. Damn. Just ratted on him. Damn. Crazy mama just ratted on him. That's crazy. She ratted on you. He said it anyway, but damn, she ratted on you. Absolutely.
Yeah, I've been surviving without it, Wills. I'm just trying to come up, trying to learn.
Yeah, like I said, I agree to talk about that because the truth of the matter is that here's the truth of the matter. No, I don't want to talk about that. God damn, there's so much shit.
I
Yeah,
know
I know. All right,
Talking
right,
about.
right. There's little pieces to the
we need to,
puzzle
Yeah, like
that
I can't.
we
Fuck.
need to
no,
do this
no.
privately.
I'm
This way.
learning.
People
Like
people
I'm
want to steal
learning, and
that
because
shit,
I'm
and you're
learning,
doing just
I
fine.
can't do it. Yeah, I can't. Fuck.
No.
Well, once we have this conversation privately, we'll know, like, we'll be able to talk.
Cause like a part of me, like now that I've been learning from other things and other places, cause like I've been doing this for the better part of a month now, learning about particular things, and I know there are people even in my space that turn around and go, "Oh, wrestler's doing this, wrestler's doing that, wrestler's complaining, wrestler's bitching, wrestler's." There's a reason for it.
Mm.
I'm not bitching for the hell of bitching. There's a
Well,
reason
well, you
for it.
know, so for me, like, I didn't find my niche. My niche found me, right? Um,
Mm,
but when it found me,
you're lucky.
I started studying the production. Like, so I said, okay, that's my niche. If that's the thing, well, then I need to know how to produce that. And so I
And
started studying first,
80,
then I produced. I didn't just go to producing and then throwing stuff out there. I studied it. I said, okay,
Yeah.
what do I need to do this? What do I need to do this? And then yada, yada, yada down the line. And then eventually I said, okay, I feel like I can produce something,
what did
you
you
know?
produce? Don't be
Well,
hating crazy.
in reference to the content.
Oh,
Um, I was like you definitely in the beginning. And what I used to annoy myself because, like I said, when I first started out, not necessarily content, but getting ready for
right.
content, was because it happened. I was talking to a therapist at the time, and I wasn't doing no content at all. And then she's like, "I don't like what am I gonna do with you?" And I remember I sat down. She was like, "How's everything?" I was like, "I guess shit is whatever." She was like, "Cool." And then she pulled out her little book. Cause why I got a little book. What the fuck is my book? Oh shit! I missed my book. Oh, here it is.
It's on the shelf over there behind you.
No. It's not. This is it.
Oh,
There's another one that's over there, but I knew it wasn't it. It's this one. And then she was like, yeah, she pulled out like a book. Like, 'cause when I left, this is the book that she gave me.
what is that? Robin Hood,
It's a. She knows I like parchment.
Huckleberry Finn,
No, she knows I like parchment. She knows I like to write on parchment. So
Tom
what she
Sawyer.
did was she bought me a book with has parchment paper. She
That's
knows I
tight.
like. With what?
That's tight.
Yeah, she bought. So she got me a book. It's very rather cheap, but um, I like leather books. Because when I first showed up, I showed up with this book to her, and it's just like written shit in it, whatever. I got a whole bunch of shit written in it.
Oh, I got a few of those. They're like diaries.
Yeah. Well, I have organized in diaries, and then I got my other one, which I never really got into, so it's really blank. And
Hell
then
yeah.
I had another organizer that I was getting into, and then what happened was, eventually I came to her with this one, and this has a lot of stuff in it. Totally
Tight.
leather, parchment. So when I did my last session with her, she gave me that small book because she said you need something that you can travel with you that's really light that you can take out of nowhere. And I just said, okay, cool. And I keep in mind I have a whole other organizer. I paid like probably like $40 for this organizer. I haven't written in it yet. Well, that's not true. I have written it, but I just haven't been kept up to it. Stop writing. And
Do
I got
you
another
have
one.
like
and I got another organizer that I have not written in at all. So I like writing organizers. I like the feel of writing an organizer.
Bro, I have the same amount, but different topics for each one. Like I probably have the same like 5 or 10 leather bound like notebooks like that, but one will be. I even have one for YouTube.
So what? so Flo just asked, what is XP? I mean, for those who are gamers, XP is experience points.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, let me if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
I'd like to go ahead and address Flo, considering that he likes to say
Oh
some
shit!
really stupid shit. So
Here
I
we
just
go.
created a channel just this week. Created a channel. I have 21 subs, one video. Um, I'm creating for 3 channels right now, but I have no production value. I don't know what I'm doing.
Those things aren't even related though. You can. I don't have any production value, and I have a shitload of content and watch time and all that too. So those two things aren't mutually exclusive.
Yeah, I mean,
They're
I
not.
I, sus- I suspect that channel will probably be at the threshold for monetization within a couple months.
So the thing about even what he says, again, don't quote me on it, but having a channel that doesn't have any real production doesn't mean that he can't take what's already been produced and put it through productionary process that can become something, versus someone who has a channel with nothing produced at all. It's just, something that can be through an eye or someone else that can be produced into something of semi quality or full quality is better than someone who says, I have a channel that I have not produced anything because I'm worried about quality.
Yeah, that's kind of a bit harsh.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's all about what have I done, not what can I do. Because yeah, you can do a bunch of things.
That's not what he said. That's not what he
Yeah,
said. That is not what he said.
he doesn't get it.
but I think if you take away the inflammatory part of that, like I think y'all are talking about the same thing, but I don't think you're applying it to yourself, bro. Because you talked about what you want to do with your channel, not necessarily what you have done. You know,
What is that true? Did you say what you want to do with your channel?
No,
Oh,
no,
or you
okay.
said what you're going to do, or
no.
whatever. You said by such and such time you'll be monetized. Yeah,
I said I suspect within a couple of months I should
Right.
be at
that is what
monetization.
you're gonna do.
Well, it doesn't matter to me whether it gets there or not. To be honest with you, I really don't care. Like my goals are something else. This is kind of a secondary or tertiary purpose. This is just media, right?
Oh, I'm echoing. How do I stop it?
How do you know if you haven't seen it? That's an IRL stream. You're not ready for that. You're not ready for that piece. That's very disturbing. You're not ready for that. Whoa, damn. What the fuck? Damn. Why, sir? Why even bother? Why mention that?
Why bother?
He just got in here. Damn. Oh, but Resla echoing. Wait, what? Is everybody record? Hold up. Oh
Am I
shit, you're
slow?
right. You're right. You're right. Oh, that was my fault. Thank you for letting me know. Way late. But thank you.
Oh,
Damn.
but I don't have any production value either, so don't feel bad, Bert, if you don't. Like I have zero, less than zero production value. So,
No,
but
I do.
in substance.
No, I'm very good at
Well,
editing.
I appreciate your flow for the 99-cent sticker. I appreciate you. Let that settle in. Okay. I'm gonna have to think about it.
It's
Wait,
about time. No,
that time I look like, wait, what?
look,
What?
no. Salute to Snow. Salute to Flow State.
That was crazy. He said, move up. Move up where?
Like the Jeffersons.
Move
Moving
up.
up. Moving on up. I live on the east side.
Let that settle in. Let me see what else Flo put in. He said, "What have you done?" And he says, "So Brick is done. Yeah, that's all I have. So Brick hasn't gotten shit done yet. What has he done? He dropped the sticker. Let that settle in and move up. You know what? Like I said, I got time tonight. I have no particular statement for this one. I could have swore I had it pinned to the top, but if not, I'm dropping it in there. So if you have something you have to say, go ahead. I'm trying to see where this is gonna go, where it's not. He said, "This thing is rigged." I'm not sure what is rigged.
What is that?
I'm not sure what you're saying is rigged. Peace. Moving on up.
How
Sore
much?
loser. Wait, what? Is it something I'm not seeing? 'Cause I'm looking at my new metrics, and it's not, well, not new metric, but new bot. I don't think it's doing anything special. I'm looking at my new bot. It's not doing anything special.
I don't know. Oh, your OnlyFans is gonna be free?
To start off, it won't be always be.
You're tripping.
No. I haven't done anything yet. Right now, this is the first time I ever mentioned outside of my last stream. This is the first time I mentioned that I have an OF. I didn't
Oh,
say it was gonna be free.
okay. Well, I'm gonna get on there, but shit, I'm charging out the gate. Shit, but
Oh, don't think I'm not gonna. I'm no hoe. I'm not gonna be cheap.
all right, all right.
If y'all gonna be in my life, like,
Res,
yeah,
Res,
it's gonna cost
are
you.
you over there running a community center?
No, sir. I am. This is not the Y over here. There is no Y over here.
I'm gonna get in there and play some
I
basketball.
don't run no soup kitchens. I don't run none of that shit over here. There is no soup kitchens. There is no Y. There's
It's
no
it's the old folks center then, huh?
not even that. Unless the old folks mean you scamming people for the AARP, scamming people for their retirement money. Outside of that, the answer is no.
Hey, bro. On other panels, it's so easy, dog. It's so like I could get like hundreds of people in the live chat on other platforms.
Hey, wait. Are you competing on XP or are you just obtaining XP? That's your question.
I think he's saying him and Crazy are competing.
Oh yeah, they probably are. They're if you're talking enough. Oh, what's good, Sasquatch, being here? No, but no, it's free to start it. It won't be free to continue it.
Watch me take my meds.
No, you know why it's free? Because ain't shit on it. The moment something is on it, y'all listen. Yeah, it is the thing.
What, naked content or what?
I'm not gonna say. You
Alright.
might get what it's like to see Resla getting his day started. You might see what it's like for Resla to be out in the street in these streets.
Oh,
You might see what it's like for Resla to just do what he does. That's most of them say. You're probably not gonna catch Resla at his job because I would have to get other people to agree to that. And I don't know if my bosses will agree to that. If not, if so, I would have already done it.
Oh,
And because I've already read a lot of the policies, I don't think they're gonna agree to it.
Crazy says she's down. Or I'm just making assumptions. He says you didn't upload all the pics from the other night.
Because those pics between you and I. Why are you talking about it?
Hey, well, dude, one of the people that
Why are you talking about it? Damn, you really want those pics out there?
You
What,
want
what
some
you
out?
doing?
one
What
of
are
the
you talking about?
Roast does that, bro. Like he puts out content from exes and stuff, dude. Like one of the guys, the dude Danny, my nemesis, he does that, but I think it's illegal.
You said the pics illegal?
I think it is to put out people's pics like that. I heard revenge porn is a thing. I think.
Yeah, it can be. You have to get that disclosure.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
that's
private.
my Resident Evil 3 nemesis.
Nemesis.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm honest. I don't have anyone that. I don't have anyone worthy of that title.
well, he gave me the title, and he has 23,000 subs. So I was like,
So he has 23,000.
yeah.
Then you and I definitely need to have a conversation, and you should also be talking to other content creators. And again, since you can talk about Danny, since I don't know who the fuck he is, and that means if you know who he is and he doesn't know about me, and you talk about him, I don't know about him. That means he doesn't know about me. Again, flipping it around, which means that he's not watching the stream, which means that other people that you know who are doing it here, you should be getting as much advice from all other content creators in a particular space that he does not go to, so that you could be able to leverage what he's doing.
Well, dude, that it's not that simple because this fool got too many fucking problems. But that was already in the work.
Here's the thing.
Working on
He has too many. See, the problem is that you don't need to focus on all of his problems. You need to focus on the most prominent, and then only attack one at a time.
I tried that shit. It was too much, bro. I couldn't handle
It's
it.
only too much. It's only too much if you become too invested in all of it.
I promise you, fool. I swear to God, I would pay to see you try and fucking communicate with this fool.
If you pay me, you're gonna find out I'm gonna fuck it up. I'm gonna fuck him up.
Oh, dude, you will become exhausted.
You see this one? Leave him alone. He ain't shit. If I walk in, because here's the thing: if I walk in and I'm serious, he's not gonna get by me,
bro. You have.
I'm a wall.
That would be an insane exchange, bro. Danny, you're probably.
And here's the thing about it. All you would have to do. Wait. You know what? Back chat. Back chat. Give me his link. Back chat. Okay. If he managed to see me if he managed to talk to me one day, it will not go.
He follows me everywhere. He's probably watching right now. Danny, if you are, hit that link, fool. He was on my stream last night.
No. Danny, if you're watching, don't hit the link. Watch my content. I'll watch your content. If Blind's gonna give me your content, I don't have a lot of time because I work for a living, but I will try my best to watch some of your content. And if you and I want to have a conversation that's short, that's cool, no problem. But what I'm going to tell you right now is that if we have a conversation, I would not like the conversation to be based around Blind, because even I don't know what the motherfucker's thinking.
Amen.
So that means if you have a particular comment or something you want to talk about, cool. But if your entire content is just based on other people, then you're really gonna fall. I'm not gonna lie, you're automatically gonna start losing respect for me, because I already say that stupid people talk about other people and not about ideals. Anyway,
hey, I put it in the back, and this is gonna be amazing. If I
hey, pause. Don't ever tell me you putting in.
no Diddy, but he's like you, fool. He's unmovable in his, but he's dumb. Like where you're.
Wait. If you can't say he's unmovable and he's dumb, that's not gonna work with me.
I swear, bro. You never met no.
That either means he has a strong defense or he's pretending to be dense. What's good, Ruthless?
You will have to see. What's up, Ruthless? Salute.
Now, Ruthless is gonna come in and he's gonna bring up women and he's gonna say, "Fuck you, Brick," and "Fuck you, Resla."
Damn, you know his whole game. Shit.
Yeah, he's a
It's my job to read people.
That's true.
Fuck everybody today.
Yeah,
Damn.
he's on it. Kendrick Lamar. It
He's
used to be
for
fuck
everybody.
them niggas, but now it's plural.
Like, I ain't gonna make
everybody.
That's
Tell
unfair.
my
That's unfair.
body.
You just click on YouTube.
Think first.
So fuck it. Fuck
Think
everybody.
God's got me.
Fuck
There
it.
you
Like,
go. He on his
but-
Kendrick now.
you know, I'm interested in listening to Resla, right? Resla act like he's just psychomaniac. That he can just go around and bust niggas down mentally and shit. I don't know what the fuck they got into this
Sir,
right?
sir.
But
if
I would say this.
2025. If you're not bossing up, you fucking up.
Right. But I'm just saying is you like you trip me out, right? And your vocals suck, just for the record, right? You hear him singing in his monologue.
That's cool.
I work hard for the money. What's the song you singing? I work hard.
To get wet when I sung, sir.
Wait a minute. Was it I work hard for the money? Is that the song you're singing?
Were you looking for your jaws to get work when I was wet when I was singing, sir?
Yes, you. I was like, don't quit your day job, sir.
He's sus. He's sus. You heard it, people. Hey, where my mods? Clip that. He's sus. He said he was looking for me. He was looking to get wet off what I was singing. He's crazy.
But I challenge you, Resla. I challenge you.
You challenge me to what?
Self-reflection.
Introspection? You mean I do it all the time?
So I believe, do you believe, I would say I believe because it doesn't really matter what I fucking believe. But do you believe,
you believe. Okay.
that are you beyond correction?
No.
Let the audience know why you're not beyond correction.
Wait, I love how he got caught for a moment. You're like, oh shit. He shit. I'm not beyond. Here's the reason. I would tell you why I'm not beyond correction, because I say it all the time. I say it all the time because I was raised by a very good HR professional, and I follow his guidance when he says
Who?
HR, human resource.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I follow a great HR profession when he turns around and says, "You don't know what you don't know," and I hold that to heart.
You don't know what you don't know.
You don't know what you don't know.
So you're saying you can be corrected.
What I'm telling you is that you don't know what you don't know, and as far as I understand from many interpretations of the word, the wise man understands that he doesn't know everything.
Okay. But that's a different conversation. But I said correction.
Wait, can you explain to me how is it a different conversation?
I said correction, not understanding.
Well, no. A correction and an understanding is that the understanding is that you understand that you don't know everything. That means that you cannot be correct, that you won't be corrected, that you will be willing to give into things that you're being corrected on because you already understand that you're open-minded so that you don't know everything.
Or you can be.
Can you answer that part that I just gave you, sir?
Yeah, but or you can be complacent.
And you can. Is that a yes or a nah? What I just said to you, sir?
Or you can be like Brick, who think you're a self-righteous prick.
No. We're not asking for comparisons. I would like you to address what I just said to you.
That is a different conversation, sir.
No, it's not. Because
Yes,
here's why it's not a different conversation, because it was your question to me and I answered it. Can you acknowledge what the answer that I gave you?
He's exhibiting the very essence of not willing to be corrected.
No,
Thank
I asked him this.
you.
I knew Brick. Hey, Brick, I knew you was going to come with your answer. I know that.
Thank
Fuck
you.
Brick, man. But anyway, right?
Thank you.
All I'm saying is,
Pleasure.
You know who we call it?
Here's where you lose.
At the end of the day, you know what we call that? Ruthless? It's called being humble.
Here's where you lose. Here's where you lose, though. Here's where you lose.
It's called being humble.
Here's where you lose.
No, it's called being humble. Which means I am more self-aware than you trying to be deceptive.
I don't know because you're not letting me finish, so you really don't know where I'm coming out.
Oh, yeah,
I got some bullets for you. Because correction can be disciplinary, not just psychological. Correct?
Wait, and I agree. Did I say I was not open to disciplinary or even imparting information?
Well,
I said it was against that.
You didn't imply.
No. That was a question. That was a question. I think I asked You ask and I answer, and I ask and you don't answer. Did I say I was against gaining new understanding and disciplinary actions?
You said the understanding, but you didn't say the disciplinary action.
No. Sorry. When you said, am I able to basically understand whatever? And I said, yeah, I'm also willing to understand that I don't know everything, which means that I'm willing to impart other actions that come into it. And then you say, well, can you take part in disciplinary actions? That means yes.
That's a super generic answer, though, to say I'm willing to impart other. Like, what are you even talking about?
Well, he said in part. But here's the thing. He said in part, but I said I'm willing to receive.
No, I just repeated what you just said.
No. I'm willing to receive. I'm not willing to give. I'm willing to receive information because I don't know everything.
But that's not
Because I'm open to the possibility that I could be wrong.
Well, what is the in any given in a random scenario? What is the likelihood that you would be wrong?
If I'm open to the interpretation, I would be wrong. Then the likelihood is always open.
No, but I'm just saying on an average basis for Resla.
What is the conversation? Is it about math? Is it about syllables?
A philosophical conversation.
If it's philosophical, then nothing is written in stone.
Well, that's all we have is philosophical conversations. So
we don't always have philosophical conversations. Maybe you do.
What other kind of conversations do we have?
Facts.
Well, that would be a better question.
Go ahead.
So there are plenty of people who turn around and say that their minds being so abstract that they're saying you like this one over here that women are gonna do. Do all women do that? And he would turn around and say, well, most. Well, what's the most? Can you give me some abstract figure for it? Well, no, it's probably the internet. Well, who in the internet? How many in the internet? Are they expert? Where did they get their information from? Well, we already know from what. So how far are we going to go before we just say that most of the information that a lot of people pick up is secondhand nature?
But you disregarded my question.
Get him, Blind. Get him.
Tell me how I disregard. Wait. I'm open to the idea that I'm wrong. How did I disregard your question?
Because I asked what other type of conversations we're having besides philosophical.
Did I not say part of the philosophical conversation that Ruthless has to bring up is the whole dynamics between men and women?
You're avoiding my question still.
Wait. Ruthless? Well, Ruthless is biased. Rick, did I avoid his question?
No, not entirely. No. I mean, because the question is a very open-ended question.
See, it's not helpful. It's not helpful to pander to somebody boxing.
Oh, here we go.
I'm analyzing your question.
I directly said because I said all we have.
Wait. Here's my thing. If you're going to be genuine, then you can't say that you're going to attack anyone that you feel is against your narrative.
I'm asking a question.
No. You didn't ask a question. You accused him of being a panderer. That's not an act. That's not a question. That's an accusation.
That's super ad hom.
That's an accusation. That's not a question. That's an accusation.
Yes, but the conversation.
Who was the question that I asked? Who did? Wait, when I asked for clarification, Brick. I'm sorry, I'm blind. I asked for clarification, and when I asked Brick, you accused him.
Just look at all the smoke you're willing to produce to get away from the question. Because I said.
What was all the smoke? Wait.
Okay.
No, I don't want anyone to answer. Brick, I'm sorry. Brick and blind. Got that? You know what? Here's what I need to do. Hold up. Here we go. Blind. Could you tell me what is? And I need you to be very specific of all of the smoke that I provided.
Is that what you want me to explain? You want to clarify my question?
No, your words were all the smoke.
I mean, I can just sit here and waste time describing what smoke,
Hey! You know what I said today? I got time.
Okay, well then let me do both. The smoke was you asking Brick what he thought, and then adding this extra component. But my original question was because I said the conversations we have on these panels are all philosophical conversations.
But I'm asking you, what was all the smoke?
I already said that the stuff that just happened right now. But
what was it? What was that? I'm unaware.
You say you don't answer it.
No. I'm telling you, I'm unaware. I would like you to elaborate. I would like you to clarify what was the smoke that I gave.
The everything except for answering my question. Everything.
What's everything? What is everything? Can you clarify what I said?
Every single statement that's been made outside.
What was the statements I made? You were listening, right? So you already know what I was saying.
I don't have to do your homework for you. Everything that's
it's not my homework. You're accusing me of blowing smoke. What was the smoke that I gave?
Look at how far away we are from answering the question.
No, we're not, because part of it was the fact that you already accused Brick of basically sidelining on something he knew was no part of it.
They're deflecting.
So no, again, before Brick gave his answer, and automatically blind accused him. I said I wasn't gonna ask Ruthless because Ruthless is already deflected from the back. We already know this. So when I asked you, because you're the one who made the accusation. So when you made the accusation, I'm asking you to clarify your point, because you said that I produced smoke. So when I ask of you, what exactly did I say that produced smoke? You said everything. Well, what was everything? Because I said a bunch.
You know what everything means?
What is that?
Everything.
You have the center. So the fact that I breathed, that I shit, that I took a fart in between of talking. What did I say?
I don't know if you breathed and shit and all that other stuff since we started.
So that means no matter what I say, it's all smoke.
No, when you're driving us away from the original topic, it is, because I
love it. So what was the original topic?
When I said what part of these conversations, or what other kind of conversations do we have?
What was the original topic?
Was when the original question was when I said that these conversations are all philosophical. You said that we have other kinds of conversations, and I said, well, what other conversations?
Did I tell you what other conversations do we have?
You still
really? Wait, blind. Did I say what other conversations do we have?
I just said it. No, you still.
Okay, cool. Now, Brick, did I say what other conversations do we have?
I don't remember you saying.
Just say no, bro.
Wait. So when Ruthless was sitting it,
but you were leading to an answer, because I feel like you were, and this is my feeling about it, that you were leading to it because you were asking Ruthless some pointed questions about other types of conversations that we might have, because when Blind asked the question, Ruthless chimed in with an answer.
Correct. Now, if you don't remember, that's cool. That's cool, Blind.
I remember. Y'all don't remember. I still am asking the question.
Wait. Is the purpose for you to bring what happened on your channel over to my channel now?
How is that happening, bro? We're having a conversation.
The fact that you just want to have an argument that goes nowhere. Because I like resolutions, not to just be in the circle jerk.
I wouldn't look that way, because I'm asking a simple ass question, and look, you got me on the.
What was the question you asked?
Jesus Christ, you seriously don't know the question that I asked you already?
No, I'm asking again, because I pay attention to the entire chat.
You keep on asking to remind you.
Hey, chat. What was the question that Blind asked?
No, you should know. I've asked you.
Question. Because you said you do. I know that you're losing everybody. So question, chat. What was the question that Blind asked? I'll wait.
Why you got him on the big screen?
I know.
No, because he wants the spotlight. So
no, I don't mind the spotlight. I mean, I'm happy.
No, I know you don't. That's why I gave it to you. What was the question that Blind asked, chat? This is what people want. So so I'm gonna give it to them, and I'm gonna act. But come on, what was the question that the Blind asked, folks?
What? I don't understand what
we're literally going back. We just literally left his channel to do exactly what the fuck was happening before we went to my channel.
This is all pointless, bro.
Look. Not you got can't remember big words. Never chat for too long. Usually, I don't like when my chat is lost. Look, can't remember because people are just fucking shifting everywhere. Like, this is not helpful to the chat.
I have another question.
Of course you do, but that's not where we're at right now. Because Blind was the one that wanted to make a point or something.
No, I just asked the question. You're the one making the point.
Funny because no one else can remember your question.
So
because all you've done is accuse since you started talking.
What? So you're saying I didn't even ask a question now? That all
you accuse me of doing something, and then you also accuse Brick.
This is the most dishonest shit I've ever been a part of, bro.
Wow, that's dishonest?
Yeah. Outright dishonest.
Outright. It's outright. Hey, no, Rufus, because you're gonna dick hole. Is it outright? What he did was what he said is it outright? That's it?
Dishonest? I don't know, but is this
outright?
I feel like you're trying to corner him.
Did I? Oh,
corner
him, wait. How did I try to corner him?
Well, you put him on the big screen and said,
How did I try to corner him?
Because he asked you a question and he said you didn't answer. Then you got to Brick, and Brick kind of
did I not answer
around it a little bit, and he felt Brick was pandering. And
did I not answer?
Then you defended Brick, right? You felt
did I not answer him? Wait. Ruthless. Did I not answer him?
You answered, but I don't know if you answered in the most fulfilling way.
What is a fulfilling way? If
that would be he asked you what type of conversation do we have on this besides philosophical.
If I'm not asking in a fulfilling way, wait, Ruthless, because you've been in a conversation with me. If he's not asking in a fulfilling way, what should he be asking for?
More context.
Hey, you mean clarification?
Yes.
Oh, clarification. Okay, cool. We're not gonna get into it because we had a whole big conversation in his stream about it, but we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that, Blind. So,
I want to ask.
So, Ruthless, did he make an accusation when I asked for if anyone else heard it? Mainly going to I didn't want you to be so biased towards because I was talking about you when I asked for Brick for his particular thing. Was there an accusation lobbed or not?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
Yes, he said Brick was pandering.
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
Oh, pandering.
I'm gonna be quiet.
Or
So there were 3 people who heard. I'm gonna be quiet.
So shall we start over again so we could get a formula here?
I think the only way to start over is somebody else do it, because if I talk, it's not gonna be the same.
So Brick, what other conversations do we have besides philosophical conversations?
Other than philosophical conversations, sometimes there'll be a conversation about how to get the best out of YouTube or social media platforms. We were doing that earlier.
Specifically or philosophically?
Huh?
Like specifically or philosophically?
Thank you. Wait. Well, thank you, No Chaser. But I answered it.
If you say so.
And I said, I could be wrong because I would be open to the possibility of being wrong. So that means whatever answer that came to me that made most salient point, I could agree with.
Yeah,
we don't remember none of that, right? Okay, gotcha.
And so, like here on Resla's panel, like a lot of them you could attribute to being philosophical. The show is actually opinionated, so it's not really philosophical. It's an opinion piece.
Not a gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. And so, but there's other places, other platforms, other channels where the conversation does also not revolve around philosophical ideas or opinions at all.
Do you
Sometimes,
understand what what the difference is between a philosophical versus a actionable versus like? Do you understand what these concepts mean?
sure.
Like, do you realize
He's
a
gonna
lot of this?
he's gonna say that you don't. That's why he's gonna ask you to define it for him.
No, don't make assumptions on
Yeah,
my name, Resla.
You just did it with me, and even when I did it, you wouldn't accept it. So go ahead, ask Brick, and then tell him to define it for you.
Well, then,
I don't mind a little bit of ad hoc.
Can you
Just a
define it
little.
for us? Can you define it for us?
Sure. Let me look it up for you.
So,
Because I don't see.
The fact that you have to look it up means that you don't know, not the fact that you can't look it up in real time in order to get educated.
That's exactly what it. Just because you're saying the opposite while you're doing the opposite, don't mean you're not still saying the opposite.
So he's not allowed to look. So he's not again. So
no, he's allowed to. He's allowed to. But if he has,
he's allowed to. He's allowed to.
You just said he's not allowed to, so I answered it with.
Did I say he wasn't allowed to?
You just said he's not allowed to.
I said no. I said no. Now it's gonna be against you because you're looking it up.
No, you said now he's not allowed to.
Yeah, the only reason I want to look it up and just read it out right is
because
because
get it verbatim. Because other people say that what they understand is way different from what you're about to read, right or wrong.
Yeah, I don't want any confusion. I don't want any confusion.
Turn around and say that you want to read from it. Say, see, because you don't understand what the fuck it is prior to you having to look it up now.
Look,
yeah.
that's
too fucking easy.
This is what people like Ruthless came up.
These tactics are way too simple. They're way too simple. And we need to do better. These debate bro tactics are just way too simple, and we need to do better.
Debate bro. I'm not even I don't even debate. But y'all just can't admit y'all don't know something. Just because you don't debate, you know it.
You don't debate.
If someone says, "Hey,"
you don't debate.
No. Since when have I debated? I don't debate.
How's it going, blind?
What's up, 10th man? Salute. But if someone
guess why I came up here blind? I haven't even typed a word in chat. I've been watching for a while.
He been lurking. What's up, 10th?
Yeah.
If there's anyone that just simply watched what was happening in the last 15 minutes between me and Blind, and even watched the end of his last stream, he doesn't debate. If anyone's ever watched him and Toxic Angel, he doesn't debate.
I never debated that far. I roasted him. But how is that even relevant to what we're saying? I said, do you know?
Wait. What did I say? What your words? What your words? What?
Y'all's words don't mean nothing because I said, do y'all know this? And you're like, yeah, I know it. And then you're like, let me Google it. Just because I Googled it don't mean I didn't know it. Yes, that's exactly what that means, bro.
Wait, hold on. Blind. Let me correct.
Is that what he said? Is that what he said?
I said it, not y'all. I said it. Because I don't feel like doing this back and forth thing about you don't know what you're talking about. Now I can tell you what it is. But
and if you had been in a formal debate, you would know this is not the way it's conducted.
I don't like that idea.
It is not the way
I'm gonna get you with a gotcha about you don't know what you're talking about.
Debates don't behave this way.
It's not helpful.
Yeah, but
because why? Well, and again, I just finished having a conversation. If it's all about the W, if it's all about saying that I think that I know more than you, you already lost in the idea of saying that you want a conversation. Because if you're not wanting a conversation, that means you want what? A debate. Jesus, it's not that difficult, ladies and gentlemen.
Proves Ruthless is when Ruthless first came up and said, "Are you capable of admitting when you're wrong, bro?"
And what did I say? What did I say?
It don't matter It don't matter.
Tell me where I was wrong.
It ain't about proving you right or wrong, for it's about the fact that you don't.
Wait, if I'm not wrong, how can I admit wrong? Wait, stop. If I'm not wrong, how can I admit I'm wrong?
Resla, let's hear his reason why you're wrong. I want to hear this.
I would like to know why, how, where, when, and how I was wrong.
So
No.
I see we having a conversation about the conversation, right? So where it comes down to, Resla, in essence, you may have answered the question that you saw was fit, correct? So we can roll with that, but not to satisfy of the guy asking the question. So the one asking the question has to be satisfied with the answer that is applicable to something reasonable. Now, I'm not saying you didn't answer it on your terms, but maybe he was looking for something a little more concise. I don't know.
I love it. I love it, Ruthless. I love it, Ruthless. Love it. What if what if as many times that I try to expound upon it, they are still never satisfied? Does that wait, I'm still what if as so many times that I expound upon it, they are never satisfied? Does that make me wrong?
No.
If other people understood it, besides the person who needs so many reinterpretations of the actual concept, does that make me wrong?
No.
You should,
Okay.
Can I make my point now? Let me know if I get a chance to make a straightforward point without all the wacky shit.
Go ahead, and I'll interrupt you.
Okay. Now, my whole point was that if I ask somebody, hey, do you know what this concept means? And you say yes. And I say, okay, what does it mean? And you have to run to Google to ask Google before you answer me. There, no matter how many times you circle.
Oh my God, dude, are you fucking serious? All right, please let me have this for 1 second, dude. The person's source of information should not matter in a discussion or debate. The fact that you're even pointing that out right now is the reason why Resla is getting angry. No, sir.
Because you don't know what the word no means. Because
Excuse
the word
me,
no means without a source, you fucking idiot.
Sir, do you think that you're as smart as me or even close?
Bro, I don't fucking care how smart you think you are, bro.
No, but I'm just at just 1 second. 1 second.
You're a fucking
when a person who has an IQ above 120 listens to a person talk like you, it makes me violently angry.
Insults are not good.
No. You can't. This is not an insult. This is an observation. You can't sit there and pick apart. No, sir. Sir, you've had enough time to talk.
Bro.
You've had enough time to talk. You can't, sir. You can't sit there. Yeah, you're scared. You're scared of the words I'm going to say, aren't you?
I'm terrified.
Because it's gonna break your programming, isn't it?
Tiff, man, let's say it's a
terrified.
Let's say it's a presidential debate, and somebody asks the president, say, "Well, so what do you think about?"
Terrified. So this is, sir. I'm not talking to you. Just calm down, Resla.
Right? And the president say,
"You've had a lot of time to talk to."
Right? That would look very bad. So I'm just saying, in the sport of debate, there's integrity.
Yeah, that's not. I didn't come here to debate. We already covered that.
Tiff, man,
put down your drink for a second and hold my beer.
Let's have integrity, right? Understandably, we can go to Google all day, but if
blah blah, I don't care what your opinion is. Be quiet for a minute. I'm trying to explain reality to you.
On a subject has nothing to do with you. This is between him and Brick.
How does it have nothing? No. See, you're not going to distract me into what it has to do with me. Good try, imbecile. Shut up for a minute. You can't sit here and tell people that they don't know what they just looked up because they had to look it up, just because they don't want to sit here and deal with your nonsense if they misspeak one word as to the definition that you probably are already looking at. I've seen this shit 1,000 times, dude. I've been doing this for over 6 years. I've played with people way smarter than you. I just had a loss of a lady who was so much smarter than any of us from Australia 2 weeks ago, and you're an embarrassment. You are an embarrassment. If you want to have a conversation about the facts, not how he found the information.
Stupid fuck, dog. I hate dumb fucks like you, bro, because you always...
How are you so dumb?
Because you think you're so smart, but you're like, I don't want to be wrong about what the definition of a...
What has anything to do with... No. We've seen people like you before, dude. We all have one in our family.
bro, you don't know anything about me, dog. You know what it is, bro? It's stupid.
I know your personality type.
You
Resla
gotta let him speak, man.
is a professional person who deals with thousands and thousands of people.
You won't have a conversation. Jeff.
Moron, dog. You're a fucking idiot, bro.
People like you are very common, sir. You're very common.
Your insults are very demeaning.
Yeah, like what are you trying to
You see them as insults because you identify with it. I wouldn't see it as an insult because I don't.
You got to
Get it? See, this is how the real human mind works when you're not programmed to be an automaton repeating nonsense.
Oh, you done. And then
People who have self-worth, they don't sit around and say, oh, you had to Google stuff. Who cares?
Insults don't lead us nowhere.
Oh, go wash your pussy, sir. I don't give a fuck what you say.
These are the type of things,
bitch. Do you know who the fuck I am?
Trying to debate conversation. Why the fuck you come up here?
No, I listened to an imbecile ramble, and you just fucking dance around facts. I've been watching for a while, bro. Resla's over it. You see how angry he is? He's angry because you sound stupid and you're boring, and it's like wasting your fucking time.
There's a song called "Get Off My Nuts, Nigga." Who are you? Your bitch to come here. So what are you doing?
I'm asking who you are.
People don't like to waste their time on the nonsense that you're spouting.
With your healthy
people don't like.
Your conversation has no intelligence.
Conversation for what reason?
Do you see how scared you are?
Because you know somebody in your family like me, and you just had to come up.
You've known hundreds of people like you.
And you just had to come up and take a jab at me, right? When we're sitting here.
No, I sat here patiently until you did exactly what Resla said you were going to do.
You contributed nothing to the conversation. All you've done is devolve it. You're a dumb fuck.
You're scared, blind.
What the fuck
am I scared,
bro?
You can't even shut up and listen to my words because you're so scared of them.
I block dumb shit out, bro. You couldn't.
You're scared.
Your boyfriend's fucking pickup truck chasing me on.
You're scared.
Bro. You couldn't scare me. Fucking tank, bro. Fuck out of here.
Scared.
Who are you?
You guys done yet?
Scared.
Pussy.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, the thing is too with conversations, insults, regardless of what type they are, just aren't beneficial to it. And really, ultimately, nobody cares about how you feel about somebody. Okay. Now, defining terms is very important, so I understand that. And personally, I just don't see the point of going down a rabbit hole of undefined terms or arguing about terms. So it's just easier for me to look that up so that we can get a baseline to go with. Yeah, I have my views. You have your views. Regardless of what philosophical conversations we might have, there are other types of conversations that happen here on this panel, across the internet, and ultimately, none of that even really matters to what Ruthless was asking actually about. Ruthless was actually asking about whether somebody might be willing to take correction. Now, that happened to be Resla. Resla answered. Ruthless did not like his answer. That's the baseline.
But the contention came from my question about the. But let me ask you this: since you've taken a look at the definition of, and I have too, like y'all said, I did pull up the definition myself. Can you not agree that that applies to the majority of the conversations that we have here?
Yeah, I could agree with that. That sounds about right for a show called Opinionated that Resla puts on. Typically, it kind of falls more into the philosophical category. I would agree with that. Not always, but I could agree with that.
So that could have been done the first time, right?
I'm sorry.
What do you mean the first time? Because you were answered the first time.
Yeah, that could have been. So whether it's philosophical or not, right? The main thing of a good conversation is to be respectful and to try to keep at least some sort of
Sir,
stoicism.
are you saying when I answered you I was not being respectful?
No,
or should
not
I
you. No, not you. Not you. I'm not speaking to you directly.
okay.
I'm speaking of other guys coming on here then saying like using trigger words or gaslighting. That does not make for at least a
Do
productive.
my words make you have just sad?
Yeah, and I have no problem.
Oh,
Listen,
cry
there's no
about it.
problem with pushing back on if you disagree. Resla, we go back and forth all the time. But there is a code of conduct that's prevalent in these debates, and it makes it a sport and at least some sort of fun. But I know I'm not coming to disrespect nobody, or demeaning nobody, or being condescending. Does not that's something that is just.
Can I ask you something, Ruthless, in regards to that?
Sure.
Would it be more beneficial to say prove somebody is wrong about something, or would it be more beneficial to say come to some type of a solution?
Come to some type of solution.
Okay. And if that is the fair way to handle things, that's the beneficial way to handle things, then that's the type of conversation that is not called a debate.
Right. That would be a conversation. Right. I agree with that.
There you go.
Yeah.
So in reference to me answering any question that you particularly had in my own fashion, being that you didn't even ask for any product clarification, did you feel like I was being disingenuous in answering your question?
No, I don't think you're being disingenuous. I actually thought you were really standing on business. It's just that I was just trying to take it deeper. That's all.
Sure.
Very cool.
You know me, I always try to.
Do you think that was? Do you think that based on how I answered you, it would be the sentiment across the board?
That's subjective. It can be subjective.
There you go.
I will take that.
And just so Ruthless, I actually very much enjoy when you come up here and you ask very good questions. You actually do. You ask very good questions a lot of times. And a lot of, well, sometimes people don't understand where you're going with it. I feel like you're just checking a lot of times. It's really more of a check than it is. But of course, because some of the times you'll go into a deadly niche, your favorite one specifically. But you are very good at asking questions.
Yeah. So to answer Crazy Mama, she says like for the 499 Resla, guide this panel, son. And here's something you have to realize, right? Regardless of who you're speaking to, like, especially I learned this throughout training and communications, that you cannot lead a horse to drink water. You can't. What you have to do is that you have to make sure the horse is exhausted and thirsty, and then show it the value of water. It will become thirsty on its own. You won't need to do anything. Too many people think that we need to browbeat them into submission. It's not saying anything about blind. I just said in general, people think that you need to be browbeating it into submission. All you need to do is make sure that when they are thirsty, that you show them the value of water. That's all.
Also,
I cannot guide anyone anywhere who do not want to be there.
But to add to you what you're saying, I agree. Conflict resolution can be learned through these type of situations, right? How to get to Brick's point, a solution.
Yes. Water is life.
That's a good way to put it, Crazy Mama. It's a great way to put it. Thirsty Thursday.
I made a promise to somebody on a panel a couple days ago, and my birthday's coming soon. So I decided to buy some stuff, and I'm making a garden, and also making my sun porch a greenhouse. That's what I did this evening.
Oh, that's really
okay.
Cool. Nice. Tell her happy day. Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, I don't mind having conversation. Literally, it's what I do for a living. As much as I hate it sometimes. because I don't get to be myself. But I have conversations with people all the time. I just don't like having conversations that if we're saying this is the garden, then all I'm doing is having conversations that chokes weeds. It chokes the flowers, but it also chokes the weeds. I
So
don't
how,
mind if I have to get rid of choking the weeds, I get it, but I can't stand choking flowers.
so I have a question for the panel. It's a very interesting question. Who do y'all think was more of a unique speaker, Martin Luther King or Malcolm X?
You're assuming that everyone up here sees them with the same amount of reverence as black people.
Not necessarily. Just maybe I'm just talking about styles.
Well, let me ask you personally. Do you believe that everyone who is not of the influential black race would see him in the same reverence?
That's a good question.
Hey,
I have to dig into the personal life.
well, that's why I asked it. Because when we ask these questions, we're normally thinking that everybody should feel the same way. But no. We are black. Not everybody sees the same way. How if I ask you about the Spanish-American War, you probably have very little knowledge of it. But I speak to so many people who are Spanish that they can tell me everything they can about it.
I do believe that type of question is universal here in America, though.
No. It's not universal because universal means universe.
In America,
it's not even global. Well, it's only national. It's only national.
National. What I mean by in America, I mean universal America.
But again, I'll go back to the point that I made. How much would you say that you know who some of the prominent figures in the Spanish-American War?
I don't know.
But you expect now on a national level that people should know about Martin Luther King and Martin.
Well, they just have the holiday here.
So you understand? Do you understand the fallacy of when I ask you?
I have to disagree because the difference is that Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, right, are retreaded in movies.
Ask how many. Wait. You have other people. By the way, you have 3 black people. You have at least 2 white people. The one half white, half Mexican. How many of them can recite the "I have a dream" speech?
I don't really want.
Well, I asked them. This is so prominent. Wait. So why are you asking people if it's so prominent?
About the styles of delivery.
If it's so prominent and even you don't know, why the question?
No, the question is the styles of delivery. Right? So if I say to you,
can I answer it? How can they tell you the style of delivery?
Because
you of the same culture. Can I answer the style of delivery?
I can, but I am under the assumption, let me be clear, that they have knowledge of these 2 people.
Well, no, but you also are under the assumption that they understand as much as you do.
Not necessarily. Just from outside looking in, what style was more, I would say, productive?
What makes you think that you're literally falling in line of what I just said to you? What makes you think that they understand what you do in terms of style?
Let's see the answer. Let's see.
Unless you understand the style.
I understand style. I understand style.
Wait, so you understand the style because you went about studying it. Why did you go about studying it?
Well, I was, very deep rooted in knowing about
what? In what?
About the history of slavery.
Of what? Black people. Of black
people. No, that's not fair. Because white people were involved too.
Wait, you can say that's not wrong. I mean, you can say it's wrong.
I'll say it's not
fair.
Yeah, because white people were involved too.
Well,
not just about black people.
I just finished. I just also mentioned that there's a half Spanish, half American, half white person up here. So again, this is why I also mentioned the Spanish-American War, which that gets taught in high school. How much do you know about it? But you expect other people to know about your shit, but you can't know about theirs?
Well, I don't never remember nobody teaching me that in.
So it sounds rather.
Can I respond?
But I'm gonna be hyperbolic. It's gonna be rather hyperbolic. Hyperbolic. It is hypocritical for you to ask other people to worry about what's going on with your race and you can't worry about theirs. As Americans, because they are American.
Oh, are you trying to protect them?
They are American.
Are you trying to protect them?
They are American first.
But are you saying they don't know?
Hey. They're American first.
Okay. So
they're not black. They're Hispanic. They're American first.
Okay.
And the whole point, if you missed it earlier, And the whole point, if you missed earlier before getting on the panel, is that we talked about culture and heritage, even on Blind's channel.
Now this has been
One of the things that we harped on was culture and heritage, and you're now asking a whole bunch of people. There are 3 black ones up here.
You're being disingenuous.
How? What did I ask them was disingenuous? Wait. You said I'm being disingenuous, so I want you to elaborate on that. How? And what did I say that was disingenuous?
I never mentioned anything about color.
You mentioned if anybody knows about, but when I asked you about the other people that's also here in America, right? That's also a part of American history. By the way, were you born anywhere else? Or were you born here in these countries?
But why can't we just engage with that question?
You can. I'm not saying that you cannot, but I understand. This is not the first time I've heard this question.
Oh.
So I know also other things that's gonna come up beside it. This is not a black conversation.
No, it's not. I'm not trying to have that.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. This is not a black conversation. Go ahead.
This is just I'm just looking at 2 different styles, right? And I'm asking the panel,
go ahead.
Which style do they thought was more productive?
I prefer.
There was no other people that made.
I just picked these 2.
But there were no other people that made speeches, just black people, right?
Yeah, those more. You got
who else?
Obama.
Who else?
Who else?
I don't understand why.
Donald Trump. I'm just saying, you got a lot of different races. Baby.
Who else? Who else make speeches?
These are where I picked these 2.
Who else made speeches?
Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton. I mean, a lot of different people made speeches.
So they made speeches for the civil rights movement.
No, I was. See, now you're taking. See, now you're reading.
Wait. What was Malcolm X and Martin Luther King's speeches for?
So now you want to change the conversation. I'm not trying to have that conversation.
No. You asked.
No, I didn't.
What I'm asking for is, I love how you just move, because why is it we all pretend that we haven't been to freaking school? These are called clarifying questions.
Okay.
Now all of a sudden we can't clarify, even if you don't, I can't ask you to clarify.
Well, I'm just clarifying styles. That's it.
What were their styles based on what? How exactly are we clarifying this style? Because I can say, because the same way how you're turning around and say you say Malcolm X and even Martin Luther King, why can't I just say Trump? Why can't I just say Barack Obama? Why can't I? In fact, why can't I just say fucking what's his face that LA calls him Malcolm X? Why can't I mention someone? Why can't I mention Reverend Al Sharpton? Why is it those particular figures that you brought up?
Because I thought they had the most. These were very impactful.
Were they?
And in different ways, right? They're impactful in different ways, right? And they're very significant in different ways.
I would say significant, yes, but I would say highly subjective.
True. That's why I asked. Right? That's why I asked the question. What do you guys think? I didn't say their style, everybody listen, this is where it is. No, I asked a question because I want to hear other objective opinions. Opinionated, Resla?
Sure. Well, let's see how objective it is. Let's start with Blind.
Oh, I prefer Malcolm X's style of giving speeches and stuff. He was a lot more fire and brimstone, what do you call it? But I respect both of them for sure.
I would say personally, I do not respect Martin Luther King style, because even Martin Luther King turned around and said he fucked up on so many different things. At the same time, Malcolm X in his own endeavor would also lead a lot of, even though it has not been proven, some of the words that he said will also lead people into a lot of disenfranchised areas. And what, if you like it or not, it is what it is. The truth of the matter is that I'm going to still run on the same concept of that we don't know what we don't know.
Okay. Brick?
So I've heard very, very little in regards to
Malcolm X.
Well, either one, really. I do prefer Malcolm. The very little that I've heard, he spoke with clarification. He was very pointed, and he didn't use. this strange Southern Baptist preacher accent.
Okay.
Which was an odd, it's still today used. It's an odd thing.
It's iconic too, though, don't you think?
Well, that's why it's oversaturated.
Okay.
It's not. It's considered non-authentic.
10th man, what's your take?
Well, I didn't know the answer, so I Googled it.
Wow,
love it.
That's crazy.
When I Googled it, I realized that it was Martin Luther King was better because he was less uppity.
He was less what?
Uppity.
That's bullshit. On my personal opinion, but okay.
OG Dirty, what's good?
Oh, what's good, OG? I swear, I need some. Listen, I don't know what you're rolling up, but I need some. This has been a crazy night.
This
has been a night, sir. I'm out of liquor now. This shit is crazy. I'm about to head back out. This shit is wild.
I got you. If you want to talk about like I kind of agree with what Brick was saying, but then I kind of agree with 10th man. We're talking about corralling a lot of people, then you have to give it to MLK. If you got to get to people doing stuff, then you have to give it to Malcolm X.
Malcolm.
Okay.
Yeah, because he was more of a person that can go out there and put in work, and it was a little bit different from the other way was a little bit I don't agree with. That's when I miss it. That's when I agree with Resla. Like,
I agree. I agree with OG on that. But if you're gonna talk about Malcolm, Malcolm, and the reason why I'm accessing it the way that I am is I think about it even in terms of how we look at business. How many people do we run across that turn? And we've all heard of it. At least I think we're all old enough to have heard of it. How many people that we run across that turn around and say, "Oh, that idea that for this business out there, I had that idea." None of that shit matters if you didn't put no action towards it. Malcolm was all about putting towards action. Literally, in MLK, I had a dream that one day, not about doing shit, that one day, not about go out and make this shit happen, to wake up out of your dream and step into your dreams when you wake up and make shit happen. To make sure that everything that you want turns into fruition, and not do what we've been seeing. And I'm just gonna say this for Black folks for many generations: fucking festing. That if you want something, you gotta go get it. That if you want it, you gotta go fucking. Listen, let me tell you something that was touching one of my mentors. My mentor told me, he said, if you don't think about your dreams, you don't cry. That's not your dreams. If you don't cry about your dreams, that's not your dreams. If you don't think I want it so much that you don't get tears in your fucking eyes, it's not your dream.
So then we know that it really is my dream to have a zombie apocalypse. That's good.
So, good. See how productive that. Now that was all I wanted to hear, right? And you see that it was productive because it showed the type of what people want, right? Kind of a small sample size. That people like straightforward, people like action type. Not so much with the friendly waiver piece before we actually get to negotiation, but more like, hey, if we don't negotiate correctly, let's go. Right? We're ready to tear shit up. So, when people are in a society where they're trying to build to a premise of, I guess, superiority as a people to get structure, they want answers and they want them fast. And they don't want to beat around the bush. Get to it, and let's bring structure.
Can I add to my answer? Because when I was purely thinking about it in terms of somebody who I would follow, but I would follow Malcolm X if he was here in this day and age. But I prefer to listen to Martin Luther King give a sermon than pretty much anybody. Like, I used to listen to Martin Luther King speeches to go to sleep and stuff when I was young. So he gives a beautiful sermon for sure. So I enjoy his content or his speeches and stuff still, but I would be actionable behind someone like Malcolm X a lot faster.
Well, I believe people like results, right? They like results and they like them, and they like everything black and white. Particularly men, right? We like it straightforward, no beat around the bush. Let's get to it, right? And this is, I believe, majority of men are like this. There are exceptions to the rules. There are exceptions, but not the rules. And we got Mr. The hand against every man's hand, Mr. Resla over there. Well, I believe the women like the more philosophical aspect of this. I think the women would probably be more Martin Luther King ish on that, how they like things put to them, right? So obviously men are better followers, so we would definitely like to lean towards the Malcolm X's because you muted, Nesla. You muted. You muted. We didn't hear nothing you said.
Waiting on T-Rex. What does that mean?
Wrestler, you muted, sir.
We was kings.
I didn't say anything. I was just sitting there. You sitting there talking about men are better followers? Okay.
Yes, men are better followers, without a doubt.
For sure, better listeners. So they are.
Listen, when we talk about taking over countries after countries and wars, right? When you have the plan,
I see your face, Brett.
The general lay out the plan.
Well, I have a question too. I have a very interesting philosophical question, and kind of in the same light as Ruthless. So maybe it's for the whole panel, or if Ruthless wants to answer this one, who do you prefer the music style of, Johnny Cash or Hank Williams?
Good one.
He likes Lil Nas X.
No.
I like Lil Nas X, but for different reasons.
I guess I would go with the latter. What was the other guy you named?
The other guy.
I heard very few songs from each of them.
I mean, it's as valid a question, right?
But my music, Jimmy, everybody dies.
No, actually, Rick, to be completely honest, I think that it's a more valid thing is white people accumulate culture. We don't really have a culture. Okay. We just accumulate whatever we think is cool or whatever is functional, and we just take it all. Whereas I see most other cultures, they don't want to ever do that. They fight and they fight and they fight and they say they're special somehow. But I was hoping for the future where we all just
Can I ask a question? And it's going to be really weird. It's going to be really weird of a question. It's a long line of what we just asked. And Blind and I were having this conversation even on his stream earlier today. But I want to get what your perspective is and even Rick's perspective is, right? Because you said that white people accumulate, as in that they absorb culture, right? But I'm trying to figure out the right way to say this. Is it really culture that you're trying to absorb, or is it heritage? Because when I run across so many different white people, I hear so much about culture, but I don't hear too much about, unless they're like Scottish or Irish, I don't hear too much about the term heritage.
Okay, really funny thing. And I can't believe that I just saw this earlier. It's a perfect example. Usually when we move to another country, like if I was to move to a place that doesn't celebrate Christmas, pretty likely I wouldn't celebrate Christmas. But I saw a dude in Scotland walking around the subways or bus or wherever he was, and he's like, me spreading my culture. And he's playing the bagpipes right up in people's faces. Because, like I said, get all these cultures coming to North America, and they all think that their culture is better, so they have to keep their culture. And it's like, oh, so if it was so good, why aren't you back where you were doing what you do there? Because it's not what they're trying to do. Is what they're actually trying to do is, you know, take over. They're trying to take over is what they're trying to do. And it's because they're indoctrinated into like a lot of different cultures, and even with the black community.
Well, what I
Sitting
see,
around day after day talking about, one second, I'm almost done. Sitting around talking about day after day how the white man did you wrong. I don't see how that's going to get us to any type of resolution ever.
yeah, what I see is there actually is culture within what you would call races. You know, jazz, right? So jazz, for instance, that primarily comes from black culture, right? Whereas country music, that primarily comes from white culture. So there is culture within the quote unquote races. But the funny thing about that is it's primarily, like Resla mentioned, American first. So
Can I have 1 second? Because I forgot what I was talking about. See, what I was trying to say is with relation to what you were saying about Hank Williams or Johnny Cash, is we white people know way more about Malcolm X and all the black stuff and all that than the black people know about our history or it's things about us other than the negative stuff, because they just don't care. It's just everybody just writes it off. But if American culture was so bad, why did they want to come here? Anyway, I won't interrupt again. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I don't really see it like that. You know, there is a very small population of what you would call black people in the United States that are Americans, whereas there's a very large amount of Belgian.
Oh, my bad.
So because of that, naturally, the amount of knowledge there will be prevalent. But in regards to the culture itself, the culture still exists. You know, you can see it with food, you can see it with music, you can see it with certain types of media, movies, things like that. That's music too. The idea that the culture doesn't exist on one side or the other, it's just not. It's not there. But there's a different culture that exists here in America than it exists in other countries, because, to be quite frank, we are assimilated to understand that race, creed, nationality, religion, preferences, these things are you're free to choose those things. So because of that, and when we're taught that at an early age, that it's legal to be different, because of that, we are more accepting. Now, it doesn't always work out that way, and sometimes the shift gets way out of control. But no, there's definitely culture. I mean, look at the South. The South is a culture, right? So you've got NASCAR, you got red clay, the rivers, the beaches, right? That's all through Florida, Georgia, all the way up into the Carolinas even. But you don't go to the beach in the north, and that's not the northern culture. If you're going to go to the beach, you're just going to look at the ocean. But there's a northern culture too, and that northern culture is move. You work, get to work. It's a totally different culture when you go out west. It's a totally different culture in the Midwest, in the mountains, in Appalachia. Appalachia even is a different culture than just the South.
That's a fact.
Right? And so the idea that it's not there is it is there. But again, moving to the fact that there is a smaller portion of dark-skinned individuals that are American, it's a fact. So naturally, there's going to be perhaps less of an eye on that culture. It just is what it is.
I believe totally that economic prowess trumps all things, right? And it is the that what makes it different. Why, to Tim's man point, why do people come over here? Because, and try to hold their culture. Well, they try to hold on because, truthfully, they're all about survival, right? Survival over culture all day, right? And we can understand that. And America also, the tax number they get from them. So
are you sure those don't? Are you sure those don't go hand in hand? Because you can't spread culture if you don't survive.
Well, I mean, you can.
It is difficult for you to be able to spread your culture if you are not living. So they kind of go hand in hand. Because here's the truth of the matter: your culture goes hand in hand with how you believe, how you're raised, what are the things that you look to astound as to what should be the next thing for the future, how you wish to raise the actual future. So this is the part of the conversation I was even having earlier with Blind didn't even do diligence on his channel when I asked the question like, if we talk about like these people, and I'm going to talk about the black people, by the way, who turn around and say, oh, traditional values. And I go, well, whose traditional values are you talking about? Are you talking about the 50s? Are you talking about the 20s? Are you talking about before then in the fucking slavery? Are you talking about back before the Mayflower or the boats, whatever? Like, which tradition are you talking about exactly? And most people never want to have these conversations.
Well, what is culture? Like, what is culture? What's a baseline definition of culture?
I'm happy that you asked that, which is why I stop all that other cultural rhetoric, at least when it comes to my people. And I just say, I'm American first.
Well,
see, and the reason why I say that is because I understand that there is a lot that has been taken from the culture on our side. Who the fuck is Linz? Oh, yeah, you changed your fucking name up so much times. Too many fucking times.
What's up?
Like, I swear. So there's so many people that change up. Now you got me saying it. God damn it. There are people who have so much shit when it comes to their culture. And this is why even I'm having a conversation with Blind early and even due diligence. There are different ethnicities who, at least at the very end of everything, had decided to still hold on to their culture. Whether you want to say that the Latins were kicked out or pushed back, and they were still able to hold on to culture, whether you want to say that the actual indigenous culture that was here, Indian Americans, are put onto reservations, but they still hold on to their heritage. Whether you want to talk about the Asian people who got treated very badly and they left to go back to China, Japan, or whatever, and they still held on to their heritage and eventually came back. But as far as you want to, and this is not a woe is me. I'm not doing that right now. Like I couldn't, honestly, I'm American. I could not give a fuck. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Can I ask you something about that?
No, not until I'm finished. Not until I'm finished. So the idea that people will still come here, or the black people that were already here will then talk about what they should have and what they shouldn't have, and we got into a whole big conversation about why is there other cultural heritage come up like hip hop or whatever, or even ebonics, is because people feel like they got so much. Black people feel like there's so much that was taken from them, they had to recreate something for themselves, and I'm not against them for it. But when I say you have to look at the influence that has been propagated for the nation, has it really been a great thing or not? And I'm not really here to have a conversation for that. But I'm saying that when it comes to the idea of having heritage and cultural background, when it comes to American black people, right? It probably would have been better if they did their due diligence. That's not to say that all of them, that some don't try, some don't try. But compared to those who are American, instead of trying to sit here and say that I don't want to be American, or rather I'm going to do my best to shit on America while I'm here, and this is all I've ever known, and I'm gonna celebrate a land I've never been to. I'm gonna fall back on the joke that Trevor Noah said, and he said, "You can go to Africa if you want to, but Africa's not waiting for you." Go ahead, Tiff, man.
Just you said there about the past, right? And I've had this conversation too many times, and I really would just like to understand why an entire group of people get ostracized based on a select few amount of people in the past's actions.
Are you referring to Jews?
I'm talking about in general, whether it's white
I
people with
don't think they all.
slaves
I
or
don't think they
that.
all see themselves that. I don't think in this country, on this soil, on this hemisphere, I don't think they all see themselves as that.
Yeah, but how come we don't talk about, hey, look at that family. We can trace that they did all these horrible things up until now, and they made fortunes off of it. But we don't go after those people. We want to just generalize and say, whitey bad or
Well,
black people crime and all this stuff, but we don't look at the individuals.
welcome
Yeah,
to
Why?
we
the
do. I'd like to comment.
welcome to America. Because I say this, and again, you can see me, you can see my phenotype. You can go ahead, whatever, all the other liberal shit that you want to say as well, all the other fucking conservative shit you want to say as well. I say this all the time. If all you see as is white people, and if all you see as a white person is black people, you're missing the mark. Because there are so many other ethnicities. This is why I say this to black people. I'm here in New York City. I'm in one of those 10 prominent cities that, God forbid, if something happens to them, we'd be all pretty much practically wiped out. But I say this: if you are too busy worried about white people, people who look lighter than you, and because it shouldn't matter, white people are not focused on black people, because white people are looking at Asian people, Orient and Indian, who are beating them financially, and they don't even have the most numbers in this country. I can tell you that as black people, you are not paying attention to the other people that are most prominent around you. Hispanics, Asians, both Indian and Orient. You're not paying attention to the Latins that are coming by. You're not paying attention to the white people. You're literally paying attention to you. You literally are horse or blinders at this point. You only see one type, and you don't see everyone else around you. And I will even say that to even white people at this point. White people right now are mainly, not all the time, but mainly are looking at one type of people, and they're looking at Asians, both Indian and Orient. But they don't even look at the Hispanics, and they don't even understand both blacks and white people, who are mainly the predominant races here in this freaking country. This is my perspective. You can come crucify me all you want. You can say whatever. You can go fucking clip this. You can go do a review. I don't give a fuck.
I get it. Can I say? Sorry.
I don't give a fuck. Well, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna tell you right now, these two races who have been the most predominant races here in the country don't see every other races that's slowly sneaking in. And I've said this from how they come in illegally, how they come in, they've been here for a long time. I can tell this from the people who have been here and just how we are raising our future. I am upset every time I see a brand new American that is freaking graduating from high school. Keep in mind, they're a brand new 18-year-olds that need to get dick. Anyway, that's a different conversation. Different conversation.
Yeah. Real quick before we get much further, I just want to give a quick definition for blind as best as I can. What I understand it to be when you ask the question, "What is culture?"
I want to jump in after.
That's a developed group of traits of a certain people group. So it's a people group, right? It could be a people group's traits, but it's a developed version. Like, so it develops over time. That's what culture is.
Okay, that's what he said about culture is. But I'm gonna say also the fact that you have so many people that come here who are more culturally aware of what our country is and what they should be getting from it, than the people who are actually born here. It is atrocious that people who are born here, raised here, go through the system here, are being outmaneuvered, outsmarted by people who know more about their country and their constitution than people that's being born here. I think it's terrible.
Yeah, but whose fault's that?
Wait. It's our fault. That's what I said.
it's the education system.
Are we surprised?
Anyway, Lindsay wanted to say something.
You say it's the education system. If you are a parent, you're at fault. Hey, you can tell run something. I'm sorry. If I have a child, if this person comes from my nuts and they vagina and they go to school and then I learn about it, I can't turn around and say, I'm not gonna go to Miss Sheila. Well, Miss Sheila, you failed the both of us. What are we gonna do with our child? That's not the way it works.
I understand, Resla, but most parents just assumed that school was somewhat resembling what it did 25 years ago, and then during the pandemic. No, just during the pandemic.
Wait. Was it for someone else to take care of your child, or was it you? What's the first 3 letters and assume?
That's the. Everybody would just automatically assume that. How would you think that they would change the curriculum so drastically without letting you know?
You would not automatically assume that, and that's also a problem that we have here in the United States.
Yes, but the curriculum stayed the same for 50 years.
I say this quite frankly. Too many of y'all too pussy and too dick hungry. Most babies that I've put up here, babies, most of you are not even real parents, you're guardians.
Oh,
because if you are a parent, that means you had intentions. And most of you remember that time when you did my poop shoot and you went in my pussy? Well, guess what? I'm pregnant. It's not like, hey, I love you, you love me, let's get married, let's do it. Let's have a baby together. That's regular in the conversation. It's a nigga, what we about to do about this? Because you shot up in there. You shouldn't have been a jizz ninja. You shouldn't have skied up in the motherfucker. Those are most of the conversations.
Yeah,
those are most of the conversations. Most of the motherfuckers sitting here on this motherfucking panel are babies. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
I don't know.
My self-esteem goes
That
lower
is
the
true.
longer he speaks.
Really quick, my time's now longer. I'm gonna say briefly. Lindsay, I meant to show you this. Remember we talked about it?
Oh shit! What's up with the teeth though?
Oh, no, it's not perfect. It's a very rough sketch, but I just meant to show you that, Lindsay. That's what I've been working on. So that's it.
I have to disagree. I have pushback for you, Resla. Ubi baby do not exist.
You've got the hair perfect so far.
The hair was great.
So Resla,
I try.
I think the Ubi's baby is a fallacy, and I think it's rhetoric that just people just use to make quick answers, but it's not true.
Says the motherfucker that how many people you dating?
Shut
the fuck up. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Exactly.
What you mean? What that got to do with Ubi baby?
They talk about how I'm dating like 5, but how many kids you got produced out here?
I got 2 kids.
Yeah.
Wait.
Who are you married to?
I ain't married nobody.
You're making my point. Shut the fuck up then.
So how's that a Ubi baby though?
Shut the fuck down
No,
there.
No, nigga, you ain't saying nothing slick.
They're Ubi babies.
Nah, you ain't getting that off. No,
babies.
No.
First of all,
Resla.
Here's the most important part. In order for by definition, in order for you to be a parent, you not only need to be intentional, but intentional. And if you're telling me that you were intentional in not being there full fucking time, yes, news, baby.
Okay, so once again, every child has a purpose.
Hey, and hold on, because I was just talking about this too on my stream, Resla, that I'm barely going to start moving towards having a child, and it would be out of wedlock, but it would still be planned.
What?
Thank you, OG. Oh, and when you say not being planned, right? What did I say about being? Wait, when you better qualifications? I'm gonna run you down the gambit. Hold up, people. We gonna do this. Hold up. Ooh, hold up. Oh yeah, nigga. Yeah, I'm gonna call you. So when you say planned, right? Hey, quick parental, not guardianship. Parental conversations. When you decide to have this kid, right? Do you plan to be with the mother of your offspring?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, we're gonna hold that one as an X. That's not a check mark. So to the next one. How much money do you have to have saved up to be able to take care to raise, not maintain this child, to raise this child, not maintain, raise this child? Do you even know how much it takes to raise a child, not maintain, to raise a child?
It takes $1 million from birth to 18 years old, but what does that have to do with it being an oops baby or not?
Wait. It's important by you even giving that figure. It's in the matter of people who are intentional versus the oops.
Yeah, that's why I.
Wait. Do you know that the majority of people do not even think about that figure? See, the most people think about that it takes $300,000. That's only to maintain. That's not anything to help boost your kid and to put them in the private school, to get extracurricular activities, to fucking clothe them, they don't think about any extra shit. So at least the fact that you even went astronomical and saying 1 million something, whatever, cool. How much have you put down so far for this baby that you're intentional about?
Why would I share that on YouTube live stream? That's
okay. Have you at the very least? I'm not even gonna say how many, what threshold of it, but have you at least have 6 figures saved up for when you have this child?
6 figures? That's what you're saying? If you don't have 6 figures, then it's a oops baby.
Wait, sir. You just finished saying millions. I said, have you at least consider holding to 6 figures? I didn't ask you to bring up whatever. I didn't say how much you have to make a year, by the way. I said, do you at least have 6 figures? Because you say I'm not going to say how much or whatever. So you don't have to say. But do you at least have 6 figures held up for this person that's not an oops baby?
No, of course I don't. I think that's
you don't. So it's noops baby. There you go. Hey, what's going on, people? What's going on? Hey, what's going on, Speakeasy? What's going on, everybody? I just want to make sure I put that out there. So did you just hear what I just have to say right now? Does that sound like someone who says that they're having an intentional kid, that they're intentionally being a parent?
Yeah, actually, I would I'd actually disagree with you on this, Resla. He could have, like, if I was blind in this situation, I would have just said, yeah, I put away $2 and what? Like, the poorest people have the most kids, right? So like,
I love it. The poor people have kids.
I think he was wrong when he said it takes $1 million. Sorry?
Do the poorest people put the 2 things? Do the poorest people put their kids in the most prominent position? And number 2, are the most poorest people are intentional by having kids, or most of those kids oops babies?
Well, we of course we know a lot of people that come from the most poor situations and become success stories. So that's
not what I asked you.
That's not like it's not real.
Wait, sir. That wasn't what I asked you. Are those most of those people who are in the poorest areas, are they the ones who are intentional, or those the ones who are oops babies?
Oh, are they intentional? Yeah, they have the most intentional children. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Can I let myself in?
Well, like, if you go look at stats, Resla, rich people avoid having kids on purpose. What do you mean?
We should let the ladies speak.
Let the lesser of the species speak too, please.
Yeah, the ones that don't know how to get along.
Yes, the ones that can't rule the world and can't rule themselves. Do I have permission to speak to that?
Yes.
To this, because I'm backing up easy.
Granted.
And here's why. I did research on this.
You don't have to back up easy. I take it down rough. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I see where your mind's at. All right. Real quick, I'll try to be fast because I'm usually verbose.
I ain't. Anyway, go ahead.
All right. I did a little research on this a while back, maybe 15 years ago or so, because a friend of mine was adopting a kid, and we were wondering about are kids just as well off and okay adjusted developmentally wise? Kids of same-sex parents versus kids of heterosexual parents, right? So we're examining this whole thing in terms of adoption, and it doesn't matter, the overall results where it doesn't matter what kind of parents you have as in terms of sexual preference, et cetera, the kid's going to have some issues. But the point here, the overwhelming point, was as long as that kid was wanted and loved, even if it's an oops baby, no matter the amount of money, no matter the creed, the race, the anything, if that baby is wanted and valued and loved, it has all the chances at success and proper development that it needs. So that goes to back up Easy's thing. Not that he brought up sexual orientation, I did, but the overall consensus is not that if you have enough money, your kid's going to be happier or well developed, or if you're a single family household, your kid's going to be effed up. You know, he may or may not have, or she may not have issues from it. But again, I'm repeating myself. It's not a monetary issue. It's a, are you loved? Are you wanted? Are you valued?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I actually have to second all of that as well, Resla. So, yeah, the most important thing is that the child is cared for. If it comes down to providing, the fortunate thing, particularly in this country, is that there is a plethora of options for that. I know that in other countries there are as well, not everywhere. So there are places where financial status might matter more, but the majority of the world, it's going to be like that.
I would say that
I would
there's
say
a
the
different.
majority of areas that I know, and again, I maybe I'm just thinking about particular areas of what I thought about most. And I wouldn't even say more prominent areas. I'm not talking about freaking Vietnam or whatever shit like that. Most of those areas do wish to put their kids in predominant areas to be able to take care of them, because quite frankly, they're just the same way how we're suffering when it comes to here. Other areas of their public school system is just not enough, which means that they need to give their kids an edge. And not for nothing, it still falls on the simple fact that most parents that come to run across, even I have to see exactly what was the stats that he was talking about, that they're not actually the ones who turn around. Now, I will say, for sure, people who have a lot of money do not actually go into it. But also, these a lot of people who tend to be older, and if they do get into having children, it's most like surrogacy. It is what it is. But the idea that the people who actually have those kids earlier, that they are already provided for, it's not really a thing.
Well, like what? Wait, Resla. So this is what I was trying to like get at with like my actual like disagreement with you is like, what's the number that you think like? Why is there like a certain number you think someone needs to have either in their bank account or ready to accumulate to have the child?
I
Right?
don't
Like,
think. Well, I will say that if we keep looking at the way how the world is, not how the way we want the world to be, not how the world used to be. If we're looking at the world the way it's now, there used to be just a regular maintained threshold for children, which, depending on how you want to look at it, whatever your stance are, some people still believe that they can successfully raise prominent children on $40,000 a year. If that's your stance, cool. Some people wants to think that they still have to raise their children $100,000 a year. If that's your stance, whatever, cool. But the average norm used to be somewhere around 250. Now it's already climbing up to the areas of $300,000 just to maintain. We're not talking about giving your children the most prominent edge, but the point that I'm making from the area is that from the beginning was not really even the monetary gain. Is that how many children are actually born due to intention versus those who just are due out of two people have fun and they made a mistake.
Okay, then we have to bring the monetary thing out of your premise.
My premise is that this is what I said. Most of y'all are oops babies.
Yeah, I am an oops baby.
I said that. Most of
yeah,
y'all.
But you also gave like a criteria saying like if someone doesn't have a certain amount
Right.
saved up for
What I
the
said, what I
child.
said was that if you're going to, most the people who are tyrannicals who actually are intentional about having kids are those who are actually trying to save up enough money to have kids.
I think this is like people living beyond their means, right? Like, so like, I'm not like in any sense a rich person, but like I'm able to financially support all the kids, and I have many of them. So like, and I'm not,
Well, let me ask you a question.
I'm not in
When
any means a
you
rich
decided to have
person.
the kids, when
I'm
you decided
broke.
to have the kids, was that before or after they were born?
Wait, sorry. What was your question? I
When you
missed that.
decided to have the mini kids that you claim that you
Oh,
have.
of course, no. Mine wasn't a decision, right? That, but my link of my
before
situation.
or after they were born.
My link to the analogous part with my situation is saying that you don't actually have to have like this extreme amount of money to support a child. You just have to stop living beyond your means, right? Like you stop living beyond the shit that you actually need. A lot of people like want to live luxurious lifestyles,
Sure.
and they
Well, can we take it a step farther and say, let's say that somebody
Sure,
does
but I would never talking about a life of luxury, but rather just putting your offspring in a position that, quite frankly, we're looking at the current world as is, that even the most average of education system is failing. What would you be willing to do to make sure that they're able to compete with those who are actually doing well? That's not saying country club.
Poor people can't have kids or shouldn't have kids.
Did I say that?
I'm
Are you
asking.
gonna put? Is it the part where you start asking me to try to put words in my mouth?
Bro, I'm asking.
Wait, I haven't finished my point, and you already want to start jumping into whatever. Like,
my bad, bro.
Tell me I can't even bother talk. Like, come on, son.
Just please clarify. That's all. That's all. Is the steel amount of what you're saying really just in order to give the kid the best start, a favorable start, a good no?
I'm before I even finish giving it out, I'm already being
strawmanned and verse.
Like,
okay.
And this is what I'm going through.
What?
Yeah, I just don't think that there's like a number that you have to like plan for kids. Like you could be, you could have a couple that like they're together, they live together, they could be living check to check, and they could plan for a child still, right?
Never said the number. Never said two co-parenting, two cohabiting
No,
parents.
no, Resla, you said to Blind that if he doesn't reach a certain threshold, then it's an oops baby.
I said if you are not preparing for what actually is going to be a baby's be, it's going to be a oops baby.
Yeah, and you included finances in the preparation
because all kids cost.
Yeah, of course, kids cost, so you can be prepared to spend the money, but like saying that they have to have a certain amount.
Did I give a value?
Yeah, you said what you said. Oh, you think it's $1 million, so you should have six figures.
I said it. So what
you
was
said
my
six
value?
figures. You said, do you have 6 figures in your bank account?
Do
And you said no. And then you said, then it's an oops baby.
How much do you have?
Resla, play it back. I promise you. I listened to your exact words. You said, do you have 6 figures?
To answer. Keep in mind, I wasn't even going far from what you just said. But if you're gonna just cut me off, then what the fuck?
Well, sorry that your sentence started in the middle of mine, but go ahead.
If I'm talking and you're gonna interrupt me, yeah, I can tell if you're gonna fucking start a whole new sentence.
So if I may,
if you want to.
So what Blind had suggested was, because Resla asked him how much money would it take to raise a child. Blind said it seems like $1 million, right? Now,
and then Resla said around 300,000.
Right. So in response to that, Resla actually said that, okay, Blind, do you have $1 million? And Blind said no. And then he said, well, if that's your threshold, then that's an oops baby.
What? You're rewriting is speakeasy?
No, that's the gist of it. That's the gist of it. Blind
that's
gave
what I heard.
Yeah, Blind gave a threshold of $1 million, and he said he doesn't have it. So he's saying to Blind, okay, if you have a baby, and you don't have it.
Blind was
And that's
blind was the
okay.
one.
Yeah,
that
but
gave
then
the criteria.
Resla went into the 300,000 and said, "Do you have 6 figures in
For
your
what?
bank account?" And
For
then
what?
Blind
Why,
said
why was
no,
it, why was the 300 instituted? Because what? The
because
estimated
you said
value
that's
to
the
maintain,
cost.
not even to raise, to maintain was 300,000.
Good
Yeah,
evening.
to maintain
I'm hearing
your
a
own
discrepancy.
life is that. So like, are you saying like?
Not the point being made. Thank you for trying to
Who
move it.
said that? Where is this information come
Yeah,
from?
you're saying that someone needs to have a certain amount before they, if they don't reach that certain amount of the maintaining, that it's an oops baby.
Hey, you just finished
Hi,
hearing
Dimple.
You just finished hearing what 2 other people just finished saying. You tell me where I said that.
Oh Jesus Christ!
You
So
just finished
okay,
hearing
then
people already.
Resla,
They
you
only
did
heard
say
part
that.
of what you said, Resla. They only heard part of what you said.
No, they only hearing part, but also they want to bring forth a part. Again, this is where I'm not trying to debate with you. If you want to have the conversation about it, whatever, we can go pull up whatever. What I'm not doing this with you.
Doing what? What are you talking about?
He's said many times that he wants a conversation. He doesn't want to debate and have to act like he has to prove points. This is not a usual debate.
But does like does the discussion mean that you're not allowed to disagree, or?
I guess
Ask him.
But you're not disagreeing. You're telling him what he said is wrong. But you're not disagreeing. You're just saying what he said is wrong.
What is
To have a
disagreeing?
conversation, you would give
Wait
an
a minute.
alternate opinion rather than trying to pin someone down to part of what they said.
10th man, what is disagreeing?
true.
If I disagree with what you just said, am I saying you're wrong?
Give a different example
Okay,
of,
so let's do it.
how they're wrong, not go. Dude,
I disagreed with
you can't
10th
ask a
Like, I've
question
actually had this
and then talk
discussion
over the person.
before
No. You can't
with
ask a
Resla.
question and then talk over the person that you asked the question to as well.
Who cares?
See, your parents raised you badly.
They're fucking dumbass, so nobody cares.
My parents raised me badly. Okay, good.
Yes,
one.
very many of you were raised very badly with
Yeah,
bad
your
conversation
parents raised you
skills.
to be a soft little bitch, right? My parents
With
told
bad
me to stand up
conversation
and talk when
skills.
you have something to say and not cower down like a little pussy like you, okay? So, like, stop being so sensitive, right? The thing with discussions
not about
is if someone
sensitive.
disagrees with you and then they get into why they disagree with you, it turns into a debate, right? Whether you like it or not, a lot of discussions are debates. So you sound stupid.
I think that you're
right now,
lost in
and
the
you sound
conversation.
oversensitive because I'm pointing out something that you said was wrong.
And
Right?
No,
There's no fucking number you can put on to say that if they don't have this amount saved up, then it's an oops baby. If they're fucking saying they're planning the baby ahead of time, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. It's not logical.
I agree with that completely.
We gave him a chance to clarify. Are we talking over his chance to clarify? Is that what the problem is here? Or is it just that you want to talk to us and you don't want to have to contend with the differences in opinion?
They already have a point. It's already done.
So I don't. We're just asking you to remain consistent to your logic. Why is that so pressing? Like,
no, it's because I think he's thinking ahead of you guys. So, like, if 50% of marriages end in divorce, and then it's a broken home.
Shut your bitch ass up.
He didn't say that.
Then,
you did. You are
no, but
saying
you gotta
Right,
encompass
you're just
it all.
adding in shit now.
How many hours is he supposed to talk for you guys to understand what he's saying?
Oh shit.
I'm talking to him right now. You want me to also include all the convo I wasn't?
No,
here
you
for?
made an accusation. He started responding. You
I
spoke
didn't make
over.
an accusation. I repeated what he said earlier.
No, you repeated part of what he said.
And I tried to steel man in order to understand him
Because
better.
Brick and
which he
I
didn't
are
agree with.
active listening. I don't believe you are.
You're a pussy.
Here we go.
Like, you just sound sensitive for no reason.
For real, like are we gonna sing an emo song or what? Like we're
Here
not.
we go.
What the
Funnily enough, I was telling Speakeasy he also has trouble with active listening earlier too.
God,
So this is a running theme.
Fucking retard. God damn.
Yeah, so like when you if I was to 10th man, if I was to bring up that you were actually wrong about the 50% and it's actually 40, would that be would you say that I'm disrespectful and that my parents raised me wrong because I corrected you?
No, irrelevant, because last I
it's
heard it was like
irrelevant?
50+%.
I asked you a question, right?
He asked
And
about
you don't want to
if you
answer
made it
my question.
something
I
else,
see.
would that be
So I
disrespectful?
can
Not
try
about the
again.
actual number.
If I say that, if I correct you, am I disrespectful? Did my parents raise me wrong for correcting you on the stats?
No.
Okay. So then why was
Resla,
I raised wrong earlier for
Brick,
correcting Resla?
how come I only get one word, but you get as many as you want?
Well, I was just, I had a follow-up question.
See, that's the problem. So Brick tried to already explain this, that it was a conversation about how much it would take to raise a child. Then he gave a threshold, and Resla talked to him about that. Then, now you're saying, oh no, there's no threshold. And then I said 50% of divorce marriages end in divorce, and that's a good example as to what Rizla's saying. Is
What fucking retard?
Most people don't fully think this out.
Idiot shit. I'll see you later.
Okay,
You
wait a
people
minute.
have-
Like this could be that could be a true statement that a lot of people don't think it out fully, I guess what you're trying to say. But again, does that equal that there's a number that someone needs to have in the bank account before they can plan for a child?
They should have something.
Not okay. I'm not asking should, right? I'm saying can. So can they, right? Can they plan for a child without having this threshold amount in the account?
Well, let's say they don't, and then they grow up.
Well,
and then they complain and complain that they should have more. But why don't they go to their parents?
God.
Why don't they go to their parents and say,
just
how come
avoiding
you
the
didn't do better? Instead, you got most of these kids are out there complaining that they want the whole of society to help them get a one-up. And it's like, no, I'm really tired of listening to this. That's the reason why.
Okay, and a lot of rich kids are born with silver spoons in their mouth thinking everyone should kiss their ass too. That's not my... I didn't ask you anything about that.
Yeah,
I asked you a simple
You asked
question.
if there
I don't
should
know
be
why
a
you can't
threshold. I
answer.
said yes, and that's why.
So the idea of planning means that you're creating a threshold.
Wait, what?
No.
The idea of planning, let me say it again, for the people in the back, the idea of planning means that you're creating a threshold.
Right. So again, that means you
All right,
can't.
hurry up. You might as well get ahead of them. Google the definition of threshold for them. My God.
Yeah. So you're saying that you can't plan for a kid unless you meet a certain amount of money. Is that what you're
That's
saying?
the idea of planning. Yep. That's what a boundary is. Yep. That's exactly what the idea of putting onto paper or in your head details means. Planning.
That's not what planning means. What?
That is what planning means. That means you have something in mind that's going to happen before another thing happens. That's exactly what planning is. Yeah.
Are we just doing a roundabout way
works.
of saying it's smarter to raise a child when you have money in the bank?
No. He's confused about what it means to plan. To literally draft.
No, Mel, what it was
a plan is a proposal for doing or achieving something. That's what a
how do you
plan
get a
is, right?
plan?
So if
How do
I
you get a
plan,
plan?
if I
Do you go
plan to
down
have
to
a kid and then I have a
City
kid, that
Hall?
means it was a planned thing, right?
Go in there and you say, hey, can I get the plans for that house over
Yeah,
there?
you're just talking.
You sat
now.
down and
You
wrote
wanna,
it out. You
see how
drew
I
it
was able
out?
to be quiet while you were talking?
Oh,
If
do
it's
I
not
have to be
written
quiet
down,
for
it's a dream, not a
Speakeasy now
plan.
because Speakeasy is more important than anybody else on the panel because Speakeasy
No,
needs to
I
have
just
a debate?
I thought you could have a common courtesy. I
It
stopped
is a
talking
common
while you
courtesy
talking
that I
and you
have
do it too.
typically with people who want to have a conversation.
Why do you have your
but for
mic all the
people
way
who want to
against
have
your
a
mouth?
debate
All
on
your
a panel where
peas
there's
are
not a
popping
debate
your
happening,
mic, bro.
I
Relax.
don't really have that same common courtesy. No.
Eat that shit, dude.
When you pop your piece, that's also just called enunciation. You learn it in like theater.
Okay, anyways, so a plan is a detailed proposal for doing or achieving something, okay? That's what a plan is, right? So if I make a plan, we're gonna have a child, and then we have a child. Was that a planned child?
Sure.
What?
So you created a boundary.
Wait,
right?
what was
You
your
said-
answer?
you said
I
to
didn't
your
hear
lady,
your
"We
answer
gonna
because you were
fuck
talking like
tonight,
a
we gonna
fucking
create a
mystical
baby."
elf from Gayland. Can you just fucking?
You said we gonna create a baby tonight, so that means we gonna fuck first. That's the way babies
I
are made.
regularly tell my husband I'm going to make
So
him
you
pregnant.
can plan for a kid not
Grumple.
involving finances. Thank you. That was
Grumple,
my
what
point.
did you say to these people to get them so
rocket
riled
scientist
up?
on the
Yeah,
panel.
Grumple.
I just show up, bro.
It's
I
gotta
just
be
show
both.
up.
It's gotta
And
be
I'm gonna make
Grumple-
it like I'll say this
Grumple
right now.
said
Before I
4
popped on, I
words
told my
and just
chat
blew
that
the
for some
whole
reason every
panel
time I
out.
come to Reslas, the people that come up here are so soy that they start like fucking spurging out because
Hey,
just
I like
my
soy.
presence.
Bro, you're spurging. You've been spurging since you got here.
I like
Yeah,
soy.
okay, good one, buddy. You're just repeating what
No,
I
you're
say.
still spurging. You
You're a
keep talking
bot,
over
bro.
people.
You're
you
a
hog
fucking
the
bot.
spotlight. You don't
No,
want to
I'm
have
a
a
bot.
conversation. You want to have a debate.
What do you mean
That's
want the
definition of
spotlight?
spurging.
What are you talking about?
Domo
See the projection
arigato.
that comes out of you?
Bro, you're
Is
still
that what
doing
it
it.
is? Nobody
You're
was
still
paying
doing
attention
it.
to you
Look at
anymore
I
now
want
that
the
I was
spotlight.
here?
Look at you.
I want the
Dude, I
spotlight.
make a fucking spotlight. I don't
Look
want
at
it. What are you talking
you,
about, bro?
dude. Look at you, man.
Are you an electrician?
Can you
If
have a
anyone's
No,
conversation?
I'm
interested,
Mr. Roboto.
Resla.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
I mean, we can
Oh
do
my
this. We
I
can.
love that
I just
song.
prefer not to do it over here. This is
Resla
actually
just
why I come here.
stated his
What do
opinion
you mean?
clearly.
Do what, man? I
Good.
came here to have a conversation, and you're getting all fucking soft like you always
Because
do every
until
time I
have to
come
let
here.
people
This is
talk
Yeah,
what
but
you're
if
to have a
Rizla's
saying,
give an
you
example
bitch.
as to
You got
what,
a
hold
fucking
on,
problem. Tell Resla
if
not to let me on
if
here anymore.
Rizla is
It's not
telling you
like you
guys
come
that
over here and
his
talk like
opinion
this
is
is
this,
supposed to be your
Tell
safe
Resla what
space that I'm
to
not
do with
allowed to
his
speak
channel.
His
at. Shut the
opinion is
fuck
in
up.
chat,
You're a
stated
goofy
clearly and
bitch.
succinctly. If anyone wants to stop talking and read it,
read it
his
She's
for us.
allowed to
statement
read
is
his
Read
opinion
what?
in chat. She should be
his
able to say it.
his statement that he was trying to clearly express what he's saying here, what he's
He
implying.
had it pulled
The
up
answer
on
to
there.
the
It is.
to our
Ooh,
questions
wait.
for
Screen.
clarity are: you shouldn't have kids without intentions. That's his point. They are stuck on having money because most people are broke. So he's just saying you should intentionally have kids. That's all.
Okay, then why
It's
wouldn't
a
he
should
just agree
statement.
with me then? I don't understand. Why was this all
He was
so hard?
saying
If
bullshit.
he agrees
He was
with
Because he
me,
doesn't
why
want to
not
fight.
just say that? What the hell?
I already
He doesn't want to
explained it to
fight.
you. You summed up part of what he
Or
said.
argue.
Then
Oh,
when he
here we
tried to
go.
respond, you spoke over him and you were disrespectful. That's it.
Okay, thank you,
And then if you could
Resler's
just go,
dad. I
oh,
didn't
okay,
know
all
you
right, I
speak
get it,
for him.
and then move on. But no, we had to listen to you cry for fucking half an hour.
Who's crying, dude? What are you talking
You
about?
are.
I'm
You've been
I'm
literally
crying.
complaining about
dude.
me.
What are you
You
talking
understand that? You're
about?
complaining about
Still
me.
crying.
So
Fucking
Easy
asking
doesn't
a
like the
question.
implication of the statement that Resla made. Probably for personal reasons, I don't know, but that's what's going on right now. Why we can't?
What do you mean
Why
I
we
don't
can't
like the
proceed, right?
implications? I just
Well,
stated that it was wrong. You can still
Good job,
plan for a
Grumple.
kid
Good
without
job.
the
This is
fucking
not
having
an
a certain
attack.
amount of money. Wait, just like
it's-
wait. I don't understand. How is this controversial? I said you can plan for a kid without having a certain amount of money in the bank. How is that controversial? How are you all crying right now because I said that? Is that
Because
for
it's not
real?
very
We're not
wise.
So
all
I've
crying.
explained it
We're
I
twice.
thought this shit was called opinionated. You can't have an
I've
opinion
explained
over
it
here?
twice.
Crying about
Hey,
opinions, bro?
we figured it
The
out.
fuck?
Finally. Cool. Let's move on.
Holy, bro.
Everybody else except
Weak,
for
dude.
Speakeasy.
Shut up,
Let's
Brick.
move on.
You're weak, dog. Shut
Hey,
up.
we all figured it out.
I give up.
It's everybody
Yeah,
else
so
except
Clay
for
over here.
Speakeasy. Let's
The
move
host
on.
Because
is
you guys
literally saying
all
it in
have
chat.
deep and loud voices,
over
you get
there,
to
yo.
speak over everyone,
The
right?
host is literally
Okay,
saying it in
I
chat.
get it. All
The
right.
host is literally saying in
This
chat.
is,
Like,
you're
you
right.
can't
This
challenge
is
it.
really
Finish-
complicated.
Lindsay. Thanks for
Oh,
that
Linz, I'm trying not to.
psychoanalysis. You should
Mark.
spend more time thinking why you're sending nudes to married men instead of worrying about what my fucking brain's doing, all right? You should
The
figure out
host
what
is
that
literally
problem is.
saying in chat,
Yeah?
by the
Seems
way.
like that's on your
How about
brain a
that?
lot.
Why am I so
How
quiet?
about that, huh?
Mic check.
Closet.
Figure
you
that
hear
shit
me?
out before you come psychoanalyze my brain.
Can you all hear me?
Why is that what you're thinking about?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Why is that what I'm thinking about? She's psychoanalyzing me.
Why is that what you're thinking about?
Wait a minute.
Married men.
Easy.
She should
Not
figure
on
out
your
what's up
mind,
in
it's in
her
your
brain
mouth.
before she
Did
psychoanalyzes
she send you
mine.
pictures? Hold
Right?
on. Did she
should
send
figure out
you
what's wrong with
pictures?
her brain before
Did she send you
psychoanalyzes
pictures?
anybody.
Or are you glomming on to other people's
What?
stuff?
He feels
What are you
attacked, so he's
talking
attacking
about?
Are you
me.
bringing
Everybody's
gays
seen
of
her
our
nudes. She used to
lives
pop up on
into the
people's feeds with her
conversation?
nudes. What are you talking
No, I'm
about?
just asking.
I really
Bitches
was.
used to
I'm
come over and
wondering
flirt
why
around
that
with me. I
affects you.
could have seen her nudes if I
Why
wanted. What are
does
you
that
talking about?
affect you? Why does that affect
I
you?
didn't give her none of that attention.
What in
so
the
that's
hell?
not
Why
what
does
I'm
that affect
into.
you? Oh, you're giving it to her now. You like it.
Ask her yourself.
What in
You're
the
getting
hell?
very
Ask her yourself
excited,
if I
sir.
ever gave her that attention
Where'd this
when
ball
she
come
You're very
threw it at me many
excitable.
times.
You're
Ask
very
her. Go ahead.
excitable about a
Tell me-
lot of
ask her if
topics,
I'm
aren't you?
lying. Ask her if I'm lying, 10th man.
You're very excitable about
I'm
a lot of
excitable.
topics.
Give me
exactly.
attention.
Yeah,
Hey, 10th man, I'm
exactly.
excitable. Please
Fuck
give
out
me
of here with
attention.
your goofy
I
shit.
know. I would actually much rather talk to you than this fucking fake guinea.
Yeah, you probably do like talking to men in dresses. I get it.
No, not ones like not with the
Wow.
accents like you.
Wow.
Clearly, you like talking
Calm
to men
down.
in dresses.
Wow. You really need to take it there. It's
Anybody
funny.
who
That's
has
what
The
you
that
actual
are,
fake
host
New
of
bro.
York
this
accent,
That's
show,
what you
just
are.
write
You're a
'em off.
dude in a dress. What
the
else are
actual
you?
host of this show is literally saying that you did
You're
not
a dude
challenge him. You
pretending to
just
be a
interrupted
chick,
him.
guy. Get the fuck
So,
out of here with that shit.
so
Anybody
you're
who
disagreeing with
says,
Resla as
Say
"Get the
well.
something.
fuck out of here,"
You guys
anybody who
done
talks
yet?
like that, just write them off, man.
You
They don't
guys-
even
you
speak
guys
like a
are-
normal human being.
Gabagoosh.
You guys ain't
All right,
Hey,
man.
Gabagoosh, I'm
10th
walking
man.
here.
We should all
Go
listen
watch
to you for life
Sopranos for the
advice.
86th time
We should
and give
all
us a
listen to
fucking
you
chance to
for
have a
life
conversation.
advice, bro.
right.
Definitely.
Hey, where's the kid?
So
Mel shouldn't be more pleasant than you.
for speakeasy.
I have an
Okay.
advantage.
I have
I'm
a
drinking
No,
question.
you
tonight.
just don't like being called out on your bullshit,
So
right? That's what
speakeasy,
you.
I
That's
know
No,
what
it's
you're
like I
getting all
told
guys
silly
Blind.
about right
I've
now.
But you
dealt
love it,
with
Speakeasy.
See, you can't
love
even
getting
handle
called
not
out on your
talking to
dealt
people.
bullshit.
with
Talk.
your type
Look at you, bro.
Dude,
before.
stop
My
acting like
type,
You're
you
you
not
love
haven't
getting
dealt with
called out on your
original.
anybody like
bullshit,
me, bro.
Speakeasy.
Trust me.
You're
got
not
some smooth brains up here,
original.
man.
You're not original.
original.
Okay, good one, bro.
Note how
You're
he's
not.
like, oh, you hate
You're
getting
just
called out on your
asserting.
bullshit.
You're just
Like,
asserting.
This
Okay,
not-
you're a pedophile. Cool. We're just gonna
it's
say
time to
things.
shut the
Okay.
flat
You're not
trap, dude.
We're just
Time
gonna
That
to
doesn't
shut the
assert
bother
things
flat
me.
about
trap,
each other.
okay?
Yeah.
You've been
We're just
going
gonna
for the
assert
past
things
10
about each
minutes.
other. Then that's
Hey,
what it
motor
is.
mouth.
You're
Hey, motor
gay.
mouth. You're just, do you
You
stop
like
talking
men.
ever?
People.
Do you ever stop talking?
You're a loser.
No?
You have no
You're,
job.
you never stop talking. You're
Yeah. Do you
proving.
ever like get off
Okay,
the
Speakeasy's
government
now going to
welfare or
demonstrate that
what?
he never stops talking.
Homemade.
Oh, thank you. So I just wanted to point out, by the way, the host of this show is saying that you're not doing a good job challenging him. You're just interrupting him. So maybe you could try being a better listener.
I love how all these people need to speak for the host. That's wild.
Yeah, because he
You
doesn't
can't
actually
read.
want to get
You
into
know,
this with
Resla
you.
has like he let me up here, right? You
Not
understand that?
everybody has
He
small dick
has the
syndrome to
control
the
to take
extent
me
that
off
you
of
do.
here, right?
Not
You
everybody has
understand
small
that,
dick
right?
syndrome to the extent that you do,
So
buddy.
like,
1 second, Mel. Dude, do you not understand that you're dealing with like really hardcore trolls and you're just a mouse to us?
Really?
you're a hardcore troll. Is that what you just
That
said?
was not a W, 10th man. Please don't say that.
You
Never
just
say
said
that
you're a
again.
hardcore.
I'm a hardcore troll.
Man, for a minute. Hold on.
Okay, dude. Good
Hey,
one.
guys,
You
I
sound
wrote
like
the
you
book.
made really good life choices, bro.
Listen, Linda.
You sound like you made all the right choices in
Listen,
life,
chill
being a
out.
hardcore troll.
This guy.
Steve,
Anyway,
dealing with people like you is fun.
Dealing with people like you, and dealing with people like what's this like Darth Dawkins wannabe voice
Hey,
you're
you
doing,
did
bro?
that
Relax
way
with
It's
too
all
fun.
well.
If you think
This
this
is
is
how
how
we
a grown
speak.
up acts,
Normal.
Speakeasy, do
Goofy, bro. You
you
sound
think
stupid.
do you think this is how a grown up acts, buddy?
yeah.
Do you think grown-ups think that their genders
You
other
think
than
you're
what they
acting
are?
you think
Huh?
you're acting
Do you
like a
think
grown up right now?
grown-ups-
Yes,
do
there
you
are
think
plenty of
Oh,
adult
grown-ups
trans
that's-
act
people.
like they
that's what
think
we're
that
talking
they're
about.
not?
Yep, there are plenty of adult trans people. Do you think you're acting
Yeah,
like an adult
yeah,
right now? Stop
delusional people.
Stop
Yeah,
deflecting like a little pussy bitch. And do you think that you're acting like an adult? Answer my question.
I know that I'm acting like an adult. You're all the soy
some bullshit.
bitches that
Then you
can't
then you have
handle.
zero self
You
reflection.
have
can't stop talking. You
cooperated
wanna-
with
you
this
asked the
conversation
question,
the whole
You can't
time.
just
So
stop
what does that
You
talking.
can't
make
even
you?
not interrupt the
Right? You
host.
just can't even stop talking, right?
You've well
Remember
past
you were
that
the one that
standard.
said I
We're
couldn't stop
well past
talking,
that
but you can't
standard,
let me
buddy,
answer?
okay?
Why
We're
don't you
well
let me
past that
answer?
standard. At least we can take our turns.
Melanie,
Though,
can
man.
I
So
address
what's your
ABC real quick?
turn? When you ask a question, you keep talking.
I let other people go at you. You've been motor mouthing this whole fucking time.
Yeah, he has.
Wait, you let other people go at me? So
Yeah,
that would
we've all been having a
require
piece of
me
you
to
tonight,
keep
buddy.
talking.
We've
you
all
dumb
had a
bitch.
piece of you.
If everyone
Blind,
else
you're
is
super
talking
low.
to me, that would require me to keep talking. You dumb bitch.
Just keep going. Yep,
You
good
dumb
job.
bitch.
Yeah, you have
Because you're so
Melanie,
insecure,
it's
you
called verbal
can't
judo
imagine
for a
actual
reason.
strength.
Insecure.
You
You're
have no
so
idea what
insecure. You
true
want to
strength
be a
goes
chick.
like.
Hey,
Yeah.
Melanie,
Keep
let him
bringing up
fall
my
on his
trans shit like a
face.
Not
little
such a
bitch.
small dick. You guys are
Melanie,
dick.
Hi,
Grumble
Greg.
let
started
what
it.
are you talking about?
fall.
Grumple
Okay?
started it.
You just keep going and
You
going and
got to
going.
let him fall. It's
Yeah, everything was
Resla
fine
agrees
until
with
you
me,
came
and you
here,
guys are still
Grumple.
crying.
Back to
Yeah,
Resla.
fuck you,
Yeah.
Grumple.
Can
He
we get
said one word.
Resla
the whole
literally
time,
agrees
and
with me, and you guys are still crying. It's weird.
can we
So-
get back to Resla?
White knight fucking syndrome.
Blind, your volume is
Let
incredibly
me
low.
ask
You might have that auto checkbox and on the audio settings. If you uncheck that, you might be able to fix it, but you're really low. I don't think anybody can hear you. I just know that you are speaking right
We
now.
need to normalize sound checks.
Okay.
Seriously, Hey, we can come together on that.
Okay.
Yeah, technical
We
issues are
pause.
I get it. We all get it. We all fought it out and
That's
shit.
way better.
But like, can we just get past that shit and get to a real conversation, maybe?
Yes.
Love it.
Yes. Yes. What was you gonna say, Grumple? Come on, man.
I said
Help.
I'm 100% on board. The melding of the sides has come together. I'm agreeing with Melanie, the Furby Cosmic Fox, about let's make soundtracks great again. Sound checks.
Yes.
Great again.
Yes.
And by the way, Mike, Speakeasy, your mic does sound good, so maybe we can find common ground there.
Mel, this is the first panel I've ever been on that you have been on, and I'm expecting it to be delightful.
Has it been so far?
No.
It has. It has.
You motherfucking welcome, David Wayne.
Hey, I love you, 10th man. I mean that. I swear to God.
And it's a rare occasion.
I have an affinity for you as well.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's a rare occasion. I'm actually drinking tonight. I got some rosé.
This is Queer Eye for the fucking panel verse.
Locally made.
Pump the
Apparently.
brakes, dude. Shit.
Do you have a purple Lamborghini lurking too?
Not yet.
I don't know that reference.
Resla, are you still here? Are you asleep? Can you take control your show, please?
Oh, I'm not sleeping. No. It seems like y'all want to do your own thing, so I'm just gonna sit back because I'm not gonna bother with all the arguing. Like, I know y'all like to lose your voice. You got your honey tea. You got your.
I came up here so you didn't have to.
You got all neat. No.
Resla, have
No,
you
I
ever worked
came
in the
up here
kitchen?
so you didn't have to. I came up here to help you.
Resla, have you ever worked
Go
in the
ahead, dear.
kitchen?
I have for a brief moment, yes.
So then you know how important it is to clean out the kitchen once in a while, especially for people who can't take the heat.
I do.
Thanks, Resla. It's nice to meet you. Kind of. I guess this is what this is.
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
Not aside specifically on the entire conversation earlier, but the entire hey, you have to have a budgetary number. That's over the course of the child until adulthood, like 18.
That is
right?
correct.
It doesn't mean you
That
have
is
to
correct.
have all of it when the child
That
is
is
born.
correct.
Yeah, this
That
is a balance,
correct.
right? You're looking at.
Grumple. We never even got there.
Yeah,
Well, how
for
much
real.
does it to kick someone from the panel? Then you don't have to do it.
I was waiting for that question to come up. It happens all the time. Every time there's too many of y'all.
Right.
But we
I could
didn't
jump
do it.
down now
What?
that you just said if you can't take the heat,
That ruins the grift.
can I just
Lindsay, I think you can take the heat.
I can take it.
Good idea. Good idea.
I just want to make the observation that we did get there, and and I'm not trying to get a gotcha or like I told you so or none of that shit. I'm just saying, can't we draw back on what we were previously talking about and expect
It was interesting.
to be?
I agree.
Because we got Resla made a figure with 6 figures. He said, and his exact and ending words were, "If you don't have 6 figures, then it's oops, baby." Boom. Like we've already gotten that far to this point. Why do we have to deny the conversation or even affirm it or whatever? But I don't know. That's just
I hear you. I hear you, blind, but it doesn't even matter.
I think
Remember to slap that
parenting-
like button, y'all. I can't even see it. I don't see any.
Smash it with a hammer.
I think parenting is a very delicate, and I say delicate as in I'm not trying to oversimplify this, but it is a cost benefit thing where you have to think like, I want this child to have the best life possible, but I only make so much money. So how can I have it both ways? How can I make the current amount of money that I'm making and still provide them the best life possible?
Do you have kids?
Yeah, such a materialistic way of thinking. It's just like, is that what happiness is? Is having things,
Happiness?
And
having
I
enough
simply
things?
backed you
Like,
up on that,
that's
Easy.
stupid.
It's not
Just
just
to be
things.
clear.
It would be like, for example, the ability
I know.
to.
Then you psychoanalyzed me, Lindsay.
I
So,
wasn't
by the
meaning to do that at all. So I'm just
He's
going to
so
apologize
defensive.
because you really seemed to think I was coming after you and I wasn't. So just to make that clear. Anyway, moving on.
And
But yeah,
Resla, I just want to, just so you know, I don't want to stop you from making some money. You
here we
have a
go.
request
Oh,
for
trust me, I'm not
bounty.
making no money. Trust me, I've made
Yeah,
very
well,
no
wait.
money.
You have a request for a bounties in the chat. So you
Oh,
know,
do
put a
I?
good price so
Run
that
Yeah, it's
someone
been
can
mentioned a few
pay to,
times.
Hey, if I
you know,
can
make
make
some money, Resla. You know,
if I can make somebody who has it together enough to run a show that I can then enjoy being on some money, then I will not complain. So get that money, Resla. Speakeasy, responding to what you said, it's not about materials. It's also about opportunities, right? Like the ability to be on a sports team and to socialize with other people on things that you enjoy together. That can be very beneficial for a child.
Yes, I didn't get that, but my children get that
yeah,
now, and it's definitely helped them their social development.
yeah.
As
You just
where I'm
sacrifice some things in your life, right, David, so that your kids could go do that.
a little bit
Spend
of
a little less
time,
on yourself.
a little bit of time. I don't even think it's a sacrifice. It's a fucking
No, be real,
investment
David. Be honest with me right now. When was the
uh,
last time you spent like a lot of money on clothes on yourself?
on myself.
Yeah,
Uh,
not
I've stopped
long time,
growing,
right?
and I'm pretty fresh all the time.
So you
The
oh,
most
so
of
you
the
buy new clothes all the time?
No, no.
Okay.
I've stopped growing. Why would I need to buy clothes all the time?
Right,
My,
exactly. But there's people that think they do, right? There's always people. Or how about a new phone? Do you upgrade your phone all the time?
why would I need to do that?
Right, exactly. So you have like this actual mindset that like this is why you're able to provide for your kids because you know not to go beyond your means. You got people out
I
here that
could
need to upgrade
I
the
could
new
buy
phone,
clothes all the
have
time.
internet, phone,
I could
cable, this,
upgrade all
that.
the
Like
time.
they think that they need to live this luxurious lifestyle to give kids a good life. That's not
I
true.
think you're
We're
going
losing
to
what
the
this is.
furthest end of the spectrum of the argument here. I could get those things, but I don't need them. Like
Right.
that's irrelevant.
That's
No,
my
It's
point is like if you could only afford those things or your kids, they obviously you're gonna sacrifice for your kids. We sacrifice all the time for our kids.
and
Time, money, all of this. And I
life.
don't
The
think you
most
need like
the
extreme
most bang per
amounts of
buck.
it as long
The
as
how
you
is
most
that
do
bang
it
per buck.
correctly.
relevant
I'm
to
sorry,
being
speak.
prepared for a child? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Grumple.
The most, just a really quick statement, and this is I don't think this is arguable. The most bang per buck thing that you can do for your kids is teach them, and with a little bit of your time, is teaching them.
Facts.
Yes.
That's where the old saying goes, you know, you teach them to fish, they eat for life, you know, but you give
That
them
was my
fish and
first
they eat
thought.
one time.
Hey, so let me take it to the extreme and ask if a family is, let's say, at the poverty or under the poverty line or whatever, a poor family. Do they not have the right to have a kid, or like should they not have a kid?
They have a right to have a kid. I would say that there are maybe some like ethical considerations. Like, for one thing, this like let's say this like okay, let me give an example, and I know it's an anecdote, but just hear me out. I think it gets to the point. I was really into electrical engineering as a kid, but I was about to start working with like actual microcontrollers, like the actual chips themselves. But I needed to order something from online to work with the other thing I'd already gone online. My grandpa was like, we can't, like, if we ever get scammed, we're fucked, right? Like, we're too close to poverty to ever risk like ordering something and it doesn't come in, and then this doesn't pay off for you. So he wasn't willing to take a financial risk on my behalf to invest on my greater learning. And I guarantee you, if he had, I would have become really good at using those little microcontrollers, because that's what I was just passionate at doing. And I think that
Like
scales to any
Arduinos.
other. I think that scales to any other child, that they're going to have aspirations. That aspirations can lead to professional opportunities, and if you hold them back, then that's going to limit their professional opportunities. And so, ethically speaking, I don't think you want to do that.
I don't even understand completely what you said, but or how that's related.
It's focused on opportunities, and like if it's unethical to limit someone's opportunities, especially in their childhood, to have a better life, then I think it's unethical to have a child in a household that can't provide them those opportunities as well.
Poor? Is it unethical to be poor now?
No, it's just unethical to be poor and then to try to raise a child at the same time.
Is
Why,
species
though?
propagating itself unethical?
No, not inherently. But then humans are more than just fruit. But humans are more than just fruit flies, so that's a false equivocation.
But I'm confused. Like you're saying it's unethical to be poor and have kids, and you're saying it's because it limits their opportunities. But like my opportunities, and I'm sure your opportunities, were much more limited compared to like Will Smith's kids' opportunities. So like, does that mean you shouldn't like your parents shouldn't have been able to have kids too because you didn't have as many opportunities as Will Smith's kids? Like that doesn't make sense. Like this is where like you can't draw a line here.
Oh no, I'm not talking about drawing lines.
I think what's important is two-parent households. That's what's important.
I'm not talking about drawing lines. This is definitely a sliding scale where the less opportunities you can provide for a child, the fewer. Thank you. The fewer opportunities you can provide to a child, the more unethical it becomes.
That was such a humble thank you.
Doesn't it almost started intentionality?
I don't mind being corrected when it's right. Sorry, I'm blind.
That's cool.
My mom was an English teacher.
So in that context, what you're saying is that opportunities represent good and bad, but that doesn't seem accurate.
Well,
especially with our advancement of technologies, like it doesn't like opportunities are endless, poor or not, dude. Like the opportunities are endless.
First of all, you said technology, so that inherently costs money. Secondly,
I said with the technological advancements of today. I didn't say holy fuck.
But in order to
we have to literally use technology all the time. That's not what I said.
Even industry, yeah, even industry.
But
you mentioned wait, Mel, were you talking about Arduinos earlier? You talking about microcontrollers?
No, I was going to use I forget which an Atmega. It was going to be in like an Atmega something. I really don't remember anymore. It was so long ago. But it was like an 8-bit controller. It was an actual 8-bit like.
Depending on how far you go back you go, but I mean, right now, a lot of this stuff is not expensive. You can get a Raspberry Pi for $7.
Sure, but to develop it to a product would be, and that's where I would say that like the people who are going to get
that's a business proposition. That's not what a child is doing.
Let me drive this home. Let me lay my plan on this one because
land the plane. I'm sorry.
Because the people who can make like using Arduinos into a business opportunity are going to be the people who have things like testing benches and stuff to make such a high quality product that they can get investors into their company versus somebody who's doing this out of their garage. This isn't Bill Gates era anymore either. Like it's not the same opportunities at all.
That's not what
I'm talking about. In some ways, there were more opportunities when Bill Gates started to actually create new technologies and get rich from that than there are now where you're competing with existing technology.
Melanie, have you ever traveled like to like any like have you ever been to Cuba, for instance, maybe Cuba or Mexico?
I don't think you'll consider the amount that I've traveled enough, but just go ahead.
Well, for Cuba, for instance, right? Like that's like they for a long time they didn't import or export with any countries. Super poor country, right? But like every time I've went there, the one thing that I've noticed is the families are strong. They are happy. They love their life, and they're poor. Like they don't have windows. They're all showering outside. They're poor, but they are extremely happy in their lives. They love each other. The family that I gave all my gold and money to before I left, because of how much they stood for what family should be.
I understand what you're saying. Although that would cause tax problems, but So don't really mention that you're actually leaving stuff of value in another country like that.
Don't. Why even mention that?
I think this fox just likes to come up and just like.
No, I was about to say yes and. Wait, no, I was about to agree with you. No, I'm happy you did that. At the end of the day, I'm happy you did that. So I'm mad that you did that. But I agree with what you're saying. But another thing to examine is that these places have a gift economy where they don't look to the rich for salvation anymore. They look to each other. Right. And the biggest difference is that opportunities for them are shared amongst each other. We live in an individualistic society.
That's nonsensical. These people are looking to anybody that has something to offer them. It's not like and I know this from being on the ground level and interacting with these people. It's not like, oh, let's change from looking to the rich to each other or
so a fast food chain tried to move in there, they would approve of it. Like everyone would just approve of it. They wouldn't fight back against it.
They would take from anybody that had to offer them because they're that poor, but yet they still have a happy and fulfilled life.
By the way, I've heard stories about Cuba fighting back against.
They would just take the jobs. A lot of them work on the resorts, so they probably wouldn't fight it.
Cuba jobs. Cuba fights back against international franchises being established there.
Yeah, the government, but you were talking about the people. What we were talking about is how the people there are so poor, but their families are still extremely happy. And I'm asking, is it unethical for all those Cubans to be having babies?
No, because again, they can provide for them based on a different culture and economy than what we have.
So
we have,
boom.
Here comes the communism.
The standards providing for them, that's a very just basic statement. You're talking about just basic necessities.
Yeah. Right? What I said applied mostly to first world, Western developed nations, however you want to take that category, where we're highly individualized and we're capitalistic.
Well, so should it be the case that somebody should be worried about money in even those nations? Like, is that a thing? That's the question, right? So,
right, like they're extremely poor.
It's not necessary, and especially in the Western nations because there is more opportunity.
Well, my prescriptions would change based on the economies and cultures that we're talking about.
Yeah, like go on that. What's that website where they do the jobs? ZipRecruiter or whatever. Like go on that website and see the amount of jobs in your area. Okay,
use code Speakeasy for 20% off your first.
How many of those jobs are looking for someone with experience? How many of those jobs are someone with experience?
I couldn't hold that one back.
Speakeasy, how many of those jobs require someone with experience?
That's epic.
Use code BEARS for.
Wait, sorry. Not every job needs experience. Actually, matter of fact, every single job I ever had, I didn't have experience in said job before I got it.
I believe that.
100%, my guy.
Yeah.
I didn't know a thing. I didn't know a thing about concrete, and I did it for 5 years. I was finishing concrete. Okay, I didn't start laboring and doing all that shit. I went in and finished that bitch. Okay, right away.
That's laboring, brother.
I didn't know nothing about finishing the concrete. Is not the laboring. No, it's not.
You just got to bring the cream up to the top of it. You know what I'm saying? You got to work that cream up, bro.
Man,
work the cream up.
It's on
a little bit of milk.
To be poor and have kids, that's wild, man.
Well, really I was poor. I was poor when I had all three.
Yeah, the only thing that I would maybe consider is an intelligence standard. But even still, it's like I don't really talk to. I try not to anyway. I try not to talk to stupid people.
I'd rather deal with a poor little kid than a spoiled fucking brat any day. I'd rather deal with a group of poor kids than one spoiled fucking brat.
Right. That's what another thing I had mentioned is like when you provide too much for your kid, they become fucking dickheads in society. They look down on everybody, like like they think they earned something that they didn't.
There's a level of survival that comes with it.
I say
there's definitely you can't over provide for them either.
It puts a value to every fish on the hook, man. That my
play in the
kids know
dirt.
how to fish.
And what I'm saying too is not that like if you're homeless, you should plan to have kids. That's not what I'm saying. My thing was like you don't have to be rich. You can be even considered by ours today's standard broke and still have a family, and have a happy family.
Would you recommend?
My grandmother used to always say, like, a pot for 4 can feed 8. And
would
that's
you recommend
like
having
the
a nest
saying,
egg?
like, stop living beyond your means.
Would you recommend having a nest egg beforehand?
Ideally, but what he's saying
Because
is
Resla was simply getting at being prepared,
not
or it's
saying
an oops
he
baby,
said
right?
6 figures. That takes it beyond simply. It wasn't simply. It was 6 figures, was what he said. That's a it's
no. Actually, Blind, you gave the standard of 6 figures.
I said 1 million. I said
That's
1
6
million.
figures. Oh,
Yeah.
well, that is 7. You're
And
right.
yeah,
you're right.
yeah, David, I agree. It's, of course, it's ideal to and not even just for having kids, just like to have his savings, right? To put it away. You never know what can happen, right? Like things fucking happen in a flash. Like if you own a vehicle,
having
this is
an
a great
oops
example.
baby.
Like if you own a vehicle, that bitch can go in a second, right? So like in seconds, you can need to spend thousands on your vehicle because some fucking the brakes and rotors all went and shit, right? So like yeah, of course it's ideal to do that. Yeah. It's optimist. It's more not optimal to do this, of course.
Well, the man has
Thank
arrived.
God you're here, Kevin.
The
Fix this
man
nonsense.
has arrived.
good evening.
What's up, Kev?
You missed
Salute,
it,
y'all. No, he didn't miss it. He saw it. He knows what happened.
Yeah, true. What's up?
Yeah, I've been
Tell us
watching
about
all
it.
you fucking nerds.
Tell us about
Hey,
it.
what do you think? Can poor people poor people, or is it unethical to be poor and have kids?
Kind of, yeah. I think so.
Damn.
Kevin's really quiet for me, by the way.
Yeah, you're down a little bit, Kev.
Mike's a little down.
Fucking
Yeah, at about 60% of what everybody else is, roughly. If you want to know how much.
I would have said 40, actually. Are you speaking logarithmically?
Yeah,
So
right,
are
you
we?
motherfuckers hear me?
Are we saying that?
Oh yes, but your gain was way up. It's kind of
kidding.
kind of
I'm just
muffling.
kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
It's like
Put a
loud
little
moving
bass
delay.
in there, baby.
Gosh, it's probably be better now.
Put that bass in there.
Just so I can have a clarification of that, then are you basically saying like being poor is unethical?
Yeah,
No,
fuck all y'all
no,
broke
I wouldn't
I'd
say
bite that
that.
one.
I wouldn't.
So then,
I wouldn't-
can you give me like the reason why being poor and having a family is unethical? Because
It's
like the
kinda like,
being
yeah.
poor part
No,
isn't unethical, right?
That's why I said kind of, because it's a little bit of a loaded question. For me, like I feel like it would be beneficial. Not
You
only
froze.
For, the
Kev, you
parents,
froze
but
a
also for
little
the. No, hold on.
He did it
Let's
on
see, my
purpose.
shit might be tripping. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
you're good now. It was very brief, but it was at like kind of a key point of what you were saying.
I think you can still have like a great family or whatever if you're below the poverty line. But if you you know what I mean, if you're planning for a family or whatever the case may be, then definitely like it benefits the family as a whole to be able to like provide a little bit of a better life or whatever for your kids.
But you feel
Of course, but like just because there's an optimal choice doesn't mean the other choice is unethical, right?
Yeah, no, not unethical. No.
Yeah, because like I had brought up, I don't know if you heard me bring up like in Cuba, right? Extremely poor country, but like the families there are really, really, it's like a really family oriented place. Like they really stick together. They seem extremely happy.
They have to be.
So like that was why I was saying, like, is it unethical that they're all having families because they're super poor over there? Or like I just don't see the connection. If being poor isn't unethical, then how is being poor make having family unethical? Like that's why I'm not seeing the connection here.
I think the way this world's going right now, it's totally fucking unethical to have.
Well,
any
the way
kids
how
for
that
anyone.
runs,
Oh
right?
yeah, that's a crazy. All right, don't say that, bro. Our birth rate's
For
already
real.
too low, bro. Don't inspire more
With
people.
that,
to
right?
have
The idea
kids.
that people are highly poor and they're willing to look out for each other's like it also says a lot about the culture of that particular area that they're at. That's not the culture that's actually being held now in America, at least in America. It's crazy how much normal families are just police and franchise.
I agree with that 100%. That's why I say like the change isn't like telling people to focus on finances. It's changing the culture, right? To focus on the family unit, right? The first thing that you should be prepared for is that. That's why I say you should be married first, right? Like you should be committing your life to this person that you're gonna have a kid with, because that's your life now. It doesn't stop at 18. You think like when my kids turn 18, I'm gonna be like, all right, fuck off now, don't talk to me. Like no,
some people
right? Like I'll
do
still
that
kill
shit
and
though,
die
bro.
for
That's
them.
how it works with child support.
There are some people that actually do that though. Speakeasy.
I know, but that's not
I hate to
ideal.
say it,
That's
but
not
a
most
lot of
people,
parents are
right?
doing that.
Those people are assholes. Those people are fucking sick in their head, right?
Yeah, actually, the saying, from what I understand, is it takes a village. So if you can only imagine what only one person versus two parents in the household will do. So
Yeah, you used to be able to go over your neighbors, ask for some milk. I bet none of us here know our neighbors. I mean, I do
Never.
because I made a point
Speakeasy.
to. But
Would
you
it
guys
would it
know
be
your
would it
neighbors?
be ethical for a drug addict to have a child while they're still addicted to drugs?
That's not
And
the
if they
same.
got a lot of money.
I didn't. Now you're just adding in the drug addiction.
No, I'm just testing. I'm seeing if you have any bounds for where someone can unethically have a child whatsoever.
That's not even close to the same thing.
I'm not saying it's the same thing.
Yeah, I do have bounds. Like I think it's unethical to let gay people adopt kids.
Damn.
You think that's unethical? You think
Yeah.
that's unethical?
That's
I'm still
unethical.
talking more about bringing a child
No, I'm
into this
not.
world. Is there any situation where bringing a child into this world is unethical?
Yes.
Say it again,
That
Melanie.
bringing
Say it
a
again.
child into this world is unethical. Like I don't know what no. If you again,
He said it. I
you
think it
shouldn't.
is.
You shouldn't. And if you're just doing it for like, say, if you were having children to get a paycheck, that would be unethical. Or if you were having children,
Wait, isn't that what like agrarian farmers
exploit them in
did?
some way, right?
Right.
To,
Like, so
groom
let's say
them or
a
something
surrogate
like this.
mother
Yeah, it would be
has a
unethical.
baby just so she can eat the baby. That's obviously
Wait, what?
bad.
What the
I'm
fuck
just
y'all
giving
Right,
an
That's
yeah,
not
like
what a
of
surrogate
course,
is. What?
of
Hold
course,
on.
I can think
What?
of all
Yeah,
these
that is
crazy
that is
hypotheticals where it's unethical for
right.
sure.
That is crazy.
That's not what a surrogate is. Come on.
Yeah, well,
What?
yeah, that's a crazy.
I'm
extreme.
telling you that this is
would
an
you fucking
extreme,
put a
so
baby
that
in a bitch's
the question-
womb just so she could eat the motherfucker
listen,
like a
Kev,
praying mantis when she shit the shit out? Like,
Kev,
what the fuck?
Melanie's
That's crazy. Bro.
Melanie's
What the hell
asking
you
a
talking about?
non sequitur. That's my point.
It's a
What'd
crazy.
you call me? Hey Google, what's non sequitur mean?
Yeah, Brig, don't be having us up here having to tap in with Chat GPT. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Just say
come
the
on.
shit in layman's terms, motherfucker. Like,
You're not nearly
shit,
racist
bro.
enough to do that.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to tell you.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
You said
You're gonna have to
Google
go a
was a
little bit more racist.
non-sequitur.
Hey Google,
That's
like
crazy.
Google answers.
Fucking praying mantis fucking association with like what shit? The bitch was gay. She had a baby. Like, clearly she didn't eat the nigga. What?
Clearly. What?
It's all that weird shit you be doing with that fucking First Amendment audit and shit, just screaming at the
Wait,
police for
hold
no
on, hold on.
goddamn
No.
reason.
Let me
You
clarify one
goddamn
more
delusional,
time for you,
fool.
Kev, let me clarify one more time for you, because obviously you didn't understand what Melanie was asking. He was asking, rather, if
Don't disrespect Melanie's pronouns, fool. I'm not finna dignify your fucking question if you keep disrespecting Melanie's pronouns.
question.
Don't do that.
It was a non sequitur. It was something that just obviously.
Wait, why not?
A pronoun is a part of speech, and you don't like give it or to take respect from it. It's a piece of grammar.
Listen, y'all not finna disrespect my position as the antagonist either. Just the same way you not finna disrespect Melanie's pronouns, you not finna
I'll disrespect every fucking bit of it.
Yeah, I mean,
as the antagonist. So that's the fucking
I
question.
refuse
Answer the fucking
to
question.
lie
Didn't
for
you fight
you,
for my
Melanie.
My grandma was 82 years old when she
But this
passed.
isn't racist enough for me to fight about it.
Mine was 130.
Your
I can ramp it
grandma
up.
was
I can ramp it up.
100.
I can ramp it up. I can ramp it up.
Let's do it. Come on.
Nah, don't ramp shit up.
Oh.
Take it easy, Karen. Take it easy.
Nah,
Don't
here we
ramp it
go,
up.
crowd. Yeah, my boy.
Nah, that's good.
Yeah, let's take it there, fool.
A wild
everyone been
crab
doing?
appears.
Been fighting and shit.
Sir.
Yeah, sort of.
Grandpa, good to see you still on the internet.
Brick trying to use big fucking
Yeah,
words.
you know,
and
like the like I got to pass. You know,
I got some in my pocket. You want some more?
You left your WAN
Yeah,
alone.
I
Pause,
guess.
little
Yeah.
pause.
I got my
Froze
what?
Onomatopoeia.
Oh,
It's
I know that
it's
one.
a
I'm
thing
from
that sounds
Kentucky.
like what the sound it makes.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Like the whippoorwill.
See, this that rhetoric that you be speaking to them goddamn police officers that be trying to figure out why you trying to steal electricity from the goddamn Best Buy.
What the hell?
I'm done
No,
now.
it's stealing
Don't make
stealing
sense.
Wi-Fi from McDonald's.
Uh-oh,
It's stealing the Wi-Fi from
that
McDonald's.
lightning bolt.
That's the move.
Terrible.
That
Plug
McDonald's
your
Wi-Fi
computer
is-
in. Don't plug your phone in.
Bypass the meter base.
You could get charged with theft of electricity if you plug your phone in.
I mean, it's possible, you know.
That sounds like you may have had to deal with that before. Have you had to deal with that personally, Brick?
Me?
Did you? Yeah.
No.
Where'd you come up with that?
I don't know.
You talking about that video, Brick, that time on the subway? On the subway when the USB port? Yeah, that made me mad.
I don't know. I had a battery pack once.
Once.
Oh, you don't want to admit that in open. Never mind.
Technology is great.
Okay, you
I
can
mean,
start
there's a
using
couple niggas running around with like vibrating dildos and shit. That's technology. So is that
That's
great?
what she said.
Benjamin Franklin's the devil.
You bite your
That's all I'm
tongue.
trying to tell you.
I can get with that.
Franklin? Why? What you got against Benjamin Franklin?
I like $100 bills, bro.
The devil.
What it
Are you,
been? What it
are you
been?
saying that with a B instead of a V? The devil? Benjamin Franklin's the devil?
The
Somebody
double
up here has to get it. And that's the one it's for.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was.
So you guys like
Too
talking
much
about a
rain.
topic or just fucking shooting the shit?
There was a topic.
There was a disparity, or not a disparity, a disagreement, and maybe it needed to have some clarification.
See what
I
you
think
did,
the topic
Brick?
was about how much money you have to have before you have a kid.
Why don't you blame
Yeah.
somebody else? It's easy to blame me. Everybody does that.
Well, Grumple, it turned
No,
into
that's not
ethical
exactly.
for
No,
people to have
respectfully,
kids.
hold on, y'all. That's not.
Hold on,
That's
hold
not
on, hold on.
exactly.
Kevin,
what
Kevin's got
exactly
something to
it.
say, y'all.
That's the
Kevin's got
gist.
something to say. He really wants to
the
say
gist of
this.
it.
What do you want to say, Kevin?
No.
No,
Because
No,
that
you
wasn't
say it,
exactly.
bro. You say it. You say it.
No,
Go ahead.
no. God bless.
No,
God bless
you-
everybody. You know. Shit. Goddamn. Well, shit. Let me talk. That wasn't exactly what the question that was posed, and I think Speakeasy actually had it dialed in. You know, so Speakeasy, if you could like reiterate the question.
Yeah,
Is it
yeah.
actually
It
a
ended
good
up
question?
turning into is it ethical or is it unethical for poor people to have kids?
How poor? I think it'd be dependent on how poor.
Yeah,
Well,
that
like,
was my
yeah,
thing.
so,
It's
like,
a
not
sliding
homeless.
scale, by the way. That was my
Or
whole
like,
thing. Is
poor
that
by
there's no
Western
line you.
standards.
By the way, that was my whole thing. Is that there's no line you can
Or
draw. It's a sliding
poverty.
scale. The poorer you get, the more opportunities you can't provide for your own children. Therefore, the worse life that they're going to have relative to a child who can have more opportunities.
That's not directly relational.
So
Poor's
like,
kind of subjective. I think if you've got all your shit taken care of, all your bills sorted, then you're in a situation where you can extend beyond that. But if you haven't got those things sorted, you probably shouldn't be having kids, because if anything happens to you, everyone's up shit creek.
And if you don't have those sorted
That's all it takes.
and you have a kid, like Resla said, it's a fucking oops baby.
How did Bronny
Right.
James wind up in the NBA? Let's talk about that.
What? He's in the NBA?
I'm just saying, this all I'm trying to tell you. Like, there's extremes of both ends. Like, Bronny James is LeBron James' kid, you know? He's trash. But he's on the roster of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Damn.
Yeah, this is like directly related to, I wouldn't say necessarily nepotism, but just
That's
the
nepotism up the
Does he-
ass.
I'd say
Does he get
I wouldn't
playtime?
directly say yes, he does. I wouldn't say directly like nepotism, but
If
this is like
he's
the life.
if he's
This is the it's the
Does
life
he get
that
playtime during the first period? Or
Does he get to
what's
play
it?
with his
yeah,
Quarter,
dad?
first quarter.
100%.
is he
Yeah,
getting
for sure.
paid through the NBA?
Exactly.
He
Is he
gets to
getting
play
paid
with
through the sport?
LeBron. Like, do they get time together? Because that's nepotism shit. If I
Do
ever,
they get time together? They're father and son, fool. What the fuck you talking about?
I mean,
That wasn't
that's
the best question.
Yeah,
well.
that
I
was
mean,
terrible.
bro. That when have you ever seen NBA players that have two generations playing on the court together?
Never. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
That doesn't.
You know,
I mean, when in any sport has. I
That's
mean,
the point.
it has happened, but it's like a few
the
times.
Griffies,
It's that
you know,
rare.
King
It's
Griffey Jr.,
King
Griffey
Griffey,
Sr.,
yeah.
you know.
I think that was
it's
one.
nepotism shit. That's clear cut to me. I mean, just from my perspective.
For sure, but if the nigga had like 2 left feet or whatever the case may be and couldn't shoot for fuck all, then he never would have made that. You know what I mean? He never would have made the team or whatever the case may be. All I'm saying though, you know, that's an extreme case. But
Jamie Lee Curtis.
that is
parents
hold
were
on,
both actors. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and God bless him or
Yeah,
whatever the case may be. Let me just land my plane real quick. This is what I'm saying about LeBron's son. LeBron put his sons through like the best academies or whatever the case may be. He had the money to do so. You know what I'm saying? He took a little trash ass 6 foot nothing nigga. You know what I'm saying? Put him through the best shit. And so he was able to actually make an NBA team. That was money driven, you know? So there is like there's a certain level of you know, like economical like violence or whatever the case,
But
or however you
wouldn't
want
you
to call
say
it.
they have even more, even more than a person would need?
100%, bro. He gave his children like way more opportunities. You know what I mean? But a lot of those were like financial based opportunities. You know, you got
Yeah,
to pay for certain
that's
shit.
with that
So
situation. But then you got like Billy Ray Cyrus, and then Miley Cyrus was all types of fucked up. You know what I mean? So like, this is why it goes more to like the inspiring the culture to be good parents rather than like saying you need to have all this money for materialistic shit. I think when we focus on finances, that's focusing on materialistic shit. Make sure you can buy your kids TVs and iPads so that you don't actually have to fucking be a part of their lives and shit. You know what I mean? Like that's what I think that leads to if we put finances so high on the scale of what's important for starting a family. Like
The good
I
parenting
agree
should be
with what
opposite that.
I give you that. I
Crab
give you
was
that.
saying about yeah, you of course you should have your shit together first, right? Like that's
Yeah.
of course. But like beyond this, right? I don't think you need to be like fucking rich or have fucking 100,000 in the bank or anything like this. That's I don't see a reason for that, and I wouldn't find it unethical for somebody. Like I said, two people, they have all this shit together and
Okay.
they're living check to check, and they maybe have a little bit of money saved up. If they want to have a family, I don't see anything unethical with that.
As an addition to that, if you have 100,000 in the bank, you are not probably financially literate, because you having your liquid. No, because
lower middle class.
literate, you're going to be investing, and you're not going to have $100,000 just sitting there doing nothing.
Okay, I feel
You
like
wanna
we
teach your
have
kids
at
to be
least
financially
agreed
literate.
that there is some ways in which you can
teach it
unethically
in
have a
school.
child, and I think for me it's a
Yeah.
sliding scale thing, right? Like when you know you can't provide for your child the opportunities that that should be entitled to every child, then then maybe it's not as ethical to have a child as someone who can. Doesn't mean
Money
it's
is honestly.
so I think maybe some of the wording issues are
what's
that
the
we're saying
standard?
unethical rather than less or more ethical than other
What
circumstances.
Money is the least important part of it.
standard?
The standard is how many opportunities you can provide for a child. So like going back to the Cuba thing, you can't really provide more opportunities than what the people around you are providing, because again, there's not really anyone coming in there providing
Quantify.
higher level
You
opportunities.
said how many? Quantify.
No, that's the thing is like I'm saying it's relative, so we're not in absolutes or numbers.
So
yeah, but like the
disagree.
poorest people in America
Comparing it.
are richest than the 90% of the world. So like you're basically saying 90% of the world shouldn't have kids.
Well, we live in an
if you wanna
economic
be-
system that's
Yeah, but
unethical
they
to
could
begin
move to
with.
America.
behind how many opportunities.
If you want to be very successful,
many
you
is a
invent your
number?
own opportunity.
How many
Well,
is
that's
a
the
number?
problem. By the way, that's the problem with what Speakeasy says is the problem with living in an unethical economic system to begin with. It makes telling people to have more kids unethical.
You're saying that having more opportunities, that's a quantification. How many?
If you want to be
It's
an
not
employee,
it's a qualitative statement, not a quantitative statement.
No, how
Wait,
many?
what?
Do you understand the
many?
difference between a qualitative
What?
analysis and a
How
quantitative
many
analysis?
is a no? How many literally
Or
is
qualitative
quantity?
description versus a quantitative description?
Many. The word many.
Yeah, I know.
So,
I'm not
trying to
I'm
run
not
all these
talking
words
about
down.
quantities. I'm
Y'all-
talking about
But you
qualities.
did say how many.
Am I talking
Melanie,
about
you're
qualities
using
or
words
How
quantities?
many can you
beyond
provide
Brick.
for? How many
Break
can
it
you
down to
provide
him.
for?
Break it
You
down.
said how many.
Explain
it
like
depends
he's
on how
5
many
because he's 5.
opportunities. So specifically,
Okay, Brick.
how many opportunities?
Brick, let's say I have 3 apples. Okay, so that's a quantity. You would agree, right?
Okay. So if you have
But-
3 apples, you can have kids.
Wait. But the quality of those 3 apples can vary, even though I still have 3 apples, right?
So 3 red shiny apples that are edible, and now you can have kids.
Melody didn't say nothing about no red.
Sure.
shiny
that was the
apples.
exact equation. No, you got it. That was the exact equation.
Yeah,
Melanie,
3
No,
apples.
it
thank you.
wasn't.
You
She
solved
just
it.
said fucking
We
apples.
actually-
How
we
about
You just have
actually
to have
just
3
solved-
apples.
shiny apples.
We
Now
just
you can have
solved
kids,
world
and now
hunger,
it
by the
becomes
way.
ethical.
We just
That's
solved
it.
we
world
doing
hunger.
classism. Now we
We
doing
just solved world
classism
hunger
about
without
apples. This
realizing
is
it.
crazy.
An apple a
Now
day
Brick
keeps
understands
Inappropriate,
combat.
3 apples a
fool.
day. 3 high quality
Inappropriate.
apples a day keeps the poverty away.
Johnny Appleseed has
made
entered
a
the chat.
claim.
Oh yeah,
You made a
Johnny.
claim.
No, I'm Melanie
asking you to
Appleseed. Don't
clarify.
misgender
You
me.
can
So
talk
what
over
kind
me.
of so let me ask you
Well,
this,
shut the
Melanie.
fuck
What
up.
kind of opportunities are you talking about? Do you mean like occupation?
Yeah, I would say generally economic opportunities because it's not just occupation. It would also be like, say you're Bill
So
Gates.
what
and
occupations
say
do you
you're
need
Bill
to be?
Gates, and you have like a revolutionary idea. Like, how able are you
That
to
you
put
stole
that
from
idea to
Wozniak.
market?
Sorry.
You realize how, like that's like one in a
What occupations do you need to be like
What
rich
occupations?
to get them? Yeah.
Bill
I don't think you
Gates
need to
stole
be
the shit
rich
from
to have
Wozniak.
kids. I would say that there's such a thing as economic stability, such that like you're not looking to incur more debt with the more you spend.
Okay,
because
well, would you say that like everybody that's below the poverty line, all those kids, they have an opportunity in trades?
no, not always.
No.
What? Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, so you actually
do you know what
just-
trades are?
Yeah,
Yes, I do.
I don't think you do, Melanie.
Yeah, but
Yeah, because if we're
First
talking
off,
about
hold
jobs
on,
that would
time out.
require
Why
experience
are
to
we not
begin with,
addressing blind sitting like this on
If
the
we're
fucking panel
talking-
and blinking his eyes twice every time Melanie says something? What are you doing, blind?
What
Bro,
Johnny.
Okay, so when we're talking about
Nigga.
the trades, are we talking about getting a job in the trades, or are we talking about some sort of program that's available to
Kev, you
people
gotta calm it
to get them in the trades? Because there are trades programs and there are trades jobs. So to get a trades jobs, you often need experience or to be a part of a union, and that's actually a high bar for a lot of people.
Did you just say you have to be in a
trades
union to
programs,
get a trade job? What?
trades programs.
There's-
Well, let me finish. Holy fuck. Trades programs, however, can be a
Take
way
a
around
dip.
that, but you still need to be fed, you still need to be clothed, and etc. to actually be able to get through that.
You ain't never lived in the
We're
South.
not saying homeless.
I have an anecdote here that's very important to this. Right now in DFW, there's a business, an HVAC business that's advertising on multiple radio stations. Hey, come work for us. We're gonna pay you and put you through our school, and then you're
Yep.
an HVAC tech and making 6 figures within like 5 years of starting.
Key
roughly.
point, you have to go through school. So in order to go through school, just to be
No,
clear,
no,
You
it's
just said
their
trades
school,
was
and you're making a
occupation.
paycheck.
Let me
I'm
remind
not,
you
I'm
guys.
not
making a
disagreeing it's their
paycheck
school.
while
I'm not
doing their
disagreeing
school.
it's their school. Just to be clear,
HVAC will get you
to
more
go
than
through
that.
school and
It's
to
their
actually
their training program, not
Yes.
school necessarily. It's not using the word school. Their
to
training.
even go
program.
through a training
Guys,
program, you need to
the
be able to
opportunity is
feed
lower.
yourself. You need to be able to clothe yourself.
And did you miss the part where I said they give you a paycheck during this
Melanie,
time?
can you read a tape measure?
Do you need a certification for HVAC? Yes or no?
Can
You
you
don't need
take
one
that?
to know you got 4 inches. Bro.
No,
swing a
you
hammer.
don't.
Guys,
You don't need one to
people
start.
Yes, you
in
do,
poverty
actually.
have less opportunity
There is such a
because
thing as
they're
a
less
certified
likely to
HVAC
follow.
technician. There is such a
Can't
thing
Not
as
a
a
you have
journeyman.
HVAC
Not
certified
a
engineer at
HVAC
journeyman.
home?
technician.
You have
Not a
There is
journeyman.
such
A
a thing as a
master.
Shut your.
Not a journeyman.
there is such a thing as a certified HVAC technician. When a company is
Yes.
offering their own
Right, but
training,
you don't
that means
need.
And not
they're
every
helping
journeyman.
you
What
get
the
to
point is,
certification. Now let me
Melanie,
make my actual
Melanie, the
argument.
point
See,
though,
this is why you
there,
suck at
there's
conversation. This is
my
why you
point
can only
was that
debate and you can never have a
occupation and skilled
conversation. Because I'm
trade.
trying to explain something to you and you're
Right.
afraid of learning something new.
Melanie, you say things that
I
are
let you
wrong all
yap.
the time.
Yeah,
Have
because
any
you
of you
think
guys
you're always
completed a trade?
I
teaching
sat
people
here and let
shit.
you all yap like
You're not
Yeah,
crazy.
do you have
teaching people shit
tradesmen
all the
on the
time.
panel?
Relax.
So when a company is trying to train you for a
Oh my
certification, you
gosh.
need to be able to get through that
Melanie.
Have
training
you
and
worked in any
certification
trades
period
before? You're
to
gonna tell me
discern
what
the
it's like to
quality
work
of
in
life.
trades? What fucking trades have
Yeah,
you
you
worked
tell me
in,
what my
Melanie?
argument is. You tell me what my argument is, genius.
I don't need to know your argument to
You
know it's
don't know
I'm an
it.
stupid.
HVAC
You're right. You're
technician.
arguing against thin air. You're arguing against the
Melanie,
ghost. You're right.
They're
Melanie,
not
you're
wrong
right.
yet.
You're right, but
As
you're right for the
as
wrong reason.
Nobody gives a
yeah.
shit. Even if
I
you
don't
are.
know why you're
Listen,
right.
listen. Time out, everybody.
Rude,
We can
just-
all hold on one second, Melody. Like we can all
sorry.
get our shit off, or we can all like just talk over each other. You know, like come on,
I'm
man.
the drunk one here, and I'm giving you the most room to speak, all of you.
Listen,
So you should,
listen. I'm a little intoxicated too, Melanie, and God bless you. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying this to the whole of everybody. Like, can we actually have a decent dialogue here? Jesus
I
Christ.
heard a you
Dialogue.
from Melanie.
Give me a second.
I heard a you
I prefer
people.
a dialectical.
Keep going on and on.
Guys,
Yeah, somebody who
People-
knows what the
people
word
below-
dialectical
people-
is has never worked in a trade. Just
people below the poverty
Generally.
line are
Generally.
less likely to get their diploma, right?
Hey,
And if you
Google.
don't have your diploma and GED, you're not getting into trade school, are you? So being
That's
below the
half
poverty
true.
line means you're less likely to get a trade.
That's half true. That's going straight from school to
It's
trades.
fully true.
If you go through a trades program, sometimes you, like here in Canada, you only need your grade 10, which is not completed high school.
Can you
Coming
ruminate
from
on
somebody who's never swung a hammer.
Can you think? Can you just let?
I've been
I
a
actually
tradesman,
know what's necessary for trade
19
schools,
years,
and I've
20
done
years.
shop class.
It's annoying as fuck. Man.
Can you at least carry the shingles?
By the way, I've been learning to do the trades myself, so that way I can actually launch my own small business. But go fuck yourself.
Let somebody else think for a second.
wait, while you're computer engineering
No drones.
with a hammer.
HVAC technician, and
Hey,
they
fuck.
I'm gonna
haven't
make
been
my. I'm
wrong
gonna
yet.
manufacture. I'm gonna fabricate my own drones
Okay,
from
but can
scratch.
you be quiet? God
Aside
damn.
from the electronic circuitry, which
pretty
I
good
will
at
obviously
basket
do
weaving.
too.
Fuck.
I'll make my own PCBs and stuff, but I'm not gonna be like
Can you hear
making
me,
my own
fuck?
chips, obviously.
What were
Yeah,
you
so
drinking, Mel?
Actually, no, blind. Your volume is still like really low. It's
I
hard
think
to
you're muted.
hear.
Oh.
Yeah, you're
I
not
think
muted,
you're
Just
muted.
but
just to
your
be
volume is
clear,
low.
what
Which
I
is
was
actually
saying was
not a bad thing.
occupations, right? There's trades,
Okay, is that any better?
skilled laborers, the
Yeah.
electricians,
Yes.
It's a bit better.
different transportation jobs, all these different occupations, security guards, custodians, food.
Why are you
service
still saying
workers.
this when
There's
we
all these
pointed out
different
you
occupations.
need a high school diploma for any of
No,
this?
no, they
Well,
don't.
that's different,
You
Melanie.
don't
I
need
know
a
for
high
skilled
school
labor.
diploma to be a custodian. You don't need a high school diploma.
Actually,
to
you do.
fucking
My
work at
grandpa was a
McDonald's.
custodian. I
You
know
don't
that
need
for
a
a
high
fact.
school diploma to be a
Yes, you
delivery
do. My
driver.
grandpa was
You
a
don't need a high
custodian.
school diploma to
I
be
know
a
that for a
security guard.
fact.
Shut your
To
mouth
get
for a
your trash
minute.
cans?
High
Because you're a
school.
fucking
Wipe off
liar.
the counter?
Okay.
And clean the
Listen,
frickin'
listen,
toilets?
ladies and gentlemen,
Really?
ladies and gentlemen. Melanie, I tell you this shit every time. You know I fuck with you, but let bro get his shit off. Let
Pause.
bro land his plane. Yeah,
Pause,
pause.
bro.
Let bro get his shit off and land his plane, and then fucking get your rebuttal. Go ahead.
I have a
Speak
job.
easy. Come on.
I have an article
we
here.
fly
By
in
the way,
ultralights
Hold
from
on,
a
up
hold
job
on,
in
bank in
space.
Melanie. Time out, sister. Hold on.
No, I have a
1 second,
source.
blind.
I'm posting. I'm just
Listen,
letting you know.
listen. And God bless.
Wait.
And listen.
I have family
No.
that can't speak English and they
If you
own
wanna let this
companies. But
happen-
you
I'm
think we
saying
need
this
Yeah,
fucking
is
they
high
can still
schools
they
to
can
have
still get their
jobs? Shut
diploma.
up.
Melanie, we don't
Shut
have
up,
to have
Melanie.
this.
Recognizes diplomas
Listen,
from other
we don't
places.
have to have this free for all. You can have your
So,
source. You're
in
still gonna
private
have
chat-
it. You're still gonna hold on one
Yeah.
second. You're
Now
still
you're
gonna
doing.
have
Now
your
you're
source.
the issue, Kev. So
Yes,
maybe you need to
exactly,
calm the fuck
exactly. I
down.
will be the
I'm
issue
trying to
if I
say
have to
one
try to
sentence.
moderate
I'm
this
trying
shit.
to say
put
one
some
No, you
sentence.
order
don't
in
need to
here.
say
That.
one
Under the
sentence.
Here's
Like,
one sentence.
Speak Easy was
Here's
trying to
one
get his shit
sentence.
off. You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't.
So
Okay, well then
fuck your
you can
one
do that after I
sentence.
say
Fuck your
one
one
fucking
sentence.
sentence. He can do that after
Ain't
I say
nobody
one
try.
sentence.
No, because you're gonna get your one
No,
sentence
no,
off,
you
and then
no,
you're gonna
because
have
you're
another
not
one.
going to get your
Then
point
you're
done
gonna have
until I get
another
to
one.
say my
Nobody
fucking
cares what it
You're
takes
sentence.
to
gonna
do that in
have another
Ontario.
one.
I
Man,
don't
we seen
fucking
this
care,
movie
Kev.
before.
Like, you're not
We seen
Resla.
this
If you
movie
were
before.
Resla, then I would give a shit, but you don't have authority on this. I
don't-
posted one
Mel,
link
do you
in the
remember
side
that
chat.
talk we had?
I
You're
posted
doing
one
that
link
thing.
in the side chat
Doing
from
that
the
thing now.
from the job bank of the
Okay.
government of
All
Canada.
right. Well, God
Job
bless you.
requirements for
Yeah.
custodians.
I
Job
just read over
requirements
it.
for custodian.
Dumbass
Completion
up.
of secondary school may be required. Thank you. Take the L.
That's
Okay,
fucking
so
May-
maybe
be
required
required.
doesn't mean
Okay.
it is required, you retard. So take the L on your own fucking
But that means that they
sentence.
can choose to require
Take
it if
the
they
L
want
on
to.
your own
This
Maybe
the
not
shit.
every
This the shit I'm
custodian
talking about,
job.
Melanie. You
This
can't
means that
be
not every
quiet to let
custodian
bro give
job.
his rebuttal.
You're an idiot.
You
This
can't. You
means
couldn't
that
even
not
be
every
quiet long.
custodian job is
Couldn't even be
available to every
quiet long
person.
enough just to let bro speak his piece.
No,
let
because
alone
this
give
proves
a
my
No, you said
point.
rebuttal
one
to
sentence,
your
Mel.
bullshit. Like,
No, this
let's
proves
just
my
easy
point
land
then.
this fucking
He
plane,
already,
man.
he already responded.
That's why people
This
don't
proves my
like you,
No,
point.
yeah,
nigga.
eight
That's why
sentences.
You went,
motherfuckers don't
Only
oh,
like
one
you,
may
sentence.
nigga.
apply, I win. No, you don't win
God
because this
damn.
proves my point that not every custodian job is available to everybody.
fuck up out of here,
I
fuck.
didn't
Nobody
say not
said that,
everyone.
Mel.
Alright,
Nobody
shut
made
the
that claim.
fuck up. Yeah,
Well,
now
this
shut
actually
the fuck up.
this supports my
Please.
claim.
Nobody made the
Not
claim
only-
that
Please shut
all
the fuck up
custodian
and let
jobs are available
Speakeasy
to
speak
everybody.
his
Kind of did
piece.
without realizing it because you can only maximize your
Shut
argumentation
the
and make it
fuck
strong
up!
if that's
No
true.
problem. No
No,
problem, Melanie.
I make my
You
argument
got
strong
it.
by speaking very loudly.
No, that's
Yeah,
called
I'll be
waving your
trying
dick
to.
around.
Shut the
No,
fuck
it's
up!
called
All right, so
Arabic.
stop waving
My
your
dick's
dick
bigger than
around,
yours,
Mel.
Temple.
Put your dick away for a minute and shut
Good
up,
luck.
Yours
right?
is mad it's bigger than
Exactly.
yours.
Now that
It's
everybody's
called-
got their big dicks
Well,
That's
away,
I
can
mean,
Speakeasy
cool,
make
bro.
his fucking point, Mel? Like, can Speakeasy make his
What
point?
you-
Is that okay
He
with
already
you?
made his point.
Man,
No, he
shut
didn't.
up, Fox. God damn, you don't have to respond to anything. Shut the fuck up. This ain't the fucking Fox.
What is a gishkolop? Does any of you know what a
Easy,
gishkolop is?
man. Please
Go
try
out.
to
A gish, wait, a
Gish
golop?
golop. Oh my lord, you can't even
It's a
say it right.
golop.
A gish golop.
Goulash.
Okay?
Can we change the title to gish golop?
That is how it's said. By
It's
the
a
way.
series of islands
Gallop.
near the
Gallop.
like near the entrance of the Mediterranean.
Here in
That's
Canada,
where
we
the
say a
gish
horse
Galapagos
galops. We
islands
say
are.
galops.
To be fair,
Come
Galapagos
to Southern
is
Ontario.
Hey,
Wiener before.
Melanie,
Come to
what
Southern
happens when a
Ontario.
horse?
Tell people they're saying galop
A
wrong.
whole new species.
When a horse,
Nobody
Dude,
says
just one
golop
moment,
like
everybody.
that in Ontario. You
When a
lying
horse-
sack of shit.
when a horse
Forgot
moves
that I'm
fast,
from
what do you call
Ontario
that?
You stupid.
Galapagos.
Fucking
The
liar.
person who ran a horse farm literally said it like that. So apparently, I'm more Southern Ontario than you are, buddy.
An Amish drive-by.
Oh, we got two Kanakistanians.
Yeah, you've never
no, let
been a
them
part
go.
of an Amish drive-by like I have.
Show us what a gish gallop is.
Oh, this could be like such a
Yeah,
dope
that's
panel
the
if everybody
problem
just
with that
respected
ChatGPT.
everybody's
Do not show.
opportunity.
ChatGPT don't pronounce words
Almost
correctly.
everyone
Melody.
is. Almost.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, it's a
That's
large
all I'm
language
trying to
model. It
tell
doesn't
you.
have pronunciation.
Cool up.
woven
There are
into
200
it.
year old turtles on the
If
gish
you actually
golop.
understood how LLMs work, then you would know
Melanie,
that
do you know what
ChatGPT
an
can
ad
hallucinate
hominem is?
pronunciations.
At home.
Your mom's an ad homo.
Hey, Melanie, can you go away? Like,
No.
fuck. That's what
No,
I'm.
like simply though, you could be.
You could go away, and then you
could
won't have to hear my
literally-
voice
You could be
anymore.
a real estate agent, a web developer.
Oh,
You could
you
be
can be-
administrative assistant, food service worker,
Have
custodian,
you ever seen The
office
Simpsons where Marge
manager.
becomes a
guard,
real estate agent?
delivery driver,
Prostitute.
all different.
No, you have to have a license to be a real estate agent, for one thing.
Carpentry,
OnlyFans creator.
Yeah, you could be all these
Barber.
things without ever fucking finishing school. So like, there's
could be a
plenty of
Mensa member.
And if
opportunities
you want to be a
and
good
occupations.
carpenter, by the way, so that way you don't get shitty reviews online and then nobody hires you, what you
Yeah,
do...
don't go to school if you want to be a good
You know,
carpenter.
what the fuck does that have to do with
Well,
catching a
Sparky,
GED or
I'm
a
not gonna trust
diploma
your
to be a
experience on
fucking
this.
carpenter?
Nothing.
You can do whatever the fuck you
Well,
want.
you're
Yeah.
broke,
Yeah.
bitch. You're never
Yeah.
gonna
Somehow
fucking hire a
find a
carpenter.
way-
You're never
you
gonna
somehow
hire a
find a
carpenter.
way-
So don't nobody
Literally
give a
land
fuck what you
development
talking about.
dummy.
You're
By the
broke.
way,
bitch.
if you want to be
I have
money
I
from
have
it.
an
You're
uncle,
never gonna hire a
I have
carpenter,
an
so we don't give a
uncle
fuck what you're talking about.
that owns a company and can't speak English. Okay, he didn't go to
Exactly.
school here. None of that.
I would never
Can't
hire
speak
a carpenter
English,
that
owns
didn't
a
graduate
company.
high school. You broke bitch. You never
So
gonna
if you
hire a
know
carpenter
somebody
ever.
who
You
is
live in a
skilled in a
studio
trade and you can learn
apartment
from them, that's called
now
an
and
apprenticeship.
forever, bitch. Nah, hell no. You might live in the parents' in your parents' basement. Talking about, I
So
would
if
never
you
hire
know
a goddamn
somebody,
carpenter.
hey Kev,
Man,
calm down.
shut
You're
the
spurging.
fuck
You're all
up.
spurging the fuck right out.
Weird
If you know
ass.
somebody who's skilled in a
No,
trade,
you're spurring.
You're a
They aren't
weirdo.
graduating high school.
You're a
They
weirdo.
if you know
graduate
somebody,
high
if you
school
know
and get
somebody
into
who's
carpentry.
skilled in a
Man,
trade,
we ain't trying to listen to
if
that.
you
Check
know
my
somebody,
Google fact.
Shut up. You
so
sound
if you know somebody who's skilled in a
Shut your
trade,
bitch
We
ass
know
up.
you
I don't
want
give
to
a
set up
fuck
a
about the
club.
goddamn Google facts.
We know how it is.
Shut up.
Shut
you're all
up.
just
Weirdo.
spurging out, okay?
Stupid.
You can learn
So
from
if you know
YouTube these
someone who's
days
skilled
and
in
go
a
get a
trade,
job like in trade.
Legit,
No,
yeah.
God
okay,
in
so
heaven,
that's still not
Grump.
true. None
Exactly.
of this is
You can
true.
open a
YouTube
job site.
All the
University.
smart words.
None of this is true. If
Don't
you know,
That is
This
but
true.
bitch
but,
ass Roberto. Let me go to Chat GPT and drop
but
a couple
is
links for
Speakeasy
true.
y'all.
said
Shut the
something.
fuck up.
You know, if you would stop
Shut up.
spurking, I could give Speakeasy some credit
Don't
for saying
nobody want to
something
hear
that's
what the
somewhat
fuck you
true.
talking about. Nah, we finna give you
Yeah,
the
of
same
course you
treatment
can.
that you get everybody else. You know,
You're bad for the
any other
conversation.
time that
You're like, I
anybody
just
trying to
want to
like
have a
get a little piece,
conversation.
you
Oh, I just want to
always
have a conversation,
interrupt.
but you're
So
bad
now
for
you
the
know what it's like.
conversation.
Now you know what it's like to get interrupted every couple sentences. So
Yeah,
shut
cool.
your dumb ass up.
And you don't know what it's like to have a back
Cut
and
your
forth.
balls off. If you really want to be
Aw, you
respected as a woman, cut
twiggered.
your balls
Aw,
off,
you
and then we
twiggered.
might think about it.
Aw, you
You know what I'm
baby,
saying?
you
Grow
trigger
yourself some
baby.
real ass
Aw,
titties
she
or whatever the
baby.
case may be. But right
Triggered.
now, we finna treat you like the rest of the niggas on this
Aw, you're
panel.
so
Shut the fuck up.
You're so twiggered.
You
Aw,
bitch.
keep going, Kev.
You
Keep going.
bitch.
Come on, Kev. Keep
Yeah.
it going. Keep it going. Or else I'm
I'm
gonna
all
say
day.
something.
I'm all
Keep
day
it
with it.
going. Yep. Keep
I'm all day
filibustering.
with this
Or else
shit.
I'm gonna say something,
Exactly.
right? You can't let me
So
say something.
anyway, so back to
Not allowed to
regularly
say
scheduled
anything, right?
program
Yeah,
before
back to
this
the regular
weirdo came
scheduled
up here
programming.
and just started
Hey,
Yeah.
spurging or
Resla's got
whatever
a
the
super
fuck.
chat there.
Good
You
point,
sound
Resla's got a
Kev.
super chat there.
Speakeasy, you did
Yeah,
make a
the
good
super
point
Resla's had a
though.
few
That like
super chats.
when you learn from someone who is skilled in a trade, then that's called an apprenticeship, right? But then you need skilled people who are willing to teach that, and that's in limited supply.
I mean, all the smart words in the world don't change the fact you sound stupid.
Those words, smart words.
Blind, did you leave your mic
Those
in
are
the
words from
bathroom
the
or something,
skilled
dude?
trades.
I'm gonna take my mic. Hold on.
I think you're
Holy
muted.
fuck.
Actually, I would
Blind,
like
you
to
might
address-
be
muted.
you
I
might
would
be
like-
using the
I'm
wrong
muted.
device.
I would like
Just
to address
blind. You might
Oxycat.
be
She
using like a
actually asked
webcam mic if
questions
you have a mic set up.
previously.
I'm just using
look
my.
at that.
I'm gonna cut my mic right now though.
And
Just,
so
just charge up all the way out and come back. See if that fixes it.
I don't know if you want
I'm
to
trying
do
to
that.
give him just little pointers to check out between.
No,
things.
he just
So it's not-
he's going off his computer mic.
It's not the tech troubleshooting stream now.
So Speakeasy, did you?
I would actually like to address Oxycat's question from much
cool.
much earlier because we haven't even, and I know she paid $20 for that question, even though Resla might not be able to handle it right now because of certain individuals or attitudes, whatever. She said, "Would you consider it a form of classism to assert it's morally wrong or unethical to have children under a certain income? Would it be wrong morally or ethically?"
Yes, it would be.
Which part of the world?
The caveat on that, or the clarification I want for the question is that: are you receiving assistance, or are you sustaining on your own, and then
would
raising the
assume
kids on your own?
No, Kat's asking if it would be considered classism to say that it's unethical for poor people to have kids. Like if you were to like put a number on it and then say below this number it's unethical, she's asking, is it classism? And I guess
that's my clarification point.
Yeah,
that's my clarification point. I want to know: are we talking about is if you're on welfare currently and not ever going to get off it, or below some other thing? Which one are we talking about?
So I'm gonna have to go. So I want to respond to Kat because it feels like it's
Thank
kind
God.
of for me. So just real quick, yes, it is classism. So long as we're not analyzing this under the framework that capitalism itself is also unethical. Therefore, it's not the people who are unethical for having children under poverty. It's capitalism. Thank you. Have a good night. Go fuck yourself, blind.
Barbie, shut the fuck up.
I gotta go, but let me answer because I'm sure Kat needed my answer. So like, let me answer first. Like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, main character syndrome. Holy.
It's technically
Hi,
classism,
guys.
but it doesn't make it wrong.
Welcome to the post Furby part of the stream.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's not necessarily wrong or right, but it is classism for sure. I agree.
Oh shit! I broke out the soundboard and everything. I was about to fucking blow that Furby out of this bitch.
Your volume is way better now. It's not on the level of everybody else, but it's very close.
Right on. I'm just using the desktop microphone. I don't keep my shit hooked up, but that Furby's annoying as fuck, right?
I thought you may be using like a mic that was attached to some other device like you weren't aware of, because that happens until you get that shit all dialed in.
Oh, really, Blind? I was under the impression that you were friends.
Right.
You know that's a dude, right?
Never stopped you before, Brick.
I think everybody knows that.
Furby compared the Furbosaurus penis to my own in this conversation, and that's an interesting way to try and prove your point.
Would you be the big spoon or little spoon, Grumple?
I'm 6'3", so I'm usually like I don't know how to be a little spoon.
The answers are too wild, bro.
It's an awkward way to answer that question.
I mean, I just don't even know how to.
I mean, it doesn't really matter how tall you are. You can still be the little spoon.
He doesn't know how. He sounds curious to
Hey,
try.
yeah, that's real talk. But Mel is the name of.
Wait, no, hang on. It sounds
Furby
like this is from
goes on
experience.
Jen. I like to be the little spoon. I'm big, but I like to be the little spoon.
Oh,
yeah, we know. Wait, Blind, turn your camera around so we can see what's on your desk.
Yes, please.
What is that supposed to mean?
Pause.
What the fuck is this?
Wait, what do you know? What's on his desk that?
Jesus Christ, bro! Of course it had to go here.
Anyway, you said you like to be the little spoon, you know. I was just rolling
with my chick, bro. With my chick, I don't ever hug up on dudes.
Chicks have dicks these days, fool.
The ones you date, not the ones I date.
Oh, no. Yeah, allegedly, allegedly.
Yeah. No,
we have yet to see you with a female, my boy. But God bless you.
That don't mean shit. What are you talking about?
That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Wait, is Blind the dude that had the video with the floppy purple thing?
No. I was Blind.
Yes, we talk about it every day. Every time we come on stream, we talk about it.
There wasn't nothing floppy about that, though.
No, I didn't. I just didn't know that was you.
Yeah.
Now you know.
No.
See, Blind, how you have no standing about talking about heterosexual shit? You no longer have standing.
You're an asshole, Kev.
You know more about him than I do, my boy.
Or you know.
No, I don't. I done told you my whole. Bro, I'm traumatized by that whole fucking concept. But
it wasn't a concept, fool.
It was a video you
wasn't
made,
nothing conceptual
right?
about that, fool. That was our reality edition.
It was symbolic. What? It was symbolic.
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't symbolic either. Nah, hell nah. It wasn't no hypothetical nothing. Hell nah. I like how you trying to wiggle up out of this shit. That was a real butt plug on your fucking desk. And when you got caught, when you was like, oh,
that's what Jesus Christ!
Yeah, I didn't know this was that guy.
Not
now
real.
we got.
I thought my chat was capping right now. You did get caught with a butt plug on your desk.
I didn't get.
Yeah, no, speak. This is that guy from that video.
It wasn't.
It's not even like that.
It was
like. Wait, you said it was a gift?
Oh, it was a It was exactly.
No,
it was purple. Like no, you could have passed it as maybe like a caricature of Grimace from the McDonald's characters. You could have said it was that maybe, and maybe pass it off.
Nah, that wouldn't have worked out either.
Everybody that would try. I mean, that's very obvious what it was.
Not unless Grimace was on a snowboard.
Did look like Grimace.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
I still have it right here. In my
Yo, he knows. That's why he's like, shit.
Nah,
I do. Easy
bullshit.
Are you shitting on it right now, motherfucker? Is that what's going on?
No, it's right here in my table, though. It's right here in my table.
It's right here.
You're a liar. No, it's not.
Show it.
You're a liar. You're a liar. It's not there.
Show me some bread. Come
to
on.
Show it then.
I don't need to pay you money. I
Wait, Blind, are you live right, Meow?
No, but I'm about to go live on Kit.
He still has it, and he tried to tell everybody, "Oh, I don't know what this is. It's a gift."
He said he has it on his desk right now.
That's wild,
I have it right in my
why
desk.
Why you
in
still
your
have
desk?
it, bro?
No, the first thing that bro said was
What
that's
the
not
smile on
true.
his
Wait,
face.
wait. Is desk like a
He can't show it because
euphemism?
it's full of brown shit right now. That's why he can't show
Is
it.
desk a euphemism for like
Yes.
butt?
You're foul, bro. No,
Yeah,
sorry about
you're
this,
the one that
I'm
had the
sorry
butt
about it,
plug,
though,
bro. How's
bro.
that foul? You shouldn't be.
I never put it in my butt, bro. I didn't even know it was there. That's the reason. That's why I said
what happened.
I ain't explaining it to your ass again.
At least
Fuck
just tell us
nah.
that desk is a euphemism.
Hell no.
And it means something else.
No,
Well, if you're
that
not
shit.
explaining nothing, why you still talking
Yo,
about it
that's
still
what
on my
somebody
desk
in my
right now?
chat just said. He
I ain't
named his
explaining shit to
butthole
y'all.
his
I ain't
desk.
explaining nothing to y'all. It's still on
Wait,
my
no,
desk right now. But I ain't
It
explaining
is.
nothing.
It's right
Did you
here.
get a bigger
And
one?
One day, one day I will show
Did you
it
get a
to
bigger
my
one?
stream, but that's way in the future.
No,
But
you already did.
That shit
I
finna
know,
have
but
scratch marks on it,
man,
all
you're
kind of
foul,
shit. It's
Ted.
finna be
You're
weathered.
You're foul, fool. No,
You foul. I'm not the one
I
with
never
the
had
butt
that, but
Blind, serious.
Yeah,
For serious though. Have you increased your the size that you're using, or is that one on your desk?
Oh, that's pause.
Is that what you're supposed to do, or what?
Pause.
I don't know.
Is that what you're supposed to do? He said. Holy.
I'd imagine
Looking
that's
for
the goal.
This is what
entirely
happens.
true.
This is what happens when you give Coomers the access to OnlyFans. You know, he started talking to some chick on OnlyFans. She's like, you know what? You should put the butt plug in instead.
Well, Blind,
now he's like, yeah, that's
find
my
out the bitch is a
OnlyFans
whole
girl.
nigga with a mustache. Bitch is a whole nigga with a mustache.
I would
Fuck it,
die
we
over
already
my
here.
butthole sanctity.
At least
I will
you could
fucking
answer
die.
this one. How many times have you pulled it out?
Butthole
4-5.
sanctity's crazy.
4-5.
Wait, pulled it out or put it in? Let's
Wait,
go.
did you put it back in afterward?
6, 7.
The desk.
How often do you clean it?
Did you
A
clean the
whole
desk?
group of men. Hey, a whole group of
He
men.
just
right
thought
now
in
talking
his
about
head,
this.
never. That's what his thought was.
Yeah, shit.
He
Is
never
Resla
cleans that
even
shit.
I don't
here?
clean it. I don't.
Yuck.
Why the fuck would I clean it?
What?
Why,
Hey, Blonde, what's
why
its
would you
name?
clean it? So you don't get a
Blonde,
yeast infection. You bitch.
Yo, Blonde, did you give it a name?
Resla, did you imagine this is where your panel would end
Oh,
tonight?
you're fucking dumb, fool. You're
What we get
fucking
here?
dumb as shit. A yeast infection. Yeah, that's
I told
fact.
you you would never leave
Hey,
this shit down,
he's
bro. I
asking-
told you.
He's asking all the questions he should have asked before Mel left.
In fact,
Not
Mel's on the way
true.
over now.
Or like tell the whole fucking world that you still got it on your goddamn computer stand, fool. Like, god damn.
You're gonna get
You
red.
didn't watch
Y'all keep talking shit about me. As a matter of
You're
fact,
gonna
I
get
still
pink
got your
eye,
shit
bro.
right here. I'm never.
It wasn't
still
never
got it right
used for
here.
no
Y'all
butt
finna
stuff,
stop
fool.
talking about me. I still got it.
Standing on it.
It wasn't never used for no butt stuff, so I don't feel shame for it.
Allegedly.
because
Oh, where do you put it in your mouth? What do you mean? It was never
Y'all
used for no
fucking
butt stuff.
stupid.
It was a
Put it in your
desk.
mouth
y'all
or what? What are you
nothing.
doing it?
Jesus Christ. Okay,
Ear
bro.
plug or what?
They don't bring the Lord and Savior into this conversation,
You already got your
motherfucker. Don't do
jokes
that.
off. Let's go.
Hell wrong with
Blind,
you.
I have to thank you because I kind of thought that video was AI generated, but now
No, the fuck
confirmed
it
it was
Speaking of
real.
butt,
Now you
he
know.
said butt.
Don't feel
Stop
too bad,
caressing on the
blind.
back of your
Grump will
neck
eat
while we're
crayons.
talking about this, Grump.
I mean, it's
Stop
not as
caressing
bad as
on the back
having
of
a
your
butt
goddamn
plug
neck
on
while we
camera, but
Hey, that was for money.
Welcome.
I ate the crayons for money.
How do
You
we
look
know
like
he's
one
not
of
doing
them
the
goddamn
butt plug?
I said stop caressing on the back of your neck while we talking about this conversation. That's what I said.
I mean, it didn't take much money.
And then he just said, I ate the crayons for money.
Oh, well, you and your fucking
That's a
boyfriend
random-
blind go over there and fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Bird for
damn.
money or whatever the case may
Kept
be.
taking shots today, dog.
Y'all gross. Y'all gross.
Oh, damn.
Nah,
What sort of
I
shots you taking,
instantly
Blonde?
knew how much shit I was gonna get, bro. As soon as I seen it, that's why I said what I said. But yeah, it happened, bro. Big deal. I still get hoes. I still I'm
Do them
still
hoes know
normal.
I
about this
still get
video? Do them
hosey
hoes
said.
know about this
Yo,
video?
my guy. So blind. Just to be clear, you're saying even though you use a butt plug, you still get
I
hoes.
don't fucking use no butt plug, bro. That's not what I'm
Hey,
talking
nah. What do you
He
mean,
said
bro?
it's in
What
there
do you
right
have it
now.
for? You
That
can
is
have
what
it
you
for
said,
not
though.
using it.
That's not what I
Okay,
said.
admit it, bro.
It's up in
That
that
is what you
desk
said.
right now.
Blonde, don't be
It's a
so
safe space,
insecure,
bro.
Blonde.
You're ridiculous.
It's a safe
Bro,
space,
don't be
bro.
insecure. Sit on your
Even
shit.
closed the drawer on it.
It's
Yeah,
right
he
here.
really
One
tried to look
thing.
at you like you're fucked up for asking that question. Speak easy, like, hey, you got me fucked
Yeah.
up, fool. And
What? You asked why I have a butt plug? You're
yeah.
gross.
I still got the shit on my
twisted.
desk, but you not gonna ask me
Y'all-
no more questions like that.
y'all
That's what you're not
twisted,
gonna
huh?
do. I still got it, but you ain't gonna ask me that no more. You feel me?
Y'all
Don't try to get
twisted.
gangster over this shit.
I'm
fool.
okay with this.
Don't do
Yo,
that. Ain't
Drumple's
nobody
got a whole
respecting that
You know
package
what?
of
gangster
that.
shit.
He's ready.
Right.
You know
Shut
it
up.
smells like a red crayon and tastes like a red crayon, but ain't red a crayon.
Blue
A
crayon.
blue crayon. How many
how
of you
know
eat
that?
tonight,
Sounds
How you know
racist.
that? How you know that?
None of
my
your
bad.
business how many I consume.
Hey,
tonight.
it's personal
I'm gonna get your
experience.
ass back, Kev. Don't worry, fool.
Grumpled ain't
Something will
grumpled
happen
ain't
eventually. Something will eventually happen. Don't worry.
You finna join me, yeah. Weirdo. You finna join me.
Oh, I just said I
What
wasn't
the
gonna eat
fuck
it
could
once a
happen
month
that would
anymore.
top that?
bend over to accept.
There's nothing. You'd have to see Kev kissing a man on stream to top that.
For real. That is true, bro. That's why I knew, dog. That's a fucking.
I just have to say, I find it sus that you said you're gonna get Kev's ass back. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a little sus, bro. You better watch out,
You
Kev.
hear it,
I don't
the
know what
ditty
his plan
and
is,
everything
but
y'all hear. Y'all only hear the ditty.
Good call, Speak Easy. Good call, fool. That's crazy, fool. Don't
Yeah,
try
watch
me,
out for
blind.
your
I'll
ass.
knock your bitch ass up.
Hey, when they lock that door at night, now you understand. You're in the same cell.
Every man for himself, nigga.
Okay, can we go back to having a real conversation now? I don't remember what we're talking about, but
Yeah.
You know
Sounds good.
exactly what the fuck we talking about. You know what the fuck we talking about.
before this
What?
shit.
Is it
Before
unethical
this.
to have kids if you got a butt plug on your computer desk?
You better keep that shit under lock and key.
Larry the Cable Guy, you know.
Blonde's looking embarrassed. Can we change the topic? Can we change the topic?
Yeah.
Blonde's looking pretty embarrassed.
I'm embarrassed for
Blind.
y'all, bro, because y'all are too
Blind.
mature to fucking let
Blind.
it go.
Do you like cinnamon buns?
Yeah.
Or they just gotta be plain buns, or which kind of buns you really like though?
I love cinnamon buns.
The way your eyebrows raised up and down when you said, "Yeah, man, I don't know."
But yes, go on about the cinnamon buns. You have my attention.
No, I'm good. I ain't got none for you.
That's
Hey, Brick,
it.
you still mad at me? You still mad at me, Brick?
No, you're just rude.
Alright. Okay, that's good.
You just totally redeemed yourself with the Cinnabons conversation. Y'all are crazy, man. Y'all are fucking crazy.
The cinnamons comment. You're fucking stupid, Kev. I swear to God, you're dumb, fool.
Grumple, did you just eat a crayon?
No comment.
Okay.
You boofed it, didn't you? You fucking boofed
No,
it.
you didn't eat a fucking crayon. For
I'm
the
not sure
free,
what that
fool.
actually means.
You don't know what boofing
try.
means?
Don't try the coloring pencils.
Why not?
Wait, colored pencils?
Yeah, you
Those are
have
crayons?
to explain that one.
Well, it's great in fiber.
No, that's crazy. No, my nigga really was eating crayons on live stream though.
No, I have a few times.
A few times.
For how much money?
Oh, like $2 a crayon, bro.
That'd be a hell of a
I think for one of them it was 60.
Motherfucker, you did it for free. You didn't get any money out of it.
For two. It's for 60.
With paper.
What color did you eat first?
No. The part of the cash was to go to me, but I like redonated it back. So yeah, I essentially it was a charity crayon.
No,
Exactly.
the green
So it was
one
all
was
for
free.
free.
The green
I
one
did it
was
for charity.
free.
Wait, did you
Right?
eat it with the paper on it?
Hell
Yes.
yeah, it was all
Dressing.
ASMR edition. It was the paper
He's like, wait,
and
I
all
can
that.
take that shit off.
Yeah,
If
you
I'm
don't
not
need to shuck
mistaken,
them.
Grumble, you
It's
ate
not
the
like,
green
dude,
one
it's not like
free, though,
pistachios.
right?
You don't need to shuck them
I'm
first.
not a Marine. I don't know about these things. I don't know how to cook crayon.
Cook.
He didn't cook nothing. Fool. He
You
just
don't need
let
a
the
rock or
shit
something
roll.
for the crayons. Get out of here.
Marines cook crayons? What?
No,
No, they don't.
no, that's not.
You know,
Somebody
bacon,
brought that
that's-
up. No, that's not a thing. You don't cook them.
Yeah,
Roll it
That's
out.
silly.
Like,
really not a thing.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
What the fuck? We don't cook crayons. We just eat crayons raw. What the fuck wrong with
We eat
you?
them raw.
What?
God damn.
Yeah, they're good to go. Like,
dignify-
bologna or hot dogs. They're just ready to go.
Is
Kev
Resla
was
still
on one
alive?
tonight, bro. Kev fucking
Resla.
He is
took his
on.
Resla,
ADE
you there?
medicine or some shit.
He stays on. And you can always count on Mel bailing out about 15 minutes after he shows up.
Yeah, something like
for
that.
sure. Yeah. for
Resla's
sure.
out.
No, I'm
Nah.
here.
Yeah, Resla's still here. For sure.
I guarantee he's been
Kick
listening.
Kev off, bro. Can you kick Kev off here?
Jesus Christ.
$2.
Don't do it.
$2
Why
to
you
kick
want to
Kev
kick
off?
me? Why do you want to kick me up out of here, bro? Why you mad at me? Why you mad at
Nah,
me for?
cause you stay bringing up old
what?
shit.
Oh shit. Apparently it ain't old shit. You just told everybody.
I still got this motherfucking wrestling. Oh my god, this is a good goddamn paperweight. Yeah.
I gotta
still
tell
got
you a
it.
story. I gotta
I'm
tell
not
you.
bringing up old shit. You still got the anal plug as a paperweight, nigga.
To be 100%
Oh,
fair,
shit.
I've seen
What
the
the fuck?
I've seen the video of the stream. I didn't know it was you until somebody made the connection. I guess it was Kev.
So I gotta
No,
tell you.
no,
a
he
story
made the
about-
connection. He co-signed it.
You're like,
Blind,
yeah, that
I
was
gotta-
me. What's
I gotta
what's
I mean,
wrong
I
with
didn't
you?
I didn't recognize. I didn't know it was him.
Now you
That
know,
wasn't
brother.
even me.
Now
Yes, it was.
now you know. Now you
Yes, the
know.
fuck it was.
I know.
Yeah.
That wasn't
G.I.
even me, bro.
Joe.
That was AI as fuck.
Can't deny it now. It's in the desk.
Yeah, that was AI as fuck.
No, the fuck it wasn't. No, it
Started
wasn't.
right here, started
That's why
right
you
now.
said- that's why
I
you said,
now
like,
I was
deny it.
questioning if it was AI.
Oh, as soon as
I
you
now
got caught,
deny it for now to the end of time.
Now,
this is exactly what you said.
Now.
I was in the
shit's
first-
AI.
It's not real.
I was in the-
But
exactly
they didn't
what
even
you
have the
said,
same
bro.
name, Kev. That was Blind Fairy. That was Blind Fairy.
Blind.
Exactly.
I was in the
Blind.
first grade, and this
Yeah.
kid, right in lunch, when I was
Wait
in
a
first
minute,
grade,
wait a minute.
he
Is this
shit
like a minor
his
story?
pants. He shit
Yeah,
his
this is about
pants.
butt plugs.
Okay, he shit his pants. I still remember who that kid was. There's a reason.
Bitch, you say that shit about me? Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
No,
But
the
like,
reason I
what you
remember it
talking
is
about?
one of those things I will never forget. Okay, and somebody who had a butt plug on their desk.
What? Yeah,
I'm
that's
not going to
crazy.
forget that. Okay, I just
At
can't.
all.
I'm just letting
I
you
will.
know.
Okay, I was gonna say I didn't get the connection, but it was like
I
a thing
can't
that he's just
forget it.
never gonna forget.
Exactly.
I'll
It was
forget it until I
literally
see
on-
you
It was
again.
on
Get it?
live stream. It was the whole thing was on live stream. Like that's why you can't deny
So what?
it. He was
Poke
on
your butt.
your live stream.
So
Crazy.
what, Kev? So what? Poke your butt.
What?
What?
So what?
Yeah, it's
wild.
that Diddy shit, bro.
What?
It's like you know
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
why?
You can rub yourself in the little Diddy Rico. You
Yeah,
keep
this
talking
is
about
so
that.
what,
You
poke your
talking like
butt.
this, fool.
Living.
No, bro.
That's
So
crazy.
what? It happened. We can
Like-
get over it too.
That's
We
like,
could
you know,
just
we-
get over it
fucking
too.
my
We
scoot
we
in
can't do
at the
nothing,
mall.
bro.
Just get
You
over
can
it?
Get over
Okay.
it.
All
We
right.
can't do nothing.
Come on,
about
Painting,
that.
could is the
butt
operative.
plugs. You have a
Yeah,
You
boyfriend?
two guys
could
need to
happen
work
over
through
there.
it together. Work through it together, guys. Come on, get over it.
Look, Blind. Here, I'll help you out. When I was at the mall, I plugged my scoot in to the electricity. Okay,
What's a scooch?
scoot.
Oh, shit.
A scoot.
Oh,
Scooter.
Hey, Google, what's a scooch?
A scoot. You know what a scoot is? A scooter, like a scooter. Scoot.
No, they don't.
Are we
know.
talking
That's
about
why they
motorcycle
swap.
clubs?
Nobody
Or...
knows what the fuck you're talking about, fool.
Nobody
What the hell is a
That
scoot
sounds like
scoot?
something kids call a scooter. Scoot.
Or
Right.
Is that like
did
an
you see
actual
Sons
like
of Anarchy?
brand
We
or
know what the
something?
fuck a
Oh,
scooter is.
dude.
Why we giving nicknames to a scooter? You ever seen the scoot scooter before? You ever plug some shit into the scoot scoot? No, the fuck we haven't. What the hell
Shit,
y'all
I
talking
thought
about?
Are you
boomerang
talking
was
about a
wild.
moped, bro?
Oh shit.
Why
Fuck, bro. If you're
because
riding a
we
scooter
they
now, I
doing
want to see
weird
what's on
shit
your
up
dash.
here,
Oh,
fool.
It's a
God
scooter.
damn.
Like a moped?
Motorcycle
Looking at us
club
crazy,
individuals
like, y'all don't know what the
call
fuck I'm talking about?
motorcycles scooters
oh.
or things.
No, hell
Just-
no.
I don't
No,
think that's what we're
hell
talking about,
no.
though.
No.
What's this weed shit again? You know what I'm saying? We ain't talking about nothing. They talking about weird shit. We ain't talking about nothing.
Yeah, I don't think that's what we're
Scooches
talking
and all
about.
the whole little shit. You ever put a scoot and plug it in up your
What?
whole
Hold
little,
on.
you know what I mean? No, the fuck we haven't. What the fuck?
With a T, scoot.
My dog was
Scoot.
doing a
Like
little
as in
scooch.
scoot.
No, it sounded like scooch
If
with
I
a
say,
S-C-O-T-C-H.
hold on, let me clarify for you, Kev. Scoot. I plugged my scoot in at the mall.
Of course you did.
To the
Sounds
electricity.
very infantile.
Bro, even when I Google scoot, the only thing that pops up is mopeds, bro.
Well, hold on. Isn't that the thing where like you sit on it and the front like wiggles back and forth and you use it and you go with that from the 80s or 90s from like,
The little
infomercials?
piggies
No,
drove to go wee all the way home.
Was that called a scoot?
It's what you drive to go kidnap kids from the walking path by the park. Or something.
Yo, you gotta calm that shit down.
Hold on.
Blind, you're not doing it yourself any favors talking about that thing wasn't yours saying that.
Transcript is wild.
Beyond that,
I'll say
Don't
what I
shake your
want,
head like,
but what?
Is a scooter.
What you mean, but what?
I made a point. I don't know why how I reacted that way, but that's what it sounded like to me.
You don't know why. You don't know why we ever. You don't know why we reacted that way.
I was trying to draw a little bit of attention away from you, Blind, but you just did not help.
He's a magnet.
Give him a rope, let him hang
like
himself.
a black hole.
You know? Exactly. For sure.
I've
It's all
said this
black all
before. I
in
think Blind likes it.
He does have a
I mean, it don't bother me.
Yeah,
you're trying to get an LSF.
he's trying to say, well, I don't not like it.
Rest. Speak easy. Just rest your case right there. We're good.
Shit.
It's over with, dog.
It
just
occurred
but
to
we
me.
can't move
Blind's
on
trying to
too.
get on
Like
LSF.
I'm not trying to do
it.
like that's the point. Is let's move on. We already yes. I had the butt plug. Who knows? It could have been in my butt. Could have been in my coochie. Could have been in my ear.
You got a coochie now too. Wow, bro.
We can move on too.
This just gets fucking way more information than any of us needed to know. That's crazy.
Yeah.
See,
So glad
next
I
thing you
didn't-
know,
I
I'm gonna have
haven't
to tell
cammed
y'all. But we can move on too.
You done got everybody calm down.
I'm really finna cook you in the
Everybody-
next edit. In the next edit, I'm really finna cook you.
Yeah,
fool.
everybody's in
This is
calm
gonna get
down
fucked
because they
up for
know
you,
what
fool.
this is going to be cut into.
They ain't gonna be cut into nothing. I talk way crazier than this on my streams. It's no secret who I am.
Yeah.
I didn't know who you were.
That's why you always be like wearing that Free Diddy fucking t-shirt and shit, sucking on that pen, like wrapping your whole
I would say,
whips around the
people-
fucking outside of that goddamn. Go ahead, wrap your whips around.
Hey, I
the
can
outside
wrap.
of that vape pen.
I
That
can
motherfucker
rap.
be-
Can you
He be
bust?
Go ahead,
bust
David.
it out, man. Let's hear it, Blind.
Yeah.
Can
What,
you rap?
y'all wanna rap? Yeah, I can rap. Can you rap? I'll
I can
freestyle battle
throw it
anybody
down.
up here.
Wait, Blind got bars?
I bet you can.
Does Blind got bars?
Who's
that's where he gets
going?
his cinnamon buns.
What's your rap name? Is it Cinnamon Buns?
No.
Cinnamon Bun Bars.
Mine was Ugly Magician because it don't matter how
Yeah, you
ugly a
look like-
magician is, he always gets it. He always gets it. Pull a rose out of your or no, you're pulling something else out of your ass.
Yeah, you.
Drop some lines. Come on. But don't copyright strike us. You know what I'm saying? Just let's do it. Drop some
Fresh
bar.
I'll
Y'all
pass.
trying to rap battle? Y'all trying to
Have
rap
you-
battle right now?
No,
Davey,
I
you
can't
gonna
do
you
a
gonna
rap
bar
battle.
this fool?
I gotta get my mind right for all that. It usually takes a couple of days.
Couple
A
days.
couple of days.
Cook this fool, blind.
No, I
Show this
can't.
motherfucker that he shouldn't be playing with you like that.
I can't just be wilding
I
out,
gotta-
giving everybody everything at once. Shit, y'all
Oh,
come to my
yeah.
channel, sell it to my channel, support my shit.
All right,
And,
that's the deal. Bet this is the first time I met you, kind of technically. So yeah, bet I support the fuck
right.
out of all of
Where's your
everybody.
channel
Blizzy Blind at Blizzyverse, BLIZZIVERSE.
Link in
You
the
got
back
memberships yet, Blonde?
No, I need to get my license renewed so I can, and I'm waiting on the appointment so I can get monetized. But I'm already
lean into this shit, bro. Make your little membership icon a butt
Fury?
plug. Lean into it.
Fury?
Like
Fury,
your license
right?
for what?
Furry.
You just need an ID. You don't have to have an actual license.
No, I know my license is expired. That's the only ID I have. Oh, I don't have an ID.
you need to. You need to.
Holy fuckballs, Batman! Are you kidding?
Go do that shit.
Of course it is. Of course,
I'm waiting
of
on my
course, your
phone.
license is
Somebody
expired.
said G Williker. G Williker is bad,
You
man.
need to go get that shit renewed.
Yeah.
Of course,
do
your
that
license
tomorrow?
is expired.
You
But
want to
I
go
mean,
do that
it's-
tomorrow,
That's
right?
classism, Grumple. That's classism.
They
So
take
I
let's
just
be
want-
honest. You think the only reason
butt
that you're not
plugism,
monetized
sir.
is because you don't have a valid ID? It
That
doesn't have
is.
anything
What
to
do you
do
mean
with
you think? That is the reason I'm not monetized.
I'm
Yeah,
just
they
saying, you
won't-
don't think you would get
You can use your
demonetized over
passport.
like putting that butt plug up on the fucking channel and like promoting that
It's
shit?
not-
You don't
no,
think
it's
that's the
not
only
against
reason you're
TOS.
not monetized?
It ain't got nothing to do with
It's
it.
not against TOS, bro. I have all the watch time and all the subs and everything to monetize.
Get
It was
that shit
transformative
done.
content, Jeff.
Yeah, we'll see about
Then
that.
why
Blind.
aren't?
Furry?
So what? Poke your butt.
What the fuck? You are not helping your situation.
Hey, I'm already subbed on one of my alts, dog. I got you. I'm gonna comment on your video for your stream from 9 hours ago.
The link it in the back chat. Was it Blizzy Bone? Is like you from
Blizzy
Bone Thugs
Blind.
now?
Yeah, Blizzy
No.
Blind.
Is Blizzy Bone? Okay.
Yeah. No,
Hey,
I'm bullshit
Kenneth
aside
heard
though.
me
If y'all
rap.
go hang out on Blanche channel, it's actually dope. It's actually dope ass content. I'm not gonna cap. All the bullshit aside, you know I'll be busting balls. Pause. Super pause for your dumb ass. But you do actually got a dope ass channel, and you know what I'm saying. I fuck with you the long way. Pause. You know.
Hell yes.
Yeah,
Look, y'all. Hey, and I dug the butt plug thing. I don't take none of those jokes to the heart or nothing, but I know how
We
funny
know
it
you
is,
take them
so.
to the rectum for sure. We already talked
it
about
ain't a
this.
joke.
Yeah, it's all
It
anus
is
edition
funny.
or whatever the case may be.
I wish it had happened to Kev instead of me, though.
It would have never happened to me, fool. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't just like
Hey,
the homies don't come over and just drop a like. I never had a homie that came over and just dropped off an anal plug.
But what
and
if
be
you,
like,
what if you did, bro?
just to
Like,
be all
what if
funny.
just you
I'm
don't
socking
have any
nigga out
homies-
like, bro, you finna get an ass whooping immediately, like effective time now. I'm finna beat your motherfucking ass, and I bet
Yeah.
you don't do that again. Matter of fact, we not
Let-
friends
let's
no more,
just-
fool. You
Kev,
may take
let's
that
say
shit
it
out
That
your
even
bitch
makes
house.
it sound more gay
That
now
shit
that I'm
over
thinking
here.
about it. You say your friend dropped that off?
Yeah.
Like, that seemed like he tried
Yo.
to send you some, like, signal, like, yo.
Oh,
That's what I was
God.
trying to
He's
tell
gonna-
him, though.
the
Speak
same
easy on
thing
God. That's what I'm
everybody
trying
Yeah,
to
says,
tell
speak.
bro.
That was part of the original.
Everybody
Con-
says that.
content
Like,
where it
your
happened.
fucking friend
Yeah.
dropped this anal plug off, like trying to drop.
Wait,
like,
wait,
make a
no,
little
no.
joke
He said it was
Yeah,
a
that's the
gift.
messaging.
He said it was
Yeah.
a gift.
Yeah, it sounded like he's trying to see if you into shit.
I never said it was
Exactly,
no.
bro.
How
Trying
was
to
this?
test the waters.
Hey,
You
how was
fucked
this gift
up.
delivered? How was this gift delivered?
That's
Yeah,
no
where'd he
standing
drop it
question.
off
Say
at?
it was delivered like, you know how they be doing shit like at the Holiday Inn or whatever the case may be. They just put a couple mints on the pillow and shit like that, and then they just leave
No,
you to your
no.
vices.
Bring it in his
That's how
suitcase.
his fucking that's how his boyfriend left the fucking anal plug. Like he just left it on his computer desk and left him to his vices. Like kissed
Melts
him
in
and
your
shit on the
mouth.
cheek before he left. Like I'll see you later, my nigga. Like,
Blizzy Blind Furry. How did it smell?
you didn't have a problem with the kiss on the cheek before the nigga left? Like
He's like, I left you something.
kissed you on the cheek is crazy though. Like
Oh, wait. Kev,
See you later,
let's
my
say,
nigga.
let's say it happened and you had to whoop the dude's ass, right? Would you put it in the desk afterward?
Or would you watch?
Nigga, don't ask me that question at all. Fool. Ask somebody else that question.
You're so dumb, bro. Yo, why y'all
I
gotta
ain't
be
in that
so
orbit.
childish?
I'm
We
not
can
in
move
that
on from
orbit.
this shit.
Childish. You got
We
me
can move
fucked up.
on.
Nigga
Yes,
talking
I
about
get
leaving a
it,
fucking
bro.
anal plug on my goddamn
I
desk.
get
Nigga, I'm
it.
finna fuck you up. I might fuck
Yes,
your
I
kids
get
up.
it.
Matter of fact, I might stomp your goddamn kids out. You try me like that, nigga.
Fuck them
Fuck wrong
kids.
with you? Yeah, fuck your kids, bitch.
Dad
Fuck
got
them
power
kids with the ass cancer.
Bet you don't do that again, motherfucker.
Damn. Yeah, hey, real talk. I pay closer attention to my
That's the
surroundings.
difference between me and you, Blind.
I'm leaving comments.
Blind, you said you pay close attention to your
Around that
surroundings.
fucking.
Blind, you said you pay close
continue
attention
to
to your
lack.
surroundings.
Yeah, one at a time.
What's in the cupboard behind you? Some of the shadows look a bit suspicious, bro.
Why are you looking at my cupboard? Fucking creeping
Because
Tom.
it's in the
man?
camera.
Your
Yeah,
camera's
don't act like your
on,
whole
man.
background.
I
ain't-
pay
man,
attention to my foreground.
Weird.
No, but
Weird.
for real, what is all that shit?
Background.
It's stuff. What do you mean? You want to give me an inventory?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yep.
No.
Turn the light on. Turn the light on, fool.
At this point, I am
No.
one in inventory. What the hell you got over there?
It look like you got lingerie on the left hand side and like
Get
BDSM
the
shit on
fuck
the
out
right.
of here.
Nah, top shelf. It looks like
Turn
there's
the
like
light
a.
on in. We trying to
Man,
figure it out, fool.
He done turned around to look.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he
That was
turned
the dildo
around to
stash.
look.
It was the dildo stash.
I fuck with you, Blind, but man, I don't appreciate this shit. You always be running away from shit. I don't appreciate
He
that.
turned around to look. He was
like,
questioning.
oh, shit.
What did I leave back there?
I didn't even turn around and look.
Yes, the fuck you did. Yes, the fuck
Lying
you did.
asses.
What
Yeah,
I leave
lying
back
ass is
there?
my ass.
And then he turned the camera off so he can go take some shit out of there.
I'm gonna go get a snack.
I see
You
that
realize,
shit
oh
happening.
shit, there is something there.
Yeah,
What's missing? What's missing?
What could I be taking? Well, I
A
didn't
straw hat
even
with
get
the bow
up.
on it.
No, y'all just dumb. There ain't
Oh,
nothing in there. I
got
gotta
a
be
straw
embarrassed
hat
about.
with the
Turn the
bow
light
right above
on.
your
Turn
head.
the light on.
No, fuck you.
Just what's on that top shelf real quick.
Hell no. You're tripping. I'll be back. I'm gonna get a snack.
Why you being
Oil
so
is a
self-conscious? Why you being so self-conscious then?
Speaking of snack,
Oh, me. That nigga knows some damning shit up. You know what I'm saying? It's some shit that's gonna co-sign that anal bead or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, that shit was just training wheels for whatever's on that top shelf.
For sure, bro. It's finna get dark if that nigga turn that light on.
Oh, Resla, Ruck is in the back. I don't know what your opinions on that are. Just if you can
Pause.
All right.
Hey Resla, what is your I'm curious now. What is your your title here? People leeching. What was that
Oh shit.
like what's that referred to? Resla, you sleeping or what?
Based on his
No,
prior
I'm
content.
here. No, the idea is that it's just about people being aware of the people who are around you in life. Some people
You must be far back
You're
from the mic.
super low, bro. I can't. Is that just
Hold up.
me? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
No, that's
Oh,
all
now I
good.
hear you good.
Yeah,
Now I
you're
hear
good
you.
now.
Yeah,
You,
solid
you're
now.
100% good now.
Yeah, it's about people who are just the people who come into your life and they act like they contribute, and you don't know who are those who actually come through and they ask, "Hey, what can I do to help you out?" Versus those who just come here and they just sit there in front of you, hoping that they can just lead you for what you got. And then there's just some people that just come through in your life, and their whole purpose is to fuck your whole shit up, everything you got building up, and understanding who are the people that's around you.
Yeah,
And most of
parasites.
all, like for other people who also need to understand, we need to let other people go. Some people get really held up by nostalgia of the people that they came up with, not understanding that you need to let some weight go along your journey.
Facts. Hey, you gotta cut the bad fruit out. I think it also has to do with like you get comfortable, right? People get comfortable not only in places but with people as well.
Agreed. But you'll probably say,
your net
"Oh
worth
no,
is
I
your
know
net
them
worth."
since like the second grade. I can't let them go." No, you absolutely can.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a sentimental value attached to relationships that are toxic. It's like, man, just let that shit go. Fuck the sentiment. Like, what's good for you? What's
And I think a lot of people don't understand because they get so hooked up on everything else. They can't tell the difference. And the worst part about it, like, it's not just new people, it's the old people in your life. That's the part that was really important. Sometimes that means it's your friends. Sometimes it means it's your family. Sometimes it might even be the person that you've been laying in the bed with.
Yeah, no, that's facts. Like people, like you have to pay attention to people who only keep people around them that have some type of like benefit to them, because like that's like a big tell that like they probably just have you around because they see you as like some benefit to them. And that's where it gets dangerous, right? Where if you only have people around that are for the point of benefiting yourself, that's not actually a friendship, right? Or anything, a relationship of any kind, right? It's not just take, it's give as well.
No, I agree.
100%, bro. Yeah. If you on a path of like elevation or whatever the case may be, the people that's around you should be able to check you, and let you know when you fucked up. You should be able to like listen to that, like, oh shit, right, for sure.
Yeah,
Let me reevaluate some shit. And let me
yeah, some of you gotta be aware of who you listen to, because something they're just there for your downfall.
Yes, the spirit.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're doing the right thing, and they're the ones
I
saying
always
that you
appreciate people.
Yeah, you got to pay attention to the people who are. I'm sure you guys all know the term "yes men," right? Like that's the people that you actually shouldn't keep around too much. Like your friend is gonna tell you you're fucking up, you're stupid, right? Like,
Right,
When
you
the
got to
people
watch
who have
out for
your
that.
actual best interests.
We have seen that happen recently on a channel that's kind of in smolders at the moment. They listen to their yes men too much.
Hang on, Ruck.
All right,
Wasn't
well,
you one of the
appreciate
yes
you
men?
calling me out like that, Ruck. But you know what I'm saying? I was trying to like stay above, water, or whatever the case may be. But thanks.
You're not floundering. You're not who I'm talking about, brother. You know that. Go fuck your.
I know. Salute, Ruck. What's going on, brother?
So there was a question that came through. I didn't answer it. I was just letting you guys cook for a while. When Ox was in here and pretty much asking, would you consider it a form of classism, to basically to assert a morally wrong? And that was the thing about morally wrong or even unethical when it comes to having children under certain income. I think people have children, but the term certain income, that's why I kind of go into what you mean by certain income. Like, for instance, what the fuck? Oh, that was just a weird freeze for you, Blind. That shit was real wild. So I have a problem with people who decide to have a whole bunch of kids and like they're like under fucking Section 8. They don't even, or rather, they're not even trying to do anything in particular for themselves.
Yeah,
that was my clarification for that question too. Is if you're on getting subsidies, if you're getting like government assistance versus doing
I
it on
know.
your
I
own.
said something about dealing with a spoiled, a rich spoiled child, but a lot of adults are spoiled on those incomes, on those government aid incomes. So they're spoiled just as much.
So more specifically to the actual point of the question, just so you know, Resla, from what I understand, she was asking, is it classism? So if you look at it that way, would that be considered classism the way that you're looking at it?
I would have a follow-on question of, is it wrong that like or unethical? I mean,
can you put that
classism,
question
is
back
it
up
wrong
on the
or
screen,
unethical at that
Wrestler?
point?
Can you put that? Can you put
good,
that?
honestly, it's a decent question. I'm not saying it's a good or bad question. It's a decent question. Because my thing is, if you're going, it really comes on to the fact of why are you even having children? Like, for instance, like a lot of people will have a like when I think of the families that say, "Oh, we have a bunch of children, so it'd be a great thing." I'm like, if you don't have fucking farmland, why are you having 16 kids? If you're not taking care of some shit, like
because
what
I'm
the fuck
Genghis
are we
Khan.
doing?
Yeah, I get what you're saying here. I like that's
Exactly.
why, like, of course, you want to make sure you have your shit set. But with Kat's question here, because like someone did bring this up earlier, and I said because it's asking, would you consider it a form of classism? By the definition of classism, I guess it would fit, right? If you were to like say we were to like tell people under a certain class that they're not allowed to have children, like, or even like condemn it as morally wrong, it would be a form of classism by definition.
Well,
And then
yeah,
is that morally wrong?
I'm somewhere in between that. Like to me, like because this is why I think that we're all heading anyway, and this is the conversation that we're gonna end up getting into future. The haves and the have not, and the question for the have not becomes like, you shouldn't have kids if you cannot afford them.
Yeah, like that's that's the of course you want to make sure that you have your shit set, and then you can
So,
then provide for
so we're
others.
reverse
Of course.
engineering everything I've been talking about going to it. Is like, it's one is whether you can afford them, and also the people who are actually intentional. Because like I say this, and a lot of people get into a whole big tiffy about it. There's a difference between, the way how I even look at it is parents and guardians. To me, when I read those lines between the both of them, it's always parent / guardian. Which one are you? To me, the term parent is someone who's intentional. You know they're there. You take up your role in knowing that you're there to make sure that you put forth a decent human being, and you do whatever you can to make sure that they have all the benefits that they can. It may not always be the 100 best thing, but then there's guardians, and again, the people who they're just doing the bare minimum, which is not necessarily raising. It's just literally maintaining. Which one are you?
I mean, and it also like depends on what version of society you're living in. Like you look at the Mennonites or like
True.
the Amish or whatever the case may be. You know, it's a
True.
little. It gets a little different when that comes
I
into
agree.
play. You know.
So ultimately,
Think
it
that
is subjective then.
The parenting part's
to an
definitely.
Well, the point that I was even bringing it up, and I'm happy that you guys even mentioned the different cultures, even that we have here in this country, because one of the things that we were getting on even falls back to even with Blind when now we're talking about even on his channel, culture.
Right.
100%.
That's the most important part, Resla. That's what I was saying. Is like if we can inspire the culture to be better families, like the finances part becomes very minimal.
I agree. It used to be
Like the
that
more
way.
family you have, you have the grandparents are helping, neighbors are helping each other. You become a more solid society this way. So like I agree with you here. Like it's definitely a big part of it is the culture, but I don't think it's a good idea to like for people to become materialistic in a way where they put the money as very like a high part of importance with family. But yeah, I agree with everything you're saying.
Damn
I agree.
hippies.
I agree. Fucking hippies. No, I agree, and that's something that you see very much in the last couple of generations. Like, it's very much not about the family at all. It's all about the individual, and I'm like, you're fucking up.
Yep,
you're fucking up.
Well, it's about the individual, but then also about the government subsidies or programs that are going to be part of that child's life.
Daddy government steps
Big
in.
Daddy
Saves
government
the day.
is a big part of.
It's just so
the
weird.
entire
Like you
conversation.
can look at people, and they can tell you at this point of the game, at this point in time, we can say which one is actually destroying families, and yet they still choose it. If you're following Big Daddy government, you actually are fucking up your families, and you can see it.
Yeah, there's an incentive. There's an incentive.
Which one of you niggas is calling the government Big Daddy? Like, let's start there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
even more to your point, you have like these like
Kev, it's everybody.
women that'll have kids over and over just so that they get bigger like baby bonus checks and shit.
Deliberately, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's the
like
thing.
of course that's unethical as
It's not as common as I
fuck,
thought
right?
it was
Like
gonna be.
that's
Yeah.
gross. Looking
Yeah.
at your child as a paycheck is gross.
And there's no way, like I worked with a guy that literally had 16 that he knew of in the same house. And when you're talking about the parenting part, that's a psychological job too. You got to make sure you're teaching your kids, how to think, literally how to think just by, living it. And then of course your little, well, I'm having a problem with this at school. And okay, well, this is how do you do that with 15 kids? How can you spread yourself out that much,
Well, that's also
Wild,
come down
man.
to the question: in this day and age, when it comes to parenting, do you really need 15 kids? Again, one of the things that we even talk about is the fact that so many parents, so many families, we don't own farmland anymore. We don't own as much. Like one of the things that we talk about, even though it comes down to like boomers right now, is the fact that people are not even giving up property.
Yeah, no,
Owning
I agree,
property.
Resla, but like my grandparents, right? They had 12 children and they lived in a very small home and they didn't make too much. So like I think it's strongly to do with the culture and how family oriented they are.
Can I ask a question? What if a family is poor and they just want to have a big family? Like, are y'all saying you have to have like some? Because my family was, my dad just worked hard. They're paycheck to paycheck or whatever for
You
the
want to do things you can't take care
I'm
of?
going to interrupt you, and I'm going to say, if you're poor and you want a big family, you're just selfish as motherfucking
Wait. Respectfully
That's
to everybody else on
crazy.
the panel. Respectfully to everybody else on the panel, blind, but like finish your point though.
Okay, thanks, Kev. Yeah, my point is that that's the way a lot of families were at that time. Like, I don't know if you could chalk it up to like the whole like condoms not being so common or whatever. I don't know. You could give it up to any reason, but a ton of families were like that 50 years ago, 40 years ago.
I love the fact that you said that. I love the fact you said that. But
that's not a
needed
factor.
to be to survive. They needed to be to survive
That's
the
silly to
family
mention
line.
Well, no. Well, I love the fact that you said something that's very important, and I'm not disagreeing with anything you said, Blind. But it's also something that's very important that a lot of people end up saying, this is the problem that we end up having across time. When people say back in the day or 50 years ago, people have lose track of what time does. 50 years changes so much between then and now.
Yeah.
So much.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but like there's still people that like
50 years was the 70s.
I worked with a guy
Please continue.
that like came to Canada. He went to Canada, started his family, started having more kids. They all live right now. He owns I think it's like 4 different Domino's pizza joints. He's a manager at the place I was. Supervisor, sorry. And they all live. The reason he was able to get up to this place is because they all lived in the same house the whole time. And he has I think it's in total it's 14 kids. There's 2 cousins that live with them and plus his brother. And it's because they live completely without so much shit that we think we need.
Gotcha. So for that one person who's done that, how many others do not have this situation?
But I agree with you, and that's why I'm saying it's not totally about the amount of money. It's about how they're spending it. Like, do you actually think like these families need internet? Do they need it? If jobs don't require it, they don't need it, but they're probably gonna get it. They don't.
What I got out of Speak's point was that anybody can do that, is just live well below your means, and then you can do things like have a giant family and start businesses with that extra money, even if you don't have what most people would call a big income. You can do a lot of shit if you live well below your means.
Well,
That's
sure.
what I got out of it. Is
The
that
way
did
how
I
our
get your
current
point right?
system is,
Speak.
Yeah, exactly, Grumple. That's my
I
point.
agree. The way how our current system is, the one thing they don't teach you is those words below your means. That's not what they teach.
You got to live well below your means in order. If you want to be prosperous, you have to live well below your means. That's
They don't teach
the only way it
they
works.
don't teach you below your
unless
means.
you have
What
some
they
kind of
tell you is to
advantage.
live it
somewhere.
up. Live it up. Do it up.
Sorry.
Be the
What'd you
most.
I didn't hear the first part, Resla. Sorry, what'd you
No,
say?
I'm saying that the way how the world is teaching you now is to do the most, live it up, do the most. It's not
Yeah,
your
yeah, it's goofy. I hate that shit. That's why I was saying it's so materialistic. Like, yeah, just focus on you, fuck everybody else, have fun, whatever makes you happy, that should be good, and you do it. You
the
go.
current
What
world in
the
this
fuck,
is not
dude?
about
Like,
you being responsible. It's not at all. It's not even about you being accountable to not just yourself, but also to the next person next to you. It's not. It's about getting everything or getting nothing at all.
Well, I'll give you a good example too. Is like, so you go to one restaurant, right? And you pay one price for the same meal that if you go to a different restaurant, right, you will pay 10 times that amount. It's the same steak. It literally is the same steak.
It's a Michelin
Wait,
star.
State or steak?
They're both frozen, right?
or
So
you can have it even cheaper and cook it at home.
Right.
No, it needs to have the gold
volume is
foil,
low.
and it needs to get fed to you by some weird ass blind guy with fucking
Gold foil that's like $10
Oreo,
for a
fuck the
bottle.
kids. I want the gold foil.
Just go to the grocery store and get that shit for $10, dude.
Exactly.
Oh, pro tip: you want to get into. Pause
Yeah,
just a moment. You want to get into algae oil. It has a smoke point of 500 degrees. That's what you want to use if you're doing your cast iron
Wait,
steaks.
Algae oil.
You're speaking to people who might actually take their time to learn to cook, but for other people, they're not learning to cook. When you said smoke point, you lost a whole bunch of younger people.
I mean, it's like you're not gonna make it look like there was a fire in your kitchen.
Well,
but if you
like
want to
I
make
said,
your pan
nobody
really
tryna
hot
hear nothing about no
to get that
goddamn
good bark on the outside of the steak,
there are
like
people
restaurant
who
style.
are not learning. Maybe that work around other guys that want to do that because we like to do those things. But there are so many people who do not understand that because why they are never been taught to cook. Because because the young women won't cook and the young men have been taught that they don't need to cook because they believe that somehow there's a woman that's supposed to be doing that for you. They are fucked.
Yeah, no.
Grandpa-
She actually, Resla, what you're talking about now is one of my like arguments I'll use when I'm talking about like how they want to abolish the Department of Education. Like, that's why I'm for it, is because like this idea of having like a standard of what we teach across the country being the same is what made it so minimal of what we are teaching, instead of having like a curriculum that teaches these kids to be prepared for actual life, not to just learn basic fucking shit and just, okay, here, figure it out now.
Yeah, but a standard is like a
having
minimum
gender
wage
studies
for-
instead of how to use a credit card and balance a check.
So they can't teach less than that. That's the least they can teach. They're able to teach beyond that.
Well, when it comes to
No, it
that,
has to be
it's
according to
like
curriculum.
Trump's whole idea behind
If
that
they
was like
pay
is
for
returning the power back over to the states. Once the Department of
you're low.
Education became like a federal, once the Department of Education became a federal thing, like once it was federally mandated, and that's when we saw our numbers like internationally start to decline.
Facts.
That's federally mandated, man. Return that shit back over to the states. Let them have the power over it. You know, it's not about like, oh yeah, well, kids is not finna get no goddamn education anymore. No, it's not about that.
I agree, Kev, but I think it's been under so much federal rule now. Even though even say you go back under the states, I'm really questioning how well the states can now uphold shit now that it's been fucked up for so long.
Well, let's find out about it, because underneath the federal government, like, we've been like just plummeting, you know.
I mean, all up until 1970s, we did just fine. We were leading economically, technologically. Like, I mean, I think we were doing a lot better.
And then the Department of Education comes along, and then what happens to like everything. Kind of the sort of the same thing with personal federal income taxes. Like until 1918, I think it was. We still had roads and like all kinds of stuff. So it's supposed to be a temporary measure, but oopsies. We'll just keep it around.
Now we got a whole lot of problems that are like being alleviated. At least as far as I'm concerned, you know, like one of these problems, like everybody been complaining about. Everybody that works a job, it's like, you know, overtime. Like my overtime hours been taxed like up the wazoo, or whatever the case may be. You know, that's one of the things that Trump has then alleviated at this point in time. Like, hey, ain't nobody taxing like the overtime shit. That's out. You know, all that overtime hours that y'all working, y'all finna be able to take that home. That's a big thing, man. You know, that's a whole lot of extra dollars that are gonna wind up going back into the economy. But there's a whole lot of extra shit too. There's like all these federal mandates and things that the federal government being like taking control over.
Yeah, just get rid of the IRS altogether. I'd say
it really doesn't make it. It hasn't been making
the whole IRS.
It hasn't been making any sense though.
It doesn't mean the tax code doesn't go away.
Yeah,
no, hang on. That's not the solution. Because it doesn't make the tax code go away. So the Treasury would then be in charge of it, and then doing enforcement or whatever. But
what though?
The entire tax code needs to get resolved.
Well, that would come with that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, no, it doesn't necessarily mean that would come with that.
You have to reform it. Yes. Yeah.
Well, no, it just means the Treasury Department is now responsible for that part of it.
Right.
So the IRS doesn't. Exactly.
My issue,
except for their ammo purchases.
My issue really is the extra agencies. There's so many agencies. It's absolutely ridiculous. One of them is the Department of Education. One of them is the IRS. And I could probably come up with a whole lot more. And yeah, just
obligatory ATF.
ATF. Yeah, exactly. That's a great one.
I think it's every single one of them. Having too many different government parts just make it wasteful.
I agree with Emmett.
I want to go back real quick to the idea of poor people not having kids immoral. I would think that.
Oh, I didn't even see you there. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up? Every single time I've been hearing you for a while, and every single time you're like, "Oh, well, the problem is like government assistance," and I would be like, "Yeah, government assistance is immoral, but I don't see why kids are immoral at all."
Choosing to have them if you're on government assistance is immoral.
Choosing to have a kid.
Kids aren't immoral. It's
it's the choice.
Now look at the fact.
Yeah, but I would go ahead and be like the system of the government system is immoral. I wouldn't be like, oh, the kid is immoral.
Wait, why would you, so let's just start with the very basic. Why would you need to be on government assistance?
Yeah, I know. I would get rid of it. But I wouldn't get rid of the kids.
Here's a way. This idea has been floated out previously that if you're on long-term government assistance, you get chemically castrated. So that you can't have kids.
No, just
not that means you can't have
people out of government assistance.
But
right, or even like limit it, right? Like so, like the fact that like for kids they'll give them like a baby bonus once a month until the kid's like a certain age, 16 or 18. Like no, why they do that? Stop that. Like maybe like the first like 5 years, right? Because like that's like really hard. But like by the time the kid's 5, you need to start fucking putting shit together and financing that shit yourself, right? Like I don't think you should take it away completely, but like we should limit it hardcore.
While I agree with you, it's a difference between like if you figure like I'm gonna use a game analogy, the game being on like easy versus nightmare, and then all the levels in between. Some people are naturally gonna teach their kids, and those kids are gonna like be just better at stuff early on. And some are just going to be, iPad babies forever.
Yeah, maybe.
And that's how we get.
Like, and I fuck with that for sure. But there's also like there's a lot of problems with our educational system. Period. Point blank. Like how many of these classes have we all went through? Where we graduated or whatever the case may be. Well, we not using none of this shit. Like when is the last time that y'all remember being taught about? Honestly, like
Sorry.
Blind, hit the mute button.
You all right, bro?
Okay, he's
Good.
not blind.
Oh, damn,
Hit that
bro.
cough button.
I'm already
man.
falling asleep. I gotta go,
I thought
man.
this guy was just about to pass
Jesus
out on
Christ.
stream,
What
man.
the fuck wrong with you, fool?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
thing deep. I don't.
Yeah,
I
Kev,
don't
they're,
think
teach, they're teaching the wrong shit.
Okay.
I don't
They're
have a
definitely
Yeah,
teaching the
but-
wrong shit,
But
bro.
there are
Personally, I don't
there
have
are
a-
like real deal, like there are real world scenarios or whatever the case may be, where we can be talking about taking 5%, 2%, 1% of the shit that you earn and putting that into like a stock or a bond or whatever the case may be, something that will build equity for you in the long term. There's like
S&P
little
500
shit like
index.
that is actually not being taught at all.
Or it's
You
like
don't
an
get taught-
That
elective
is real,
class
but that's-
rather than
that's actually-
mandatory.
No,
Right?
it's
Some
not an
things
elective.
like-
it's not even available.
Okay,
You
well,
need to get
maybe
taught
where you are, but
finances,
like they'll have things like
tax.
auto, right? But like auto should be a mandatory class, teaching them how to change a tire and change
Yeah.
their own oil and shit. Like
I
this,
agree
this
with
is
that.
mandatory. We live in a world where cars are fucking. You need vehicles. Like
Yes,
Economics
exactly.
should be mandatory. Like
Even-
any
Yeah,
other
it's
major.
part of I went to high school in the 90s, and it was
anything
no
that they
longer
go
in
through in these
economics,
high
not
school-
finance.
Anything that they go through in these high school years, it should be like shit that's real world.
Fucking
You know what I mean?
nutrition,
Applicable.
emotional
It should be real
Home
regulation.
world
economics
applicable,
used to be a
like,
class.
Exactly. Like
Home ec's not nutrition though. That's just
Learn how to
putting
cook
fucking
for
chemicals in
Hold
groundnuts.
on. First of
No,
all,
no, no.
it used to be a thing.
I am
Being
old
able to know how
Yeah, I
being
agree. The doctors don't even know about nutrition these days.
animal, being able to learn cooking, home economics was that, learning about early economics, learning how to change a tile and all this shit. That was stuff that used to be high school level. All
Used to
that
be a
is
thing.
not
Wrestling, yes, we did that in high school. When I was 14, 15 years old, I was taking home ec. I was learning how to do my laundry. I was learning how to cook food. I was learning how to change
How to change a
oil
wagon
in my
wheel.
car and how to change the tire out
How to
of the
restring your
parking lot
horse
of
buggy
my
whip.
high school.
I was
Out of
doing
the
a lot of that
parking lot
in
of my
middle
high
school. What are you talking about?
People would take summer school classes so they could learn how to work on their cars and stuff.
Yeah.
This is back in the 70s. I graduated in 81, so this is a million years ago. But we
Well,
lost.
it was before the Department of Education.
We had wood shop. We had metal shop in junior high school when I was in 6th and 7th
They should have
grade
both.
between elementary and high school. We had wood shop. We had metal shop. We had car shop. They were all.
I want to go. There should be an addition plastic shop with 3D modeling and 3D
And you
printing.
said that
Like,
was
should be
throughout
a
the
thing.
70s, Ruck. You said that was throughout the 70s. Yeah, see, right before the
Bring it
Department
to
of
the thing.
Education came in. See that?
Right
Just
before-
speak. That's
they have
exactly
all
what I
that
said. That's
still.
my same
before
point.
Title IX came in and
No,
shut
they have all
everything
that
down.
still.
We
They
used
have all
to-
that.
I remember
No.
our football coach.
Yeah,
soccer
they do.
coach used to talk us
No.
all into
Yeah,
going to this
they do.
little city council meetings
No.
and try to vote
Rick only
down
just
Title
graduated. Trust
IX.
him.
That was a million years ago.
You had
I mean,
Brick. You had
well,
wood shop
okay.
and metal shop available, and like auto shop available in your
Not every
in your
school has
public
every
high school.
elective. Not every school has every.
Oh well,
elective.
you said it is,
That wasn't
and
Brick.
I
I'm
was saying
to
that.
you that
well,
things
no,
like
not
what-
necessarily.
the 3D.
I was saying not
modeling-
necessarily.
The 3D modeling does exist in middle school right now.
Well,
No.
that
Hang
they
on.
should be
But before I
mandatory.
said no, you said the thing before I said that. So
What I'm saying is these things.
what I got
people
from
are
you is that you're
aren't
saying that wood
available
shop,
now.
metal
They
shop,
are.
and auto shop exist all over the place.
I've got
However, we agree that they don't.
I've
They
got to
don't.
imagine that if
None
they've
of that
got
shit-
3D modeling in middle school,
Hold on, one second.
then there's
I'd
a
be
good chance
surprised.
they've got
Break.
those other ones too.
Easy.
Brick, respect.
I'd be surprised anywhere.
Hold up.
Yeah,
Like
time
those,
out.
those things don't exist everywhere.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
That shit shouldn't be in school though. Woodwork and
Where
metalwork's
in public-
fucking useless
Home
unless
ec
you're going into a
exists
trade with that
in
shit.
middle school.
Where
in
I
some
want to know
places,
what
yes.
public schools are still doing wood shop, metal shop, or auto shop, like any of
I don't
those
know
three.
any. I don't know any doing it.
Yeah,
And
me
me either.
Me neither.
But
You don't need that.
all of us
school
are
right
saying
now?
this is anecdotal.
You don't need any of that.
I wanna know.
You need to know nutrition. You need to know finances, how to do tax. These are things they
Yes.
should have that they
You
don't.
barely even get that.
First,
No, I do
root
feel like
These were all electives.
Not
Yeah, no.
Wood shop,
everyone
metal shop.
has
These were all
the money.
electives.
Not everyone
Yeah.
has the money to pay someone else to work on their shit for them, so they need to learn how to do it themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Like the
Yeah,
real
so we're just
world
like-
applicable, like the shit, the skills that you need to really function as an adult. You know, I feel like that
Gonna
should
walk
be
at the
some of the
slowest
shit that's
pace,
taught.
man.
Yeah, for sure. You know,
Fuck that.
it's a whole
Middle
lot of
school
shit
is
like
actually
Who's
where the
is it
electives
George R.R. Miller, which
start.
everybody should be able to do all these things and specializations for insects? Is it George R.R. Miller? Am I thinking of the wrong quote?
Say it again.
That everybody should be able to take an order, give an order, you know, fix a broken arm, take. There's a whole laundry list of things.
I hear somebody.
Yeah, perform in an opera, whatever all the things were. Everybody should be able to do like everything. But
So jack of all
specializations
trades,
for
master of
insects.
none?
Well, no, not necessarily a master of none, but you should still be like, even if you're a master of something, you should still be able to reasonably do all the other stuff.
Yeah, you ain't gonna
to
learn all the
participate
things.
in life. You know,
Your
on
brain
your
can't
own.
store that many things.
I'm pretty
I
smart,
disagree.
man.
No, I agree with Grump on this one. I definitely do.
You can specialize in one thing, but you shouldn't like ignore everything else that you need to survive.
Yeah.
But the point is, you don't need everything.
Well, I mean, you should probably, or else you end up getting took for a ride by this one guy.
I went ahead and Googled it. I went ahead and Googled it.
$3,000 for a spark plug change or spark plug change. I'll roll with that. Spark plug change, but I'll $3,000 on your Subaru, right?
I figured it would do
Makes sense.
do us well to fact check, and I did Google it.
Go ahead,
Examples of middle school trade electives: practical arts. This could include courses like woodworking, metalworking,
Practical
or cooking,
arts.
culinary arts, fine arts. Electives: visual, music, theater, computer skills. Many middle schools offer computer science.
This is all stuff with commas in between it.
Coding electives. Other areas: drafting, home economics, or agricultural science.
Is Brick full of shit?
He hasn't
No, it's
said
looking-
he was.
It's looking good for him.
He was naming all of the things that he was looking up just now, and not what the result was yet.
Oh, he was telling Chat GPT what to say.
I'm literally looking it up. I mean, I don't.
Yeah,
guess
it's
at these
possible that there are schools that have those
Yeah, no,
available.
he didn't-
that doesn't mean
he
that
didn't say the
it's
answer yet.
It's widely available.
Yeah,
and
I don't-
besides, the idea was we wanted them to be not simply electives. It would be better for everybody to be able to have courses on those things.
Maybe every high school.
School trade
so-
elective, middle school trade.
So what's it look like?
Right, they are.
What would you choose to be the classes that has to be at every school?
If I had to choose, like,
taxes, I think.
Brick,
would
I
be
don't know
one.
why you think I was asking you.
How do
Oh, you were
how do
asking.
taxes?
Sounded like you were just
someone
asking the
particular-
question.
Everyone else except.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna answer anyway. Is
Mike
that
Drag,
okay?
you mean
Is that okay if I
Definitely
answer
the
anyway?
diet. Definitely the cooking.
No, let Emmett answer. Emmett's got this. Go on, Emmett.
I would say hood shop, like know how to work your vehicle is extremely important. How to like basic economics and how to do your taxes, that would be really, really helpful.
Personal finance is, I think, what you're going for.
Yeah, personal
Yeah.
finance.
You think so?
That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I think those two should be completely mandatory, and I think are usually not taught.
Do you think it'd take like multiple classes to fulfill those things for their basic needs, or you could just have like a life skills class that teaches all those things over the year?
No, for like how to.
You're not going to learn
work,
the ins and outs of the car.
Clarify
You're
your
like-
question. Do you mean multiple on each topic, or do you mean multiple meaning
Do
different?
you think you
classes for
need
each
one
specific
class
topic?
for each topic he stated, or a life skills class would be able to handle that? Because you're not going to learn everything about a car. You're not going to learn about ECU, like your fucking codes and everything like that. All you're going to learn
but
is
I
like
mean,
changing spark plugs, changing tires, changing air filters.
Just ask Blind. You can change butt plugs.
Decoding ECU codes, that would probably be more in an elective or a secondary class after the first one. But knowing how to change a tire and change
that's something.
change. You know how many air filters your vehicle has? Do you know how many oxygen sensors that your vehicle has?
No.
Oh well, I mean,
That'd
maybe
be
you should have taken
that'd
the
be an
class.
elective.
You'd have at least.
Do you know that'd be different on every
You'd
on
have
many cars?
You'd have an air
Many cars
filter
that
for
wouldn't be
the
the same.
Well, no, hang on. You have an air filter for the engine, then there's an air filter for the cabin. At least those
but
two.
these are pretty specific.
Right? Hold on, 1 second, y'all. 1 second, y'all.
Is that something that maybe
Grump?
So you're gonna have an electric
concrete at for a?
Hold on, you guys, please, for 1 second. 1 second.
What level do you mix concrete at for a factory floor?
Listen, let me say one thing before.
See, like that's such a specific thing.
Speak
it's
easy.
hard
Give
for
me 1
someone
second.
to
Give me
just
1
know.
second to say something. Grump, not to cut you off, bro, but turn your gain down just a little bit because you're clipping when you're talking.
Who, me?
All right.
I
no,
Grump. I don't know.
Oh,
hang on. No, my audio has been good for a
that
while.
turned right up.
No, you're definitely
You
clipping.
want to talk about air filters?
Am I clipping?
My truck has
Anybody
fuel
else? Am I
filters.
clipping?
Not for me.
No, not
Not
for
as
me.
bad now. You were a second ago, but you're not as.
Now that you've gotten the nice answers, are you afraid to hear my answers, Mudcrab?
What? Who
You're
gave their
scared.
nice
I think it's
Okay,
like
so
Emmett.
I won't
Emmett
answer.
said
I
something.
won't answer. I'm not allowed to answer because Mudcrab's afraid of the answers. and I'll give
Brick,
it.
Brick,
I'm
baby boy,
scared.
give me
Just
your
admit
answer.
it.
Give me
Just admit it. Just admit it.
Brick,
Scared
give me
for
your
the answer.
answer.
Oh,
I'm not afraid of you. I was just trying to
You're
taunt
just
you a bit.
afraid. No, it's okay.
Give me your
Go
answer.
ahead. Go ahead. You don't want to
Brick.
hear it. No, you don't want to hear
I
it.
do.
No.
Oh my
Hey.
god, just say the answer.
I would
You don't have to
say
be
that it
passive-aggressive.
depends on the district. I would say that it very much depends on the district because if you're living out in the country and you're living in a rural area, agriculture might be something that you want to pick up. Wood shop might be something you want to pick up. But if you live in a city, why would you pick up wood shop? Why would you pick up mechanicking?
If you live out in the boonies, don't you think you'd already be picking up agriculture already?
But the elective in
home life?
school, the elective in school is what we're talking about, not that other
No,
stuff.
I'm not talking about electives. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
we
what
were.
classes
Yeah,
do you
that's
think it should be
exactly- yeah,
mandatory
about the
across the board?
curriculum.
Yeah. Yeah. So required
So you don't want to
electives.
raise these kids to be like owners.
No, no,
That's the
no.
time. You don't
Required
You don't want to raise.
The
Yes,
fuck?
because that
You
is
don't
what
want
they're
to
called.
exactly.
And now you know why I
They're
didn't
called
fucking
required
answer,
electives.
you
You
retarded.
don't know that?
dick.
Oh,
Rick.
I didn't know you didn't pay attention.
I love how
Rick,
you
we're
support
talking
the thing
about
that you're trying to
They are
mandatory,
fight.
called
where it's
required
not-
electives.
They don't have a choice. They
Yes,
have
this
to
is the way
learn
it
it.
works.
That's
This
what
is
we're
how it's
talking
worked
about.
in school for a very, very long time.
Brick, go back to
Probably.
school.
Why
sir.
would these motherfuckers? Why would we trying to teach these motherfuckers to be
Required
independent when
electives.
like,
That's what
bro,
they're called.
What the fuck are you talking
Like
about?
life
fool?
management skills.
It's all about
mandatory.
exactly life
It's
management.
required
You're trying
required
to teach.
electives.
It's required.
You're trying to teach these
Select
kids
some
how to be
electives, it is.
independent.
It's a
And that's the way
requirement.
it's worked in school.
But they're not
Every school
required.
has called
Like,
what's
yeah,
called
what?
required electives. Every grade
Bro,
has
can
what's
elect
called
them.
required
Oh my
electives.
God.
Okay, but
You
we
actually
were
have
talking
like a-
about
you
the
were real simple,
mandatory.
in order to
We were talking about
graduate,
something you
in order
don't
to
have
move
a
on to
choice
the
on.
next grade.
Why
Rick,
would you
Rick.
not, bro? You simple,
Rick, we were
fool.
talking about something we had that you have
A
to
lot of
learn.
people talk about the same thing. Like pretty much everybody's on the idea of people that have to go through school. They
Also-
have to go through the
Why would you not-
mandatory things, not elective,
on,
the
man.
mandatory things in school that were not being taught anymore.
Right. It's called.
Exactly.
Kev, my
right now-
gate,
right now, they're called
compressor and
required
gain are
electives.
all exactly where they're supposed to
right?
be. It's on your
So
end.
these electives
No,
that
it's
we're
not
kind of
me,
going
bro.
over, some of them are not required
is.
electives, right? Life management skills, when I went to school in the 9th grade, life management skills where they actually taught you how to balance a budget, that was a required elective. PE in grade
That should
school
Fuck, you must have
is a
failed that class,
required
bro.
elective. It's
Bitch,
still
ain't
called
nobody
an
talking
elective.
fast. You
elective.
listening slow. This is what we saying. They don't.
I'm not
teach this
listening
shit
slow.
No more.
You're just not
You are listening
understanding
slow.
what
No, you're
curriculum
listening
requirements
slow.
are.
You're
It's very
listening
simple.
slow,
It's
fool.
been like this for a very, very long time.
We
Probably since
talked
the
about this the
Department of
last time,
Education
bro.
took
The
over.
last time you and I had a conversation, respectfully, blind. The last time
I swear, Brick and
not
Melanie.
blind, but Brick. The last time you and I had a conversation,
Fuck
I'm
you,
like,
Rude.
fool. Sometimes we be saying the same thing, but you just like such a narcissist or such a
No,
piece
bro,
of
I
shit.
just got
that you
7
just wanna
people
know-
talking to
Exactly.
me at the
And then can't
same
nobody
time,
finish, can't nobody,
Kevin.
exactly. Can't nobody finish exactly with it. You just the same as Melanie.
Called me
you know
a
what I'm saying?
name, bro.
You
So I'm
Melanie,
just
you
supposed to sit
Melanie,
here
you
and
Melanie's
listen to
twin
you
brother, fool.
ad hom me?
No,
No,
listen,
it's fucking
exactly. I
retarded.
can't even
You're
finish my
fucking
goddamn
retarded.
statement
You're fucking
without
retarded.
you
You're
saying
fucking
something,
retarded.
fool.
You're fucking
You know what I'm saying?
retarded.
You and
You're
Melanie,
fucking
either
retarded.
either
You're
that's
fucking
either that's your
retarded.
girlfriend, either
See how
that's your
cool that is?
boyfriend,
It's
either
fucking
that's your
stupid.
boyfriend,
If
or
I'm
you
just gonna
listening
sit here and
slow,
listen to
fool.
you
Exactly.
fucking
That's
try
all. That's all I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Debate,
You know,
bro,
I just
bullshit. I'm not gonna fucking
bro, bullshit. I'm not trying to debate nothing, fool.
I'm just gonna
I'm
talk
just trying to,
over
you know, I'm trying to
you're
get
trying
10
do to
seconds
me.
to
It's the
land
same
my plane.
bullshit that
But
Melanie
you know
does.
what I'm saying? You
Why
always
the fuck would you do it if you don't like Melanie?
Go
doing
ahead,
it?
filibuster, fool. Go ahead,
Would you
Everyone,
like
calm
me
down,
doing
calm
it if
down,
you don't
calm
want me
down.
Go ahead,
doing it?
filibuster.
Brick's triggered.
Why do
Brick's
you want
triggered.
me
No
not
rude.
doing
Let
it
him
if
go.
you
Let him
want
go.
to do it?
You know what
It
I'm saying?
doesn't
Let him
make
make a
any
fool of
sense.
himself.
Why I want to
Exactly.
smoke.
Can we
You know
not
what I'm
just
saying?
bring
No,
up
matter of
people who
fact,
aren't
you not
here to
make no
defend
goddamn
themselves?
sense. Matter of fact, Brick, you not make no goddamn
So,
sense.
so if I'm supposed to sit here and listen to you ad hom me all night, why the fuck wouldn't you like it when I do it to you? It's all cool when
that's right.
Eminem does
That's
it, but
right.
when
You know,
Brick
that's right.
does it,
You
oh my
co-sign.
god!
Yeah, it's cool
Throw
when
him
I
in the
do it.
fucking
It's proud when I do it.
water.
It's cool when I do it.
Fucking retard.
It's because I'm funny, Brick, and you're not. I'm
I
sorry.
don't give a
Who the
shit. You're
fuck
not.
brought up
No, you're
Eminem?
not.
Why the fuck are
You're
you talking
not.
about
It's not
Eminem?
funny. It's
Who
stupid.
the fuck? Why are you talking about
Wait,
Eminem?
who brought up Eminem?
The ad
Who
homs
brought
are
up
Brick
fucking
Eminem?
did.
retarded.
Brick did.
How
It's cool when Eminem does it. It's a problem when I
address
do
I
it.
missed it.
the
It's cool when he does
topic
it. It's a problem
of
when I do it.
discussion. It's
What
that
the hell you
simple.
talking
Instead
about,
of
fool?
saying,
Ain't
"Oh,
nobody
you're
brought up no
retarded.
goddamn
Oh, you're retarded.
Eminem or
Oh, you're
nothing.
retarded," and doing this and doing this.
Exactly.
I don't
That's
think
all
that's what
I'm
he
trying to
said.
tell you, bro. You
Wait,
always
you
got
might
a
have-
problem. Yeah,
hold on, bro.
exactly.
You're not Eminem, bro.
You're
You're
actually,
MGK.
bro.
Kev, your audio that
Yep,
you're listening
you're
to might
MGK.
be a little bit
Pause.
because I didn't hear him say anything about Eminem.
Oh, y'all tripping. Yeah, run that
No,
shit
no,
back.
he was talking about Melanie, the Furby.
No, I did mention Eminem. I said,
Yeah,
Oh, you
"Oh,
mean
cool when
Melanie?
Eminem
Oh, you
does it."
did.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
then I'm jacked up. I'm
That's
trying to
That's all I'm
trying to make
tell
sense
you,
of
for
something
sure.
that Kev said because like my settings are still good, so
Yeah,
I was
you
trying to
did.
make sense
No,
of
no, no.
something he said.
I think maybe you was just
no,
a little
no
bit
biggie,
too
no biggie.
close to the mic. Like when you was talking, like a little bit passionately paused, but it was just it was clipping a little bit, bro. You know.
I haven't got passionate about anything yet tonight. So
All right, pause. Yeah.
I-
Yeah, for real.
but
Why
I-
you
anyways,
stupid,
though.
huh?
But maybe.
The look on your face when you held those crayons up.
No, Kev, for real though. Why you stupid, huh?
You calling
Why,
Kev
why am I
stupid?
stupid?
Yeah,
I was
Kev, why
just
you
asking.
stupid, huh?
I was just
Be
asking you
careful,
some
be
questions.
careful.
I was just asking some clarifying questions.
Okay.
Oh my god, this
No,
man
no,
What's
is up the
up,
whole
Go
Crayola
ahead.
box.
Go ahead. Ask
What's
clarifying.
up,
Oh my God,
Yeah,
the
I was just trying to
Crayola.
ask you some
What's up,
clarifying questions like
everybody?
I always do, Brick. You
I
know?
know.
But like as
Go ahead.
usual, you know,
I want me
The
some
ad hom
regardless,
ain't
Crayola.
gonna work. No, it ain't
listen,
gonna work. It's
and
not
see
cool.
You
when
got
you
Hey,
go,
Brick.
It's
Terminator.
really
Speak
not. It
listen,
ain't
easy.
fool.
helpful.
In the
It's
cuntiest
conversation.
crab in the world.
It's just stupid.
Orthodox.
You asked me a question though.
Top
You asked me a
Orthodox
Hey,
guy.
question. And I was
Blaine.
trying to answer
And
your
Your
question.
body.
Bro. I'm trying to answer
Go
your
ahead,
question.
Kev.
Brick.
Rumpelstiltskin.
All right. Hold on,
Yes,
Orthodox.
sir. What?
Give me
hang
10
on, I've been
seconds to
called
land
out
my
on
plane.
What?
All right,
Brick, I
my
tell you this
bad.
shit.
I didn't mean to steal
I
it.
Let
I
Kev
tell
finish.
you this
Come
shit
on.
all the time, Brick. I tell you, like, bro, I actually fuck with you, you know?
Yeah, I know.
But sometimes I'm like, bro, chill out, fool. I know you passionate about shit, but let other people land their plane though. You know what I'm
Go
saying?
ahead.
You get so passionate about shit that you wind up
ahead.
cutting everybody up. Yeah, see, you doing it right now.
Oh,
You know?
this is what you're
And I'm
trying to
just
tell me. I figured you were gonna go
That's
to the
all I'm
topic.
trying to tell you, fool. Nah, I don't be
That
trying.
was that was classy.
Nah, don't be trying to pop it, Brick. You know
Yeah,
I'm fuck with you, bro.
I get
I'm
you.
like,
I
bro,
get
just
you. I
calm
got
down
you.
for a
I
second
got
though.
you.
When
I got
somebody
you,
got a
bro.
rebuttal
I
for
don't,
you,
I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it.
listen, fool.
No,
listen,
I don't
fool.
need
You
it.
actually
I don't need it.
I don't give
don't
a
need it.
fuck what you need or not,
I
bro.
don't
You
need it.
ain't finna get what you
Then why
need
the
from
fuck
me.
were you gonna say
know?
something?
Yeah, I was finna say something. You know what I'm
Why?
saying? And I'm
You
still
know I don't
finna
give a
say what the
fuck.
fuck I'm trying to say. Yeah,
You know I don't
well,
give a
fuck
fuck.
you the long way. You know what I'm saying? You beige,
I don't give a fuck.
burn that
Nah,
bitch.
Brick.
Like I don't give a fuck about nothing that
Brick,
got
do you want to
going
try
on.
and answer the
You can
question
suck a
instead
dick
of
and
whatever?
die slow, motherfucker.
What was the
Yeah,
question?
do that.
All right. So, what classes do you think should be
why are you
mandatory
such a bitch?
curriculum?
bitch? Yeah, aka why are you such a bitch?
It depends on the district. Because if you're in the rural country, it'd be like agriculture, shop, that sort of thing, mechanics.
Yeah, I get it. So if you're in that sort of a district, then you have maybe extra mandatory curriculum, but covering the whole every state, like what, say, even if it's like 2 or 3 things, like what do you think is mandatory for every culture, every lifestyle, every district?
You know,
don't leave it so wide open. Like give me like a top, maybe like a top 3, like a top 3 thing.
I don't believe it should be one size fits all.
Well, like humans are pretty like similar across the board, like diet, like nutrition. I think everyone should learn nutrition.
Yeah. Balancing a budget. So like that's called life management skills.
They said nutrition.
Nutrition comes into life management skills too.
That's
physical
what I'm saying. Like
education.
narrow it down. Like narrow it down.
To a genuine, like a class, one class that had all of these things in it, just different.
Yeah, that's what I took, life management skills. So they taught us how to balance the budget. Also included in that was diet and exercise. Actually, I learned how to do what is it called? Medical sutures, things like that. Just kind of the basics.
No, this was in one
basics.
class in one semester.
Basics of
where you
it,
spend
yeah.
45 minutes in the class once a week.
Year, like
yeah,
sophomore,
they taught these things. Now I know
you
that
didn't learn all that in one class.
No, listen.
We
oh,
had-
I'm
yeah,
sorry, I didn't
yeah.
realize they didn't take the class.
Yeah,
what
we
about
had
emotional
FFA.
regulation?
Now me, on
Did they
the
teach
other
that?
hand,
Yeah, let
so
the
that's
nigga
part of
finish what
medical.
the fuck he's saying. Go ahead, Brick.
Now,
That's my
I
bad, I was
paid
being
attention
racist.
to this stuff. I know that a lot of people took that class and paid zero attention. And because it was one of those required electives where you actually only needed to get a certain thing from the class, yes, there were a lot of grades
required
that were
elective.
given.
You see how the
Can
fuck
I-
dumb
can
you
I
sound
pause-
right now?
see,
An elective is not a requirement.
required
boy. You
elective?
dumb.
Yeah, it's
Not
kind
a
of like
required. That's called a required course, Brick.
It's a mandatory,
stupid, bro.
non-mandatory.
Oh my God. So
Wait, Brick.
electives
I
are
actually
everything except for math, science.
No, an
social
elective
studies.
is something that you elect
Can
to
I
take.
just
Bro.
say
It's
let me
not
steal
a
man Brick.
requirement,
sounds
bro.
like
You
something
dumb.
Wait,
I would've
Kev,
stuck
let
into
him
in
land the
before.
plane.
Let me
him
steal
land the
man
plane.
Brick.
Look,
Let me
this is
steal man
9/11.
Brick.
I'm taking
There's
Brick's
four subjects.
plane because I'm about to bounce. I agree with you for once, Brick. You know what? If these dumb, stupid motherfuckers had a chance, they wouldn't pay attention to those classes either. You know, if we made civics a class, if we made banking a class, the dumb motherfuckers wouldn't pay attention there either.
Civics has been a class for like forever.
Appreciate
that.
No. Civics was actually a requirement for me.
If we make
It
a
used to be a
standards
requirement,
thing,
at least. I don't know if it is now.
It's not now because I never had to take it.
It's not.
Civics
It's
was
not a
a
requirement
requirement
anymore.
in ninth grade.
Yeah,
civics
I
was a
never had to take
requirement
it
for
either.
me. Me personally.
No,
Brick.
but you don't have to dox yourself with your age.
The problem is students
I
don't
agree.
pay attention. It's a cultural
Civics
thing.
was a
I agree.
requirement. It was
It
a
was.
requirement.
There are a lot of
in
things that are no
the
longer a
80s,
requirement.
but I don't know when it ended, but it is no longer. But we had to take civics when I was a kid.
standards
Yo,
would
Brick.
be amazing.
Brick, motherfucker. When you're saying required elective, you're just saying because when you're at school, you have a required amount of electives you have to choose, and it was one of those that you got to choose from. Is that what you're meaning by required elective?
So there were a required amount of electives, yes, but there were also required
Quantity.
electives that you had to take by a certain year.
Okay, we got those too in Southern California. When I went through, a required elective was you had to study a language for 2 years, be it French or Spanish. You had 4 years to do it. It was required. You could elect when to do it, but you had to complete those 2 years doing the 4 years. That's how I interpret required elective. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that is actually one of them. Now, I didn't actually have to take extra languages, but I do know that there are schools that do require that. It's probably because I was in South. But I tell you what, I was in Florida. I will tell you, if I grew up in the southern part of Florida, I probably would have been required an elective of Spanish. So yes,
I don't think that that's a thing anywhere that you can require which language. However, maybe your school only has having a requirement of taking a language, and then the school only offers the one. That could be a thing to get to kind of what the same result is, but it's just not exactly the way you said it.
Yeah, like I think what you're talking about, Brick, is where like you had to pick out of like a second language to learn. That was one of the required electives you're talking about. Like so, like you had like Spanish, German, this, that, and then you had to pick one of them. That's what you're saying, right, Brick?
Right,
exactly.
yeah. So
Yeah, and I understand that, but what we were talking about before all this was like the mandatory curriculum. So like math, that isn't something you get to choose to learn. Like you learn that. So like we were what
core
Crab had
curriculum.
originally asked is what Emmett thinks
Yeah.
should be mandatory. And
Right. So should they be added into the core curriculum then? That would be a better question.
That's yeah.
Okay. Okay. And that's fair. I like that question better. I really do.
What about forcing like not which one, but like a type of like shop or some kind of like forcing, hey, you have to build something with your hands. Whether it's wood
Maybe
shop,
like
metal shop,
home.
auto shop, 3D modeling and print 3D like printing plastic.
Well, stuff like
3D
electrical
modeling
and
is
welding.
Shit that's finna be real world applicable. Like,
I think that's how they have it now.
That's
Like
a
when I was
very-
in high school, like there was like you had to pick out of a certain number of electives, and like I wanted auto, but because auto wasn't available, they ended up putting me into like home rec. So like it was like cooking and shit, right? So like, but like
Yeah, but
that
all the bitches
it
are
was,
in home
it
ec,
was
though.
one of the things that you had to pick from. So like that, I think that's what Brick was trying to say, that there was like certain things you have to pick from.
Right.
Like
yeah.
what we were saying is that there should be certain things. Like one thing I would think of off the top of my head is like how to do your taxes, right? Like that should be mandatory. That should be taught
balance of fucking
as early as
checkbook.
possible.
How
So
a credit
bring
card
back
works.
civics class.
Fucking home maintenance. Half these motherfuckers don't know how to change a washer in a tap.
Right.
So
right.
as
a
is
lot
right,
of them don't even know how to do
In
their
a
own
tap,
laundry.
a washer, faucet.
so
a
as
lot
is
of them
right now.
can't-
Yeah, I had a
no.
buddy that
Well,
didn't
a
know how
lot
to
of
take
them
off
can't
the
read.
bottom part of
Down a
the
broken
sink.
faucet. You're right, Rude. A lot of them don't know how to do any plumbing whatsoever. Your toilet's fucked. They don't know what to do. They pick up the phone rather than
Plumbers
picking
are
up the
fucking
tool.
expensive.
So as is right now, there are 4 core subjects, right? You got math, science, social studies, and language, right?
Reading,
so the
writing,
thing about
arithmetic.
well,
Can
the
we
thing
get rid
about
of social studies?
the thing about electives is that you can actually fit all electives within the bounds of each of those 4 core subjects. That's why they're called core subjects.
What?
Interesting.
Yes.
And I think I agree with you on this one. However, the plausibility of stuffing all of the life skills that somebody might need into like one class that somebody brought up earlier. I don't remember who did it.
That was me. Yeah, and I agree that was a bad move on them. I don't like what they did. It's too much.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying, Brick. Is that like so like for instance what I mentioned is like teaching people how to do their taxes within the core curriculum. You need these skills to even learn that skill.
Correct.
That's what you're saying, right?
Yep.
That shit
Yep.
could just be in math, I reckon. You could
And science, it's the same thing. So like with
Not
computers
necessarily.
and what is it? Cooking, right? So when you're learning to cook, you're learning
Home ec.
science,
Home ec.
right? And it works
Baking
with
is literal
language too,
chemistry.
right? And then you've got social studies, which is a plethora of electives.
I'm gonna bite this one all the way down. Music should be a mandatory class for everybody.
Oh, I
What
like
the
that.
I don't
fuck?
agree with that. I don't
Pretty-
know.
Yeah, no,
That-
fuck off.
yes,
100%.
yes,
Learning to
that's,
play an instrument. It doesn't matter if it's a recorder. Just something. Get
So art
Arithmetic.
should be too. So art,
That-
painting,
that
painting
should
should be
be-
mandatory then.
Yeah, no, I don't know about art or painting, but
No, but it's the same shit. You just care more about
it's
music.
not. No, it's absolutely not. No, music is
You know how
music is
many
math.
kids you're gonna
Music
get
is
like
math.
music
Excuse me,
is
sir.
math.
Music is math.
yeah,
It's an
Grumple though.
artistic
Like if
form of
there's like
math.
Yeah, you're right.
Rhythm
It is
If
math.
it-
Music is 100% math.
but
It's an
Grumple, don't
artistic
you
form
agree
of
there's gonna
math,
be
yes.
mad kids that use that time?
Actually, it's language,
helps
math,
you learn how
and
to
science.
operate in 2 different modes at the same time or more.
And there's history.
It
in it.
enables you to focus on multiple things at once and make them work together.
It's
And
literally the only
teamwork.
thing that I think that
Yeah.
should be above the basic functions of like how to survive in society. I think music should be 100% taught from like as early as kindergarten.
You know,
Like,
maybe if I couldn't,
easy.
maybe if I couldn't click onto YouTube and click in how to and whatever instrument I want, and it could and find a
Exactly.
million people teaching
That's
it
not,
for free.
yeah, but that's not going to teach you music theory, and that's not going to teach you how
Man,
it
this
works.
motherfucker
And
talking about the
yeah.
Fibonacci
They don't
sequence.
teach
buy the
that.
book
Being,
here and
like,
say
bro,
that
the
you should
Fibonacci
have.
sequence ain't
Oh,
got
Kev
nothing.
bringing up
Come
friggin'
on,
Maynard
man.
Maynard
Keen,
James
whatever.
Keenan. Let's
Hey,
talk
it's not
about
about
it.
Maynard.
once.
You might
Fuck
know about
that.
that because of
More
Tool, but the
balls than a
Fibonacci.
juggler.
No, Kev brought up the Fibonacci sequence of music. That means he's obviously talking about Maynard. Like,
Yes.
definitely
we
have
weren't
shooting
talking about Maynard.
practice
Do you
as
know?
mandatory.
I was
you know
talking
who
about like
fuck
just the
Fibonacci-
basics. You add the thing to the previous thing, and then that makes the next number, and then you add that to the previous one. This is how the Fibonacci sequence works.
It's arithmetic at its
Yeah, but this
finest.
started
it's
in
math.
ancient India. It has nothing
It's
to do with
math.
Maynard. It was an adaptation.
well-
It's something that Maynard.
Okay, maybe you
like,
misunderstood
fell
what you were
into.
saying then. That's my bad.
Yeah, it was one album.
You
That's it.
you misunderstood what I was saying. I didn't.
Yeah, that's
misunderstand
exact.
what I was saying.
I just said that maybe I misunderstood what you were saying.
Oh,
That's
okay.
because
I
you
think
know too
shooting
much
practice
music.
should be
bro.
mandatory.
If that's the issue.
Because
Music.
Mr. The guy from Tool, Maynard Keen, like he used the Fibonacci sequence for one of the songs, and I forget if it was in Tool or if it was in Perfect Circle.
I see
No, it wasn't APC.
infancy,
I
red
don't remember which one it was.
then came
I know he used the.
But yeah, so like,
Yeah.
what benefits has music given you to your life?
Yeah.
Like,
Ladder
how has that
Alice.
affected your growth?
Well, I'm a lot
success.
smarter than y'all, and I
Communication.
play music all the time.
I'll be
right.
damned if I don't agree.
I can. So not just me personally, but I can go back
say
to.
louder and talks more often does not mean smarter. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Grump. My bad.
I ate a crayon a while ago. I'm high.
I'm a smart monkey. If you can, so not even the benefits of music particularly, but if you can get in, this is like a samurai thing, where they would engage in.
Grumple, come on, bro.
Yeah, no, hang on. Let me
want
land it.
Music
No, he's asking you, wait.
Let me land it.
And then you
Let
have
me
to go
land
to
it.
samurai.
Grumple, he's asking you something specific, something like the
Oh.
elements, right? So the like rhythm. What has rhythm done to make
You know my Marine's
improvement?
a samurai. Don't
He's
mess
being
with
very
me.
specific.
No,
He's asking you, like, what
hang
is
on, no,
music
hang on, no.
theory
Speak.
done
What
to your
you're
life?
saying now, I can answer that. Is lets you count better.
Rhythm
But
lets
it
you
is-
count better.
It is math.
Yeah,
It
it 100%
is
can.
math.
It 100%
But
does.
Hell
can
yes,
you
it's
dance?
all math.
Because if you
dude.
can't dance, then you're no friend of mine.
Where are you gonna
Okay.
get? When are you gonna get a 3/5 rhythm if you can't do math? Where are you gonna get a 4/4, which is the most basic? 1,
So-
2, 3, 4.
Sounds like you learned
Yeah,
that in
no.
math.
So just
So
I
you
was-
learn
I
math
was act-
before rhythm, then, right?
It's just only. I mean,
dance without music and math. Come on, you guys.
nothing to do with the creative stuff that I've ever done. It's like it's literally dealing with time signatures in early life that like I have no problem, or maybe it's the autism. I'm not sure. That, like I have no problem. I'm counting rounds when I shoot.
Probably the latter.
All you guys have said
Yeah,
is
it's
that
probably-
learning
that's
music
probably
benefits
autism.
you from music.
That's probably
No,
That's
yeah,
right.
like
I
rhythm doesn't
understand.
help you
At the
count
younger
anything but
ages.
notes. That's what rhythm helps you count is the notes.
Oh
which
no,
means
it
you're
goes
learning
beyond
rhythm.
that. No, speak.
Rhythm
You're
No,
incorrect
it
on this one.
The step. It helps you
Tempo.
count the beat. It helps you count your choreography if you're a mover or a dancer.
So everything that has to
It
do
helps
with
you.
the music already. It
No,
doesn't
no,
help
not-
you go
no.
1, 2, 3, 4,
It-
5, 6,
no, it
7,
helps you.
8 better, does it?
It helps you.
Do I
It
need
helps you
rhythm
build that
to-
skill set
to
in
be
your
able to
brain
count to
It is
10?
the
to like
creative
count things
yes.
quickly.
It's
To
the
count things
Oh,
quickly.
to be able to count
framing,
quickly.
framing abstract.
Counting
Or to
quickly
be able
is
to.
definitely a life skill everyone needs.
Well,
You
to-
should be
Yeah,
able
to
to
be able-
if you are counting
super fast.
multiple potential things, yeah. If you have the ability to count and to encapsulate that, and beat 1 is this thing, beat 2 is that thing, beat 3 is this thing over here, beat 4 is that thing over there.
Okay, so
And
Music and math.
I
do
chalked
so
it up.
much more
I
than
chalked it up to
people give
music
credit
to where
for.
I was able to round count for when I was shooting. When I was actually
okay, so if you guys are only advocating music because people can learn the beats, then
No, not just
you
that.
should
I
just be
agree with
advocating
what
dancing.
you said about
You should
round
just be
casting.
advocating
Not everybody
dancing.
Wait,
can
wait,
do
but
that.
dance,
You're gonna learn the
dance.
same shit.
Not
But you get
everybody
next
Marina,
to
I
us.
agree
No,
with
it's
what
not.
You're
It's
right,
not
you
saying
said
Brad.
all.
about tuning too.
Have you ever
Jesus
seen a
Yeah, it
Christ.
is.
sheep
No, I
dancing?
can count to 100 in like less than a second. So I mean,
How do you do
Bet.
that?
Do it right now.
So
But
they
you
should
still can't
definitely
tune
put
worth a
counting.
shit.
Pull out that.
It should
Peter
definitely put
Griffin
counting
Oh,
in
you didn't
math
count to
then.
100 in less than a second.
You might be
You said
counting in
count. Oh,
50s.
did you just say
No,
counting
yeah,
in
music
math?
is math. Music is math. Musical is practical application of math.
Math
Music
is
is
also
every
math.
single
in an
core
artistic way.
subject. No, music is every single
some
core subject. It's science, it's
It is.
math, it's history, and language. In fact,
Some people don't get it.
literally, it's called
It
the
is.
language
I've
of
played
the
guitar for like
soul.
20-something years. I
It
get what
is.
you're
You're
saying, but
absolutely correct.
it's irrational still.
Oh no, I have
course.
way more cred than you on that. Just longer lasting. Just
Oh,
you
Jesus.
you
Called
flopped out your dick on how long it's been. I have more than that.
does
but
music
I'm not
teach you
doing that.
math
saying I
better than
understand
math
what you're saying.
teaches you math?
Jesus.
That's pretty good. That's a good way to put it. I like that.
Just real quick, that's a real honest question. Does music teach you math better than math teaches you math?
It teaches you math without you knowing you're
It's-
being taught math. So
It's
yeah,
practical application of math. Kind
No,
of
no, no.
like physics. Kind of like physics.
yes
It's
or
You
just
no
must
a
be
different
missing
way.
my question. Is music class going to teach me math better than math class is going to teach me?
yes,
It
Fuck
might.
I'm committed.
It might.
Yes. Okay. So you just lying now.
No,
You
no.
just
It
gotta hold
might,
on to your
depending
thing.
on how you
You
learn
think
things.
a math class is not going to teach math better than a music class? You're fucking
No.
insane, dude.
I
You
sleep
live
there
in
in math
fucking
No, it
La La
depends.
Land.
How much
I'm
math do you
awake.
previously have? Like, oh, there's a whole bunch of questions there. You
No,
didn't
no. You
qualify
can't
to
have
speak.
any previous math, and all you're learning is music. Is the music?
Oh no, then
going-
yeah, no. Music's gonna help you learn math.
What?
Oh
No,
my
you
God!
don't
I didn't
have
ask
any
what's
prior math.
going to do a better job of teaching you math, a math class or a music class?
So I think the best class is to be able to sort out what works best for you by, of course, learning math, but of course, doing music as well, and whatever things is going to help out for you for the future. Now, it is going to be is. We have gone way past our time. If you guys want to be able to catch up on what's going on in a lot of different areas, or what you guys want to continue on this subject, then here's what I'm going to do. So, Easy, since you have been very much a great sport and a great contributor for this particular topic, we are going to redirect over to Speak Easy's channel. Guys, if you want to, feel free to actually do it as well. Do yourself the due diligence and actually go over to Easy's channel. Have the conversation, still go along with it. I think it's gonna be great, but we have been way past our time. We're in the 6 hour. Same thing, how Lulu said, it is way past her bedtime. It is way past mine. I have so much that I want to do, and I didn't get the chance to do it. So, right. So, for everybody, like I said, you're going to get redirected to Easy's chat. For the guys sitting in the back chat, the private chat, here you go. You could feel free to click on Easy's channel. You can go straight there. If you want to drop an actual link in your StreamYard or whatever, so that they can be able to come up or whatever, then wholeheartedly. But outside of that, I enjoyed the conversation with you guys today. But it's time to wrap this up. Thank you very much for everybody who's actually been here. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you in the next one. And of course, stay opinionated. Later, y'all.